Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the conference dedicated to advancing the national agenda on climate change in forestry and agriculture in the Republic of Moldova. This area is a priority for the authorities of the Republic of Moldova and for its development partners. That is why, during this day, together with the experts, decision makers, and professionals in this area, we will look for answers to such questions as how we can get adjusted and adapted to the climate changes so as to leave to the next generation a clean environment, healthy forests, and competitive agriculture, as well less vulnerable to climate changes. The conference is organized under the presidency of the Republic of Moldova in partnership with the UNDP Moldova, as well as the Green Fund for Climate and the Swedish Embassy in Chisinau. The event is being broadcasted live on prevesk.eu and on the Facebook pages of the organizers. The conference in English can be actually followed on YouTube UNDP Moldova channel. We highly appreciate the presence here with us, the President of the Republic of Moldova, Maia Sandu. Good morning, Mr. Ambassador Maizeix, Mrs. Ambassador Fred, Mrs. Al-Khatib, dear guests, I would like to welcome all of you in Chisinau, and I would like to thank you for finding the time to participate in this discussion about the climate changes. It is a very important problem for our country, and a debate, a national debate on this specific subject is in delay, even though it's very necessary. I would like to thank UNDP Moldova. I would like to thank the government of Sweden, as well as to the Green Climate Fund for organizing this conference. Climate changes are real. They are already here, and they are going to have effects that are going to last. We can see them freely here in our country. Moldova of today is different of Moldova that we had 50 years ago or 100 years ago. The dry years are much more frequent, and all of this is compromising the harvest as well as drying the water in the wells, in lakes, in the rivers, and in the forests. The trees are getting dry. The Republic of Moldova is not contributing significantly to the phenomenon of the world warming, but the climate changes do not refer only to those who are polluting. But our country is much more vulnerable, for instance, to drought than many other European countries. Climate changes don't ask us if we are ready, if we are prepared for them, if we have resources in order to respond to this phenomenon, or if they have come in an appropriate time. The adaptation to the respective changes is going to be difficult, as well as to increase the resilience is going to be difficult, especially for us, because we don't have so many resources, we are less prepared, and we have weaker institutions. But there is no other way out. We have to get adapted in order to resist for our future and the future of our children here in the Republic of Moldova. The topic of climate changes is being discussed only now, meaning very late, at the level of the authorities and of the society as a whole. But it's better to discuss about it later than never. So at least now we have to start undertaking efforts. Our water resources, agriculture and forestry are the most affected by the climate changes. Regardless of the context that we are today in, we have actually to act. What should farmers do in order not to lose their harvests due to droughts? What trees we have to plant in order to have forests that would be over 100 years old? How do we save our water resources? If we would like to find answers to all these questions, we need a discussion, very serious and very responsible discussion among farmers, forestry people, central and local authorities, and academia. Such discussions would help the farmers to understand what species of plants would be more resistant to droughts and would train them and prepare their to switch to actually grow some other crops than the usual ones. You can't use the same agricultural methods. You can't plant the same crops if you see that they are getting dry on the fields from year to year. The farmers from the Republic of Moldova can also learn from the experience of other countries and other regions which are more advanced in adapting the agricultural sector to the drought conditions, for instance. Let's take, for instance, Israel, a country with very dry fields, but it is a very successful agricultural producer. We have good examples in our country as well, wherever, in spite of the droughts, some farmers succeed to change their working methods and they get a very good harvest. So it's possible. I would like to thank the partners, all our partners, as well. I would like to thank the Swedish government that is a very good example in this respect, that is financing agricultural projects adapted to climate changes, and which is helping the farmers from the Republic of Moldova to switch to new practices and to reduce the effects of the climate changes. Agriculture has to be helped so as to get adjusted to the new conditions. In order to do this, we need mid-term and long-term planning. It's also necessary to have investments. But first of all, we have to change our mentality and our approach to the problem. We have to understand that regardless of the circumstances, the results of our work depend on us, the efforts that we undertake. Agriculture will not be able to be saved all the times whenever it's being impacted by droughts or floods or small harvests. If such a country as Netherlands that is succeeding to actually feed a whole world with their products, as well as the farmers from Israel can actually process the land that they have that is rather sandy and rocky by having very good harvest, it goes without saying that we in the Republic of Moldova can have very highly performant agriculture even in dry conditions. We just have to do the things correctly. The forests also are impacted, and they are a source of oxygen, water, and fertile soil. The Republic of Moldova has now only 11% of the area of the country that is under the forests. The recovery of the forestry areas under the national program is a priority for us. But all of this has to be undertaken by taking into account climate changes. We want to plant forests that are going to grow well, will resist 100, 200, 300 years, and not trees that are going to dry out in 10 years. So afforestation has to be undertaken in consultation with specialists by actually opting for species that would be resistant to climate changes. The situation in relation to water is also very difficult in the Republic of Moldova. We are talking about ensuring drinking water, access to irrigation water, as well as the way in which we are using all of these resources. We have rivers and small rivers that are getting dry and disappear. The resources of underground water are less and less. And with smaller level of precipitation, they are going to be even at a low level. If we do not protect the water, we risk not to have water anymore. We need a clear and strict state policy for protecting and taking care of rivers and small rivers that would also envisage the protection of those two vital big rivers, Dnistru and Prut, as well as the small rivers, to build up lakes and reservoirs, but also clear rules how to use efficiently water in all sectors. In this context, we cannot talk anymore about reconstructing or rehabilitating some old-type irrigation systems that are using huge volumes of water. We have to learn from those who succeeded to cope with some small resources and to switch to some efficient irrigation systems that are using recycled water, a smaller level of water, and don't waste money. It's very important for us to have this discussion in a very serious way, for us also to talk with the countries in the regions going through the same changes, to take over the solutions that they have identified, to see what crops they have opted for to grow, so as maybe to take them over as well, to understand better what is going to be the map of the climate changes for our region as well. I wish for these discussions within this conference to have a practical conclusion and to reach out to as many as possible people, farmers, forestry people, representatives of the local public administration. I would like to encourage you to talk in simple terms so as to be understood by everybody today, but also many other events dedicated to this topic. I would like to encourage the researchers and the science people from this hall to explain to everybody the conclusions of the research that we have in the field, to show to people how this can influence their life and their well-being. The Republic of Moldova is drier and drier. It has limited water resources and it has to be afforested. So this is the new reality. The forestry people, the farmers, the citizens need guidance and help. Please provide to them recommendations. What should they do? How they should change planning their activity and their consumption for them to get adapted better to climate in this process of changes in the Republic of Moldova. Thus, we'll be able to leave to the next generation a greener country, a healthier country, a country in which everybody would wish to live in. Thank you. The authorities of the Republic of Moldova, with the support of the development partners, are working now on developing the national program of adaptation to climate changes. So as for the key sectors, including agriculture and forestry, to be less affected by droughts, high floods and variations of temperature. The Embassy of Sweden is one of the most important financiers of the projects and programs aiming to ensure resilience of agriculture and forestry to climate changes, including the conference of today that we have the honor to participate in is actually happening thanks to Sweden. I'd like to invite here the Ambassador of Sweden in the Republic of Moldova, Her Excellency Mrs. Katarina Frey.
Dear President Sander, Minister Jardanov, Ambassador Masek, and then UNDP Representative Al-Khatib. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so glad to welcome you to this conference dedicated to advancing the national climate change agenda in the forestry and agriculture in Moldova. Global climate change is a global challenge affecting the planet. However, its impacts are felt differently across the globe. Sweden is strongly committed to support climate mitigation adaptation measures globally, regionally, and here in Moldova. It is a key pillar in our regional reform strategy covering the Eastern Partnership countries. In Moldova, climate crisis is putting pressure on water availability, causing extreme weather conditions, and it's also contributing to desertification processes in the southern part of the country. Massive afforestation and climate-friendly agriculture practices are a considerable part of the solution to these problems. I would like to express my appreciation to the President for the initiative to convey this conference and discuss these matters. Given the particularity of the climate crisis here in Moldova, we would like to share 3 observations from our current work in the sector. Firstly, environmental authorities are making efforts to promote a climate-resilient agenda. However, climate crisis and water availability have strong impact across sectors. In this regard, a dialogue based on scientific evidence is crucial for an efficient propagation of environmental, economic, and social resilience. Another observation is that local actors, such as public authorities, rural NGOs, businesses, and households, are very efficient in adapting to climate change, and they are willing to do so. So I would like to take this opportunity to extend our admiration to all those visionary local leaders out there that are driving climate resilience on a community level. The third observation I would like to make today is that just like anywhere else in the world, in Moldova, biodiversity is the strongest natural defense in our disposal against climate crisis, and this potential is still to be capitalized. Sweden is committed to support Moldova's ongoing efforts in line with the country's vision and aspiration for European integration. This will remain a priority for us during our Swedish EU presidency the next year and beyond. We intend to make emerging knowledge, innovation, partnerships and finance available for Moldova's progress on environmental and climate dimensions. And I would like to take this opportunity to also thank you all, both the President, the Ministry of Environment, the UNDP and all the NGOs that are present here and otherwise that are engaged for our strong and effective partnership for this cause. I wish you all a successful conference, good discussions. I hope we will have a very concrete outcome, as the President said, and thank you very much for your attention.
Așadar, în cadrul conferinței de astăzi,
So, within the conference of today, we would like to launch the dialogue regarding the risks and the vulnerabilities related to climate changes, but also to see what would be the responses and the answers that we can have in order to overcome the respective vulnerabilities in the sector of forestry and agriculture. Over the years, UNDP Moldova has promoted projects meant to contribute to a higher adaptation towards this phenomenon in the Republic of Moldova, because this is a very vulnerable country. Actually, it's the most vulnerable country in Europe in this context. UNDP resident representative in the Republic of Moldova, Dima Alkatib, is here with us today in order to reiterate the continuous support of this organization for improving the quality of life of Moldovans.
Excellency, Madam President, Excellencies, Ambassadors, Simon, Madam Minister, congratulations. I would like to start by thanking Her Excellency President Maia Sandu for calling for and for spearheading this conference, and the Embassy of Sweden for supporting and partnering on this initiative. It is an excellent opportunity to exchange knowledge and solutions related to climate change impacts in the forestry and the agricultural sectors, drawing on the expertise of the renowned speakers whom you will meet today, and also the esteemed participants coming from the different sectors related to our subject today. At a time when the Republic of Moldova is already experiencing the impact of climate change, with summer heat waves, decrease of water availability, drought, and decrease of food production, as well as frequent occurrences of extreme weather patterns, a stronger emphasis is needed on finding solutions that would increase the resilience of the key sectors of the country economy and livelihoods, referring back to the points made by Her Excellency Ambassador of Sweden in terms of the role of the local actors. This is especially important in the context also of the war in Ukraine that increased the country's fragility on different levels and put additional and disproportional pressure on natural resources due to the refugee and the energy crisis. 21 years ago have passed since the international community has recognized the vulnerability of climate change impacts in Marrakesh in 2001, followed by the Paris Agreement in 2015, where the world has embarked on the massive transformational agenda for building a climate-resilient society. The Republic of Moldova ratified the Paris Agreement in 2017 and committed through its nationally determined contribution to reduce GHG emissions at least by 70% by 2030 compared to the 1990 level, as well by 78% subject to a global agreement addressing access to low-cost financial resources, technology transfer, and technical cooperation. And let me here say that Moldova, with the support that we have been providing to the different authorities, was the 4th country in the world to submit its 2nd national determined contribution report. And this is a breakthrough. Now the challenge is to put it into implementation. The intensity of the greenhouse emissions remains in Moldova one of the highest in the countries of the Central and Eastern Europe. Agricultural sector is the 2nd highest source of GHG emissions after the energy sector, accounting for 14.1% in 2019. Land use change, and forestry sector is the only carbon removal source in Moldova. But the dynamics of this removal is also registering a dramatical decrease trend by 121.3% between 1990 and 2019. In addition, in 2019, the sector is registered for the first time as a source of GHG emission, the share representing 2.1% from the total GHG emissions for Moldova. The Republic of Moldova is also one of the most climate vulnerable countries in Europe. At the same time, the forest cover is significantly below the European average, which is insufficient to meet the ecological and socioeconomic needs of the country. In the medium to long term, it is forecasted that the impacts of climate change on the country's social, environmental, and economic dimension will intensify. This may and will have harmful effects on the key economic sector, agriculture, and the predominantly rural population for whom agriculture is a major source of food and income. Midterm projections indicate also continuous increase of the annual average temperature by 2 degrees between 2010 and 2040. As for precipitations, the overall annual runoff is expected to decrease by 13%, while annual flow are expected to become more unstable with more frequent flash floods. It is also projected that drought will become longer and more severe in Moldova. Historically, the country has experienced drought every 3 to 10 years, depending on the geographic location. With decades of experience at the global, regional, and the national level, UNDP supports the governments in defining and implementing their climate commitments and policies to align with the long-term net zero pathways. This includes an extensive portfolio of adaptation and mitigation projects over 140 countries, helping to deliver on these climate-related development priorities, and also accessing almost 2.3 billion in grant financing to develop and implement climate change initiatives in this region, Europe and CIS. Only in climate change, UNDP has invested $278 million. In Moldova, climate change actions are also showing progress at both policy and on the ground at the local level. The next national adaptation program for the mid and long-term low emissions development program are underway with UNDP support, with 2 generations, as I mentioned, of the nationally determined contributions already in place. At the local level, strategic adaptation planning has been supported in 6 districts, 20 localities of the country, coupled with targeted assistance to vulnerable groups for building up climate-resilient livelihoods. A lot of experience, as I mentioned, and it needs to be capitalized on, it needs to be scaled up to be able to face to all of these threats that are coming our way. Today, I'm delighted to see many representatives, as I said, coming from different walks of life and from national institutions. And we are happy to also note that as we are having this conference, and we are just a few days away from the closing of the 27th UN Conference on Climate Change, which has called for urgently ramping up climate actions across the board, which has also called to accelerate the development of transformative climate technologies. It has launched also the Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership with the aim to promote action to implement the commitment to halt forest loss and land degradation by 2030. It has also announced a breakthrough agreement to provide loss and damage funding for vulnerable countries hit hard by climate disasters. Drawing on the outcomes of the COP27 and on the ongoing policy planning process in the climate change area, we remain committed as UNDP to support the government of Moldova in achieving the set ambitious climate and green transformation and actions. So I'd like to wish you all a very constructive discussion today around mitigating the impacts of climate change for resilient ecosystems, livelihoods, and societies. Thank you very much for your attention, and best of luck.
Doamnă președinte Sandu,
Mrs. President Sandu, Mrs. Katarina Fred, Mrs. Dima Alkatim, thank you so much for pointing out the challenges that the Republic of Moldova is faced with. But also thank you for that unconditional support that you provide to us so as to overcome them. Ladies and gentlemen, let's launch the practical sessions of the conference of today that is dedicated to the national agenda on climate changes in forestry and agriculture in the Republic of Moldova. Over this event, we are going to have 3 thematic sessions and 2 sessions of questions and answers. All of these are going to be moderated by my colleague Liam Fee, the UNDP Advisor for Climate Adaptation. Thank you very much for this, and here we are ending the YouTube English live broadcasting. Okay, the first session of our conference is dedicated to the European agenda and global agenda on climate changes. Since the moment when the Republic of Moldova has got the status of a candidate country to join EU, the authorities of the Republic of Moldova have committed themselves in front of the European partners in relation to protection of environment as well. Hence, the measures that are to be undertaken and adopted in this area should be guided by the good practices of European Union. I would like to invite here with us the ambassador in the of the European Union in the Republic of Moldova, Mr. Mazix.
This will be slightly unusual intervention from my side because this is not my own intervention. This should have been the Commissioner Sinkevičius, Commissioner for Oceans and Environment, who is arriving on a visit to Republic of Moldova. Unfortunately, his flight has been significantly delayed. He is in the air now, but unfortunately he couldn't make it to the conference, although he really wanted to participate. So I will read out his keynote speech verbatim. Many thanks for this invitation today. Our world is warming. It is clear that we will struggle to limit that warming to 1.5 degrees. It is a struggle that we must continue, but we also need a plan for change. Adaptation will be crucial if we want any hope of securing a prosperous future for our children. And when we adapt, we must start with forestry and agriculture, as they are the sectors that will suffer most from the change. Climate change and environmental degradation are locked together. Without tackling one, we will have no hope of solving the other. This means that the climate goals, climate strategies, they will never be enough on their own. We need an integrated approach, which always keeps the broader picture in mind. That approach must be built around transformation. Transforming our economies to a more sustainable model, speeding the green transition, halting biodiversity loss, and striving for an environment that is pollution-free. In the EU, the European Green Deal is our answer to these existential challenges. It is a modern strategy for growth, and it takes in everything from mobility and the built environment to energy production, consumption patterns, agriculture, international trade, and even our financial planning. One reason for a visit here to Moldova is the interest I hear in the European Green Deal. This is very good news, because better cooperation with our neighbors is a fundamental precept of the deal. With the Republic of Moldova now on course towards EU membership and candidate country status granted, our mutual relations are stronger than ever. We need to make the most of this momentum. The overarching aim of the European Green Deal is delivering a climate-neutral Union by 2050. That is a fundamental requirement for sustainability. We will get there by turning the climate and environment challenges into opportunities in all policy areas, and by ensuring that the transition is just and inclusive for all. The deal provides a roadmap for the efficient use of resources, moving us to a cleaner, more circular economy where we restore biodiversity and cut pollution. It outlines the investments we need and the financial tools available, and it explains how to ensure a just and inclusive transition. To deliver that climate neutrality, we now have a European climate law, which turns political commitments into legal obligations and serves as a trigger for investment. This climate law also commits us to reducing net greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030 compared to 1990 levels. That is an extremely ambitious target, but it is well within our reach. It will take action across all sectors of the economy, including investing in environmentally friendly technologies, supporting industry to innovate, rolling out cleaner, cheaper and healthier forms of transport, decarbonizing the energy sector, ensuring buildings are more energy efficient, and a lot more besides. I am stressing the importance of the Green Deal because it is an essential introduction to our EU forest strategy. This new strategy is a radical change in the way we protect, manage and grow our forests. It aims to improve their quality, their quantity and the resilience they will need to deal with the effects of climate change. It also supports foresters and the forest-based bioeconomy, while keeping harvesting and biomass use at sustainable levels. And just as importantly, it preserves our biodiversity, and it even comes with a plan to plant 3 billion trees across Europe by 2030. Forests are a big part of the solution to many of the challenges connected to the climate and the biodiversity crises. For our rural areas, they also mean jobs and growth. But some things do need to change. We need to increase the use of biodiversity-friendly practices. We need to do more to secure the health and resilience of our forest ecosystems, and we need to combat deforestation. That is why we have integrated adaptation into core EU forest-related policies. And it's why we are in the process of adopting a legal proposal to reduce deforestation, especially when there is an obvious link to EU consumption. I would also like to draw your attention to another Commission initiative adopted under the Green Deal, and that is Farm to Fork strategy. It's our strategy to deliver a food system that is fair, healthy and environmentally friendly. The goal is accelerating our transition to sustainability and a system that has a neutral or even positive impact on the environment. A system that helps mitigate climate change while adapting to its inevitable impacts and also reversing the loss of biodiversity. The idea is to combine food security, nutrition and public health, creating a situation where everyone has access to sufficient, safe and sustainable food. It should also ensure that food remains affordable, while generating fairer economic returns for farmers, keeping the EU supply sector competitive and promoting fair trade. Farm to Fork is tied very closely to the EU strategy for biodiversity. This is our plan to deliver a more nature-positive economy, protecting our ecosystems and repairing the damage that many of them have suffered. It aims to put EU biodiversity on a path to recovery by 2030, with benefits for people, the climate and the planet. Part of this strategy is an explicit recognition on the need to move beyond nature protection. That will always be important, and in fact the strategy raises the area of the EU that is specifically protected from 20% to 30%. But protection alone is no longer enough. So the strategy also proposes new legislation to begin a process of restoration. We want to repair the 80% of European habitats that are in poor condition, and to bring back nature to all ecosystems, from forest and agricultural land to marine, freshwater and urban ecosystems. Under this proposal, the new nature restoration law will bring in legally binding targets for nature restoration. These will apply to all member states and complement existing laws. I have spoken with a European focus today, but forests are of course a huge international issue. Despite the shortcomings of COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, many of the discussions there were important stepping stones toward COP15, the upcoming biodiversity conference to be held in Montreal. The climate declaration reaffirmed the importance of tackling the nature crisis. World leaders all signed up to the recognition that there is no way to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius without action to protect and restore nature, where forests will play a major role. In fact, I can't emphasize enough the significance of COP15. We are already witnessing what scientists are calling the next mass extinction. And our best hope of turning things around is the adoption of a truly ambitious global biodiversity framework in Montreal. I very much hope to see Moldova support the EU in these endeavors in Montreal. We are very well aware of your vulnerability to climate change, and today's event is an ample proof of how seriously you are addressing the biodiversity angle. Coming back to the European Green Deal, the last thing I would stress is the zero pollution strategy for soil, water and air. Pollution is one of the main drivers of biodiversity loss and a major threat to sustainable agriculture. Zero pollution means what it says: creating a society, an economy, where pollution is down to levels that no longer affect human health by the middle of the century. One new tool that will help deliver that is the new soil health law, which I plan to table next spring. This will provide a policy framework that will increase our resilience to climate change, ensuring that our soils become our best allies, storing more carbon, with rules that are conducive to better soil health and sustainable agricultural practices for the longer term. All of the actions that I have mentioned are designed to be complementary and to work in harmony with each other. That is the true spirit of the Green Deal. There are big challenges ahead, almost wherever you look, for climate and environment. The only way to solve these challenges is through a truly comprehensive approach. Now, this is still true after COVID-19 and in the wake of the illegal and unprovoked Russian aggression in Ukraine. We must keep to the green path. Recovery from the pandemic and the consequences of the war is an opportunity to address our vulnerability to climate change, our excessive use of resources, the loss of biodiversity and pollution. We cannot go back to the business as usual, to the same conditions that created climate change, biodiversity loss and pandemics. It is a great pleasure to welcome Moldova to the family of the EU candidate countries. I am sure this will elevate our cooperation on environment and climate change to new heights. And this in turn will help you to address your specific vulnerabilities and challenges. My message to you today is that you are not alone. The EU stands ready to provide relevant assistance in this regard through bilateral and regional cooperation programs with Moldova. We will be there to support you. I wish you all a fruitful conference and useful conclusions addressing the very real challenges we share. Thank you for your attention.
În perioada 7
During November 17-18, there's a conference in Egypt, the UN Conference on Climate Change. The world leaders expressed their concern on the gravity of the phenomenon. And US President Joe Biden said that the crisis for climate is a threat which is existential for the planet, and the President of the European Council, Charles Michel, ensured that the EU remains a promoter of climate change. So the objectives and the global commitments on climate change are listed and reviewed in the following speech by the leading team in the Regional Bureau for Support for Policies and Programs on Nature, Climate and Energy from UNDP, Laura Alteger.
Guests, it is my great pleasure and honor to address you today on the global climate change goals. Where do we go from here? This year's Global Climate Conference, the COP27, took place in the midst of very challenging times. We find ourselves in the midst of a global economic crisis on the back of the pandemic. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has had severe repercussions. The tightening of energy supplies has led to sharp price increases for fuels and electricity. Grain production decreased as Russia and Ukraine account for a third of global wheat exports. The high gas prices also negatively impacted fertilizer production. These developments have hit households and businesses hard and led to spiraling inflation and a full-blown cost of living crisis. According to the IMF, global growth is forecast to slow to 3.2% this year and 2.7% in 2023. It is further squeezing fiscal space, fueling unsustainable debt to GDP ratios. The dollar appreciation has exacerbated these trends for many countries relying on fuel and food imports. As the UNDP administrator said at COP, the issue of debt has now become such a big problem for so many developing countries that dealing with the debt crisis becomes a precondition for actually accelerating climate action. Many countries have resorted to fiscal policy to alleviate the energy crisis. According to the Bruegel dataset, since September 21, 674 billion euros have been allocated and earmarked across the European Union countries to shield consumers from the rising energy costs. Measures include reduced energy taxes, reductions in excise duties on petrol and diesel imports, retail or wholesale price regulation, transfers to vulnerable groups, mandates to state-owned enterprises, windfall profits tax, and regulations and business support. While these were an essential policy response to protect vulnerable households and businesses from the severe impacts of the crisis, this support is calibrated in favor of fossil fuels. This is making the attainment of ambitious climate goals even more difficult. Going forward, such subsidies need to be very carefully targeted to the most vulnerable, and clear timelines need to be established for their phase-out. Multilateral cooperation has also become more challenging, weighing on the climate negotiations. The pandemic caused national borders to be fortified. The Ukraine war has dealt a blow to key geopolitical relationships. A hard Brexit has polarized much of Europe. Relations with China have regressed. Against this backdrop, the climate crisis continues relentlessly to cause damage and destruction. This year's high temperatures across our region would have been impossible without the climate crisis. Newest numbers show that more than 20,000 people died across Western Europe in this summer's heat waves, when temperatures exceeded 40 degrees. Let me now turn to the state of the global climate negotiations and give you a flavor of the main outcomes of COP27. One COP27 outcome was the so-called Sharm el-Sheikh implementation plan. Although some countries tried to renege on the 1.5-degree goal agreed in Glasgow at COP26, and ultimately this failed, nevertheless, a commitment to cause emissions to peak by 2025 was actually taken out, to the dismay of many. However, on the plus side, for the first time ever, a COP cover decision mentioned food, rivers, nature-based solutions, tipping points, and the right to a healthy environment. It established the need for a transformation of the financial system to become Paris-aligned, according to Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement, calling on multilateral banks and international financial institutions to reform their practices, and launched the associated Sharm el-Sheikh dialogue. It also launched a work program on the just transition. Specifically, COP27 set up a work program to urgently scale up mitigation, ambition, and implementation in this critical decade. However, it was given a loose scope and told not to set targets. This is bad for both climate ambition and implementation, because countries are already falling far short of what is needed to stay below 1.5 degrees. Yet a new round of Paris pledges are not due until 2025. By mid-November, only 30 countries responsible for about a fifth of global emissions had responded to the Glasgow pledge to increase ambition, according to the Climate Action Tracker. On carbon mechanisms under the Article 6, the rule book was completed at COP26 in Glasgow, and COP27 delivered a significant amount of guidance to operationalize the system. It took decisions on machinery, definitions, and procedures that are still needed before any carbon trading can begin. Yet the progress is slow, and trading under Article 6 is unlikely before 2024. The cover decision also offered increased prominence to adaptation, emphasizing the importance of water-related ecosystems and river basins, the sustainable management of forests, as well as nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based approaches. Against a backdrop of rising food prices and extreme weather affecting the yields of key crops, agriculture and food security were particularly important in this year's COP27. In the past, agricultural policy has focused largely on increasing yields, which have risen threefold since the mid-20th century. There is increasing recognition today that this has come at the expense of biodiversity, environmental degradation, and climate resilience. Under the business-as-usual scenario, by 2040, emissions from agriculture will increase by 58%, while an estimated land area of 56 million hectares of natural vegetation will be converted to agriculture. Therefore, it is vital to strengthen agriculture to be more productive and also make it more resilient. The Coronivia Joint Work Programme for Agriculture, the formal UNFCCC work stream for handling agriculture and climate change, was extended by 4 years at the COP. This can become a forum to tackle wider systemic issues of sustainable food production, nutrition and dietary shifts, as well as food loss and waste. The summit established a 2-year work program to figure out how the global adaptation goal contained in Article 7 of the Paris Agreement could work in practice, including which kinds of methodologies, indicators, data, and metrics can be used to measure progress to track. The Sharm el-Sheikh Adaptation Agenda sets a global plan to enhance resilience in the most climate vulnerable communities by 2030. There were also many international pledges at COP27. For example, the Egyptian presidency, together with the Food and Agriculture Organization, launched the Food and Agriculture for Sustainable Transformation Initiative, which aims to improve the quality and quantity of climate finance contributions towards food systems by 2030, and to support adaptation and maintain a 1.5-degree pathway while supporting food and economic security. AIM for Climate was another initiative launched by the US and UAE, the future COP28 host. AIM for Climate aims to boost investment for climate-smart agriculture and food systems innovation by up to $8 billion by 2025. Its focus is on precision farming, carbon farming, and lowering the methane from livestock. Turning now to finance, in a landmark development, developed countries bearing a historic responsibility for climate change since industrialization agreed to establish a loss and damage fund to compensate vulnerable countries for the impacts of climate change. A legal right to climate change compensation or reparations was specifically excluded. The type of fund, its size, and the sources of its capitalization are still to be defined. There is an expectation that large emerging economies who are now significantly contributing to GHG emissions will also capitalize it, as well as large private sector polluters. The COP27 heard several loss and damage pledges amounting to some $300 million. By far the biggest chunk of money was for the Global Shield, led by Germany and the G7, with the V20 group of climate vulnerable nations. Its aim is to provide climate risk insurance and social protection schemes in vulnerable countries. Although loss and damage finance was the headline-grabbing issue, traditional climate finance for adaptation and mitigation remained a major issue at COP27. The most important development was the decision to devise a new climate finance goal based on a full assessment of developing countries' needs, that will take effect beyond 2025 and effectively replace the 100 billion annual target that we have at this moment. Some estimates put the new target in the range of $1 to $2 trillion each year. The funding gap for adaptation alone is still large. New analysis from UNEP estimates that the levels of adaptation finance flowing to developing countries are currently 5 to 10 times lower than what is needed. Estimated annual adaptation costs are between 160 to 340 billion by 2030 and 315 to 565 billion by 2050. It is clear that private finance must play an increasingly important role to mobilize such vast amounts. However, COP27 also noted the challenges in mobilizing private finance, which has remained roughly constant over the past decade. An interesting development we saw at COP27 were the Just Energy Transition Partnerships, which were multi-billion-dollar packages to help fossil fuel-dependent nations shift towards clean energy in a fair and equitable way. Alongside bilateral carbon deals called ITMOs, these are seen as another example of a cooperative approach for cutting emissions under Article 6.2. The COP heard repeated calls for reform and recapitalizing the multilateral development banks to allow them to provide far more climate finance. How does all this impact our region? To start with, there will be more opportunities for cooperative approaches under Article 6.2. One great example of this is the latest agreement announced at COP27 between Switzerland and the UNDP to deploy $42 million to boost private climate investments. Switzerland will reduce its greenhouse gas emissions by using this new mechanism called the ITMO, the Internationally Transferable Mitigation Outcome, to indirectly pay for climate mitigation projects with strong development benefits in the host countries. And UNDP will implement these projects and generate up to 2.3 million tons of CO2 equivalent in emissions reductions for Switzerland. In order to catalyze finance and increase the scale of these impacts, UNDP will focus on projects that leverage the private sector investments by 4 to 1. As part of this scheme, technical assistance was also provided to the host countries to develop their readiness for Article 6 in 6 developing countries. This is an exciting development for our region, and it could be especially relevant for the forestry and agriculture sectors. Countries with good monitoring, reporting, and verification frameworks and readiness for carbon markets will be very well placed for such financing schemes going forward. Second, also the cooperative approaches on just transition we have seen multiply at this COP are highly relevant for our region, where many countries will need to consider how to loosen their dependence on fossil fuels to enhance energy security and to achieve their climate goals. With the help of donor governments and MDBs, investment packages for transitioning out of fossil fuel can be prepared, complemented by capacity building grants for reskilling the workforce affected. This can have many local benefits, including lower air pollution, for better health of the population, and achieving health savings. Third, the focus on adaptation and funding streams for it are strengthening. Our region's efforts on adaptation are still in their infancy. More effort must be made to formulate the national adaptation plans, to prioritize actions, to formulate the associated investment plans, and to put in place the metrics to measure progress against the plans. UNDP is working with countries in the region to prepare their plans. For example, Moldova has successfully developed a first national climate change adaptation program and is currently developing its second under the UNDP GCF National Adaptation Plan Support Program. There are also good diagnostic tools for prioritizing adaptation options that use a scoring system. Fourth, strengthening the NDCs and net zero strategies for the agriculture sector should receive more focus. This encompasses improved land management, climate-smart agriculture, organic farming, and investment in eco-services, as well as scaling up regenerative and restorative agriculture to reduce biodiversity loss and increase soil quality. Fifth, this will require the right enabling environment. Key policies must include incentives to the farming community to improve landscape stewardship. Farmers in our region are uniquely positioned to act as environmental stewards for climate action, rewarding and training them to protect and enhance ecosystem services that provide public goods such as water quality, soil health, flood protection, carbon storage, and wildlife habitats can boost incomes and increase investment in sustainable practices. Last but not least, repurposing agricultural subsidies to realign incentives in favor of greater sustainability for the agriculture sector is a critical element for the policy agenda. Our region can and must advance more blended finance solutions for climate, where public grants are used to de-risk and to improve the risk-return proposition for private sector investments to make larger climate investments in adaptation and agriculture. We stand ready to support you in these endeavors. Thank you very much.
Doamnelor și domnilor,
Ladies and gentlemen, the first session of our conference has reached its end. We welcome you to a short coffee break, and after that we will continue the discussion to the second session on climate change, on specific subject on forestry. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants,
Welcome to the second session of discussions. And actually, the impact of climate changes on the forestry. Before actually actually starting this session, we would like to show a video for you to understand what is happening in relation to afforestation in the Republic of Moldova. Okay. The program is expected to bring several benefits to citizens, creating jobs in rural areas, improving.
Așadar, se prognozează.
So the prognosis of climate change's impact in social and economic aspects will intensify on long term and medium term as well. And in order to know what measures to apply in order to diminish the negative effects of climate change, it is necessary to understand what the forest management is and the dynamic of ecosystemic services in Moldova is in the context of climate change. And this is the subject of the presentation of the director of Mold Silva Agency, Mr. Valeriu Caisin. Hello, Mr. Caisin, please take the microphone. You have a clicker that you can use for your presentation. It will be visible on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, you will see the presentation on the screens in front of you. Hello, Mr. Caisin. Hello. I will present aspects related to forestry management and the dynamic of ecosystemic services in Moldova in the context of climate change. I will start with a general presentation of the situation of forests in Moldova. It is probably a map that you've seen before. At the same time, I would like to mention that, as you can see, the distribution of forests, or what is forest in Moldova, is quite different. It varies a lot, and the concentration being mainly in the central part of Moldova, or the central woodlands, so-called, and with a weaker presence in the south and north. The total area of state property forest is about 80% of all forests in Moldova. Over time, the development of forests had a varying dynamic, starting with 1945, when we had the smallest forest area in Moldova. We saw an increase that was continuous for all these areas, including till present day. The areas have increased from 222,000 hectares to over 384,000 hectares. So these forests, in order to have the desired effect, they should be relatively large and closed off massives of forests. And for this reason, we examine this indicator from technical perspective, and we're talking about the forest fragmentation degree. And in this slide, we also see an accentuated fragmentation throughout Moldova. In the society, we have an intense discussion, and I think it will continue for a long time, on the function and the role that forests have in the human society. And honestly, the discussion started from my university years, and it's continuing today. It will probably still continue for a long time. The forest is regarded differently by different people, and certainly up until now is the fact that its role and the role of vegetation in the development and human society is multiple and very complex. The attempt to assign different priorities to a certain function at the disadvantage of others will certainly lead to crisis. The functions of forest vegetation, and especially forests, were transposed into different services that the vegetation or the forest can provide to the human society. They were transposed into the so-called ecosystemic services that the forest vegetation can provide to a society. The diversity of these services is, again, very varied. And it refers to supply, ensuring drinkable water, regulatory services like carbon storage, and lately this is an aspect very often called upon as a real mechanism to create and develop vegetation in a country. And this is also mentioned very often by different international evaluations when we talk about these regulatory services of forests and this entire system of human society development. What is less discussed is how we can make these services functional and how we can ensure that they function practically within a society. There are multiple attempts in the world to do that, and up until now it seems like there is no unilateral approach for these mechanisms, and as I mentioned before, the mechanisms for carbon storage, the regulatory mechanisms, they are mentioned very often as ecosystemic services that can be implemented as practical mechanisms to protect and use forest vegetation. As I mentioned, what is currently very well studied is the types of services that the forest vegetation can provide, and these are services to ensure food, wood, water, naturist, medicine, decoration sources, energy sources, fuel, regulatory effect for greenhouse gas emissions, stabilizing microclimate, water regulation, its retention, waste processing, recreation and ecotourism, education, including the natural and spiritual patrimony and other services. In order to better understand these services that the forest vegetation can provide, the society is unanimously headed into a direction saying that we have to know this vegetation first of all. And a very efficient measure to know this vegetation is forest management. This is a practical approach to describe very well the existing vegetation at a certain time in a certain territory and to calculate practically what it can provide to the society in general. In Moldova, there's a supported activity and sustained activity of forest management. The forests managed by the state are covered 100% with forest management projects, but there are bottlenecks when we talk about forest management for local authority-owned forests or private forests that have been coming up lately, etc. The first forest management activities and practical results of applying this description system were in 1861. And since then and until now, every 10 years, every forest area is parsed and these works are conducted. In Moldova, we had several cycles of forest management, 1, 2, and 3, from 92 to 2002, 2004 till 2014, and 2015 to the present moment. And these activities have several stages. I will not talk about them. It's very important to use different devices that would increase the accuracy of these measurements. And this is the basis for the following calculations on what these systemic services mean and what they can provide. As I was mentioning earlier, there's an endless discussion on what production capacity can be and versus protection capacity of a forest. And this discussion will continue. What I would like to mention now, though, is that a forest that has production capacity, a higher production capacity, will always ensure protection services that are better than a forest that has a lower production capacity. So from this perspective, this indicator remains one of the very important ones to describe the forest fund in any country. What I wanted to mention further is that in the forestry sector, we're trying, and we've been doing this for a very long time, to give practical meaning to these words that are very often launched in the public space, namely what sustainable management means. These words for the forestry sector are not just simple words. This is an expression of how much we can use from this vegetation, regardless of the services that we use. How much we can use out of them so that these resources do not decrease in their capacity to regenerate. In technical sense, this expression is given through the growth that the forest can have, or the vegetation, every year. We are in the area of temperate forests, and the capacity of these forests, just as of other natural resources, is to regenerate. This is a natural characteristic for them, and the expression of the regeneration of these forests or their growth is given by this average growth year by year, and which is cumulative in the trunks or in the vegetation itself. And as you see in the slide, the average growth for Moldova currently is about 3.5 cubic meters per year per hectare. This is the growth as natural potential for forests in Moldova. And the amount of wood on average per hectare in 2021 was 115 cubic meters per hectare. There's a difference in growth depending on the tree species that we're talking about, and this aspect is very important considering the ability to adapt for different species to different climate conditions and soil. This is particularly important today, where everybody is wondering how different species will react to these climate changes that have been proven statistically at the moment. And here you can see the growth for different types of species, and it reflects their adaptation to different climate changes. And so we have different types of trees: pine tree, elm tree, acacia, etc. And based on the growth that the forests have, it is of course translated through their production capacity. The society in Moldova finds itself in the situation to use some of this wood or some of these ecosystemic services that can also be air and water. How much can we use so that the forest isn't affected and its management would be sustainable? In this case, we report to this growth based on which we calculate the collection rate and possibilities, and in Moldova, that's about 697,000 cubic meters per year. So 697,000 cubic meters per year, that's the production capacity of forests in Moldova. This quantity of wood mass we can collect and use so that the regeneration capacity of the entire forestry fund managed by Moldsilva would not suffer, and at the same time the society can use some of this resource. Based on this possibility, year by year, at best we use about 40, 45, up to 51%, so basically half. We only use half of these opportunities, and half remains there, producing increases for the next years as well. the factors impacting forests in Moldova, not only, we examine the stationary conditions. For forestry, in the simplest definition, that means the climate and soil conditions for a certain territory. They can differ. You can see, and you've probably noticed, there are areas with stationary conditions that are very good, where the forest can grow really tall trees, so the services that such a forest can provide are of higher quality rather than forests in areas with difficult conditions. That doesn't mean we don't have to use those forests. Of course we do. We have to, but by choosing species that can benefit from poor conditions. As an influencing factor on forests and vegetation in general, we mentioned the climate. And through this perspective, it's important to see the climate changes over the past years that inevitably will lead to changes in the composition of forests. The effort of Moldova agency to increase the forest area is a sustained effort from '97. You can see it here. And we are concerning ourselves with two separate areas: improving the structural quality of forests that already exist and extending this forestry fund in general. Throughout the years, we had a sustained extension campaign during 21 to 28, 29, and currently this year we launched a new campaign that we have all committed to, and you can see in this slide the development of these areas. In order for these extension campaigns to succeed, the condition is to have reproductive forestry material, which means seeds out of which we grow young trees that will be used for planting territories where the forest is to be extended. Under the patronage of the President of Moldova, Maia Sandu, we have initiated a very ambitious project of reforestation on extending forest vegetation to areas that haven't had this kind of vegetation up until now, on a total area of 100,000 hectares. And even if the program is being currently developed in details, this year we've identified over 10,000 hectares as areas having extension potential in order to start preparing them and reforest about 1,000 hectares. The land categories or vegetation types that will participate in this program are very different. There can be degraded soils, river protection strips, agricultural land protection strips, water basins protection strips as well. In total, their area would be 100,000 hectares. We are very aware that this amount of activity is a substantial one, and in order to successfully conducted. We need to build capacity in order to achieve that. And most of these activities are under the responsibility of Moldova, even if in our first campaign of extension we had continuous support from the civil society. Now we have aspects of technological nature that have to be done by specialists, and I'm talking about the design details which talk about what we can plant, when, where. I won't talk too much about the preliminary plan to implement the campaign of forest area extension, but we're trying to increase the capacity of implementing this plan by planting, starting with 2023, or about 4,000 hectares of new forests, so that we would achieve about 10 hectares per year until 2033. This is what our bright future looks like, and I hope that in 2035 we will reach an area of 490,000 forest hectares. As I mentioned earlier, over time, different countries try to identify mechanisms for practical implementation of anything that means creation of new forests. And in Moldova, we had a successful experience with carbon retention. So basically the carbon that we create, through which our foreign partners financed the carbon quantity that was stored in the newly created forests that were planted. In conclusion, and as solutions as well for the Moldovan forest, but in general to extend the forest vegetation in Moldova, I will start by the fact that the current forest resources are limited and insufficient in order to develop in Moldova in a balanced way. We have about 3,070,000 hectares, and the other forest vegetation is of about 50.8 thousand hectares. What I wanted to mention, and I think is very important in this session, is the fact that the forest vegetation is the first one to respond to these climate changes. And this reality is like a black box where we see entries, climate factors, the stationary condition, population impact, etc. And we have outputs, which are an existing situation in a certain moment. And in Moldova, currently, there is forest vegetation that, either because or in spite of these climate changes, appeared spontaneously. And this is not at all negligible, because in absolute values, it gives us a forest area that we can manage. And in the second place, it gives us practical examples through which nature has created new vegetation. And these examples are very useful when we talk about developing new artificial forest projects. Considering the needs of different tree species to different conditions. And I mentioned that when I emphasized the second conclusion, through which I want to mention that there are possibilities to increase the forestry potential by appropriate management of newly created plantations and forest vegetation that appeared spontaneously over the past 20-30 years. The total wood mass in Moldova is 43.3 million cubic meters, or 150 cubic meters per hectare, as you saw above. The European average is 147 cubic meters per hectare. And the total average growth of Moldovan forest is about 1.3 million cubic meters per year. In the slide, you can see the comparison with Romania or Ukraine. But at the same time, we have to consider that these conditions from climate perspective with our neighbors are slightly different than what we have in Moldova. Over the past 100 years, the effective forest area in Moldova has increased. And this growth will be supported further through our effort to create new forest plantations. It's important to mention that most forests were implemented on degraded soil, and it's a very good solution if we talk about land management. And these forests do not always ensure high productivity if we consider their ecosystemic services after they are created. We have to clearly understand that forest vegetation on degraded soil will not have sustained and high growth in the following period, but they have a great role in stabilizing the degraded soil, and through that their effect is a very beneficial one. And considering the current condition of the existing forests and that are currently managed in Moldova, and that will inevitably be affected by these climate changes, it means we need wide improvement works and works to re-establish the degraded trees. The forestry sector requires a wide technology transfer, a new technology implementation, and I want to mention this again because this is the basis for our success. It's a prerequisite and a reason for success. Using known technologies in Moldova and abroad to manage forests according to the climate changes. Thank you for your attention.
Mulțumim mult, domnule.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kaisim. Just several conclusions that we have drawn based on this presentation. First, it's rather sad, and namely, the Republic of Moldova has a number of difficulties in relation to extension of the forestry fund. A part of the community-based forests don't have the management plans, and the care measures are not undertaken systematically. And so much more about the climate risks in relation to the forest. We are going to find out from the Deputy Director of the Forest Research and Management Institute from the Republic of Moldova, Mr. Talmaci. So, good day, dear audience. The condition of the forest in the Republic of Moldova, well, we can say that this has been influenced and created over a number of centuries, based on a number of actions and inactions that are focused on the quality of the forestry management. Indeed, forestry management and the changes of the climate patterns have generated and continue to generate a number of risks and vulnerabilities. First of all, we can talk about the quantity aspect, and namely, it was mentioned today that we don't have so much forests. Well, a very important step for losing the forests on the current territory of the Republic of Moldova has occurred in the 19th century and in the first decades of the 20th centuries, whenever we have a deforestation of about 130,000-150,000 hectares of forests. These forests were actually located in the optimal conditions for growth, and unfortunately the loss of this forest has been very important to us. As well, we can mention the fact that extending the forest areas that has been actually carried out afterwards was namely on the degraded land, meaning that these forests are in rather difficult conditions. They grow with difficulty, and as well they have a lower level of biomass production. Let's mention as well the climate aspects. Over the last 30-40 years, we have a huge intensity for the extreme climate events, which again come up with a pressure on the forestry ecosystems. Now, talking about some specific indicators, about 40% of the soils on which we have forests, so only 40% of them would be soil that is characteristic for forestry, and namely this would be the brown soils. As well, we would have about 25% of soils which are practically very eroded, and they are being as well affected about different unfavorable processes as well as landscapes. It has been mentioned that about half of the fields that our forests are growing on are of low productivity. As well, it's very important to pay attention to the regeneration of the forests. So let's not forget that we had for several centuries the shrub regime for the forest, and this has increased the vulnerability of these forests, because about 60% of our forests are coming from the specific species, such as oak. And as a consequence, as it was mentioned, about 60% of the forests are of a lower productivity. Now, coming back to the climate aspects, over the last 30 years, according to different scenarios and different studies and research, there has been registered a significant increase in temperature. For some of the months, this increase has reached even 64%. Indeed, in absolute figures, this would be an average for the Republic of Moldova of plus 0.6 degrees. But in the southern zone, this increase is practically of 11.5 degrees, the annual average, and this practical is the upper limit for the species that are growing in that respective zone, meaning that those forests either are going to get dry or we have to replace them with other species that actually can grow in this kind of conditions. Now, precipitation. During this period of time, there has been an insignificant increase up to 2%. Again, we are talking about the average level. And if we distribute it over the year, namely if we talk about February, wherever we had an increase of 15%, or for instance, July, wherever we had an increase only of 14%, so the territorial distribution as well is not so uniform. Additionally, we have to mention that precipitations have a very pronounced nature of having heavy rains, and this is also not so favorable for the forestry vegetation. Now, if we would compare these two indicators, well, we can see that temperatures went up significantly as compared to precipitation, and thus the humidity deficit is also increasing. If we talk in general about vulnerabilities and risks that are generated by the climate aspects, namely high temperatures, droughts, heat waves, well, there are a number of effects which are influencing the level of resilience of different species to this kind of very tough conditions, which are very, because we have different vulnerable species as well. Let's not forget about the phytosanitary change of the forest as well. We are talking about losses of biomass. As well, we are talking about decreasing the growth of biomass. Besides, the incidence of forestry fires again is increasing, especially during the dry years. A specific indicator that is establishing or that is pointing out the climate aspect for the vulnerability of the Republic of Moldova forest would be the forest fires. Over the last 2 decades, over 4,000 hectares of our forests have been impacted by forestry fires. And namely, the biggest numbers of fires has been registered during the dry years. You can see this on the diagram. As well, it should be mentioned that we do have a problem with record keeping and with the intervention capacities in relation to these fires, so as to monitor them, to stop them, and to curb them. Unfortunately, the capacities are different at the local level, and the public authorities that have lower capacities, meaning human resources and financial resources, not always are able to intervene in order to stop these vegetation fires that go together with the forest fires. Now, talking about the territorial point of view, the majority of forest fires have been registered in the center and in the south of the country. And all of this goes together with those high temperatures that were rather high in these areas. So the correlation is rather obvious. If we are talking about the subsequent period of time, based on Armstrong indicator, the colleagues who have worked on the fourth and fifth communication have pointed out that we don't have a lot of optimism for the next years, because actually the high temperatures are going to accumulate with the increase of incidence of forest fires. Unfortunately, this is a reality, and we have to develop the capacities in this area so as to intervene, to monitor, and to combat this phenomenon. Another important aspect that I would like to actually deal with would be the forestry pests. So we're talking about 20% of the existing forests of the Republic of Moldova being affected annually by the forestry pests. And about 28,000 hectares, or about half of the respective forestries, have a degree of impact of over 90%. So that is why these areas need annually to have capacities for combating the pests, because the losses that so the consequences of the pest influence would lead to the loss of the forest or the loss of the biomass. The majority of these pests actually are being under in about 4 categories, because we are talking, for instance, about the green mold for the oaks, which would be, for instance, 40%. As well, we are talking about different other pests that are actually influencing the forests. So the majority of this kind of pests actually are being focused on the oak shrubs, and this is the most important species for our forest. As well, I would like to mention the fact that over the last 2 decades in our forests we also got a number of other new pests coming from the Northern America. or even coming from Japan and China. And they have started to get accustomed to these conditions, and they are affecting and impacting a lot the oak shrubs and acacia shrub. So we're talking here about the different types of different pests that are affecting the leaves of oak. So we do understand that within a very relative period of time, we'll have to develop new methods of combating these pests, this moth, because we will have to intervene in the respective forests so as to stop the process of destruction of the respective forests. Now, talking about the value, the respective pests are actually leading to loss of biomass for about 23–30% from the biomass growth annually that usually the forests would provide for. If I to talk about some specific values, we would talk about 70,000 of cubic meters of woody mass that is actually being lost due to this pest, and this is about 30% from the harvest that we have annually. So the value would be over 50 million lei for firewood, but also let's not forget that there are other types of wood that we are using. Another important aspect is the fact that over the last decades we have the massive dry of our forests. Annually, about 10,000 hectares are being affected by this massive drying. So the shrubs actually have a level of getting dry over 10%. The respective quantity is equivalent for about 130,000 hectares, so practically this would be 1/3 of the forest that the Republic of Moldova has as of today. And the processes that are being carried out in these forests that happen in the respective forests are negative, and they can lead to the losses of some important areas of forests. Talking about species, while we have the oaks, which are prevailing about 65% of those forests that are being impacted by the by the drying trends, would be the forest of oaks, as well of acacia, and many others. Now, the forecast, or let's say the scenarios for the next period of time, again is showing to us that we would have an increase of temperature. So by the end of the 21st century, we would have an increase of the temperature rather high. That is why it's very important for us to mention that the average temperature would actually get up to 13.7, meaning that it's going to actually go beyond the capacity of resilience of the species that we have in the forest in the Republic of Moldova right now, meaning that the forestry species have a specific capacity of reaction to these changes, but this reaction comes to an end. That is why at a specific moment we can actually have much more massive drying of the forests. The respective increase in temperatures would be also accumulated with the increase of level of precipitation. And if we're talking about percentage, in case of the precipitation increase level, it's going to be of low percentage than the increase of temperatures. The colleagues from the Institute of Geography and Ecology have come up with some forecasting for how prepared the areas from the Republic of Moldova are for getting afforested, meaning those areas that can be actually meant for forest would be relatively not so many, meaning that these areas are going to be namely nearby the rivers, while the rest of the territory would be namely more appropriate for pastures. So indeed, in order to develop the components related to the forest, it's very important for us, first of all, to build the capacities. As conclusions, we can mention that the development of some stable forests Some forests that are going to be adjusted to the new climate changes have to be combined with the improvement, essential improvement of the forestry management. This is going to be a real challenge. And the forestry personnel, but also the central and local authorities have to get prepared for all of this. It's absolutely necessary to have new plans, new approaches, because actually at this current stage, we are not yet ready. Indeed, we do know the problems. Indeed, we know about some solutions, but it's absolutely necessary for us to undertake some steps forward as well. So, dear colleagues, we do understand that the forestry sector is just at an initial stage of adaptation to climate changes. We do understand the forests are components of some biophysical systems that are much wider, and the forecast of the impact that we would have over the next period of time is rather difficult to be carried out, especially to have some local forecasting or regional forecasting. This is a rather difficult task, but not impossible. That is why it's necessary for us to have more adaptation measures that would anticipate the climate changes. And in order to do this, we need wider areas covered by forests. As well, we would need some forests that would have some good productivity level, higher productivity level, and thus, in this case, the functioning, the operation of this forest is going to be according to the expectations that we have. And by the end, I would like to mention that a country without forests would have no future, and the forest is just a chance for our future. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Talmach. So the Republic of Moldova is very affected by the climate changes, and the negative effects of this phenomenon would also include the low availability of water, because the management of forests is actually interdependent with the water management, meaning that adaptation to climate changes represents an intersectoral process. It's almost impossible to invest in some measures of adaptation in the water sector without taking into account the measures which are necessary in the forestry sector. So what is the role of the forest in the process of water management in the context of the climate changes is going to be explained to us by the representative of the Swedish Forestry Agency, Mrs. Elizabeth Anderson.
No, it's closed.
Now? Yeah. Ooh. I take off my headphones. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I'm really honored to be here, given the opportunity to share experiences with you on the topic of forests and water in a climate change context. I have worked as an ecologist at the Swedish Forest Agency since 2004, and my main area of responsibility has been forest and water related issues since the beginning. For example, the implementation of the EU Water Framework Directive in the forest sector. First, just a short introduction to the Swedish forest policy, which is set by the Parliament and the government. The present forest policy was set in 1993, and the Forest Agency's mission is to promote the forest policy, but it is a task of those who own and manage the forests to implement the forest policy in practice. And there is also a Forestry Act which sets the minimum standard for the management. But who own and manage the forests? Well, there is a broad and diverse group of owners. The largest share of forest area is owned by private individual forest owners, as you can see in the diagram. A few large private forest companies own almost 6 million hectares. A general orientation of the forest policy, which was updated in 2021, states that forests is a renewable resource that is to be managed sustainably, yielding a good revenue. At the same time, there is an obligation to take consideration to biological values, cultural heritage, reindeer husbandry, and other interests. Another important prerequisite is that society's demands on environmental consideration are not allowed to have a negative impact on land use, for example, forestry. To reach the goals set by the government and parliament, there is a joint responsibility for the whole forest sector. So, the Forest Agency is a governance and expert agency on for forest-related issues. We have employees located all over Sweden. The black dots on the map represent our offices. Our activities consist of, for example, inventories, law surveillance, and capacity building activities. Forests play an important role in producing and regulating freshwater flows. At the same time, water is essential for the forest land, the variation of habitats, the health and growth of trees and other groups of plants, animals, fungi, etc. So I give you some statistics to start with, just to set the forest water scene in Sweden. The area of Sweden is covered to almost 70% by forests. And there are lots of lakes, streams, forested and open wetlands, as well as ditches. Groundwater is present more or less everywhere, although you do not always see traces of it. And this implies that the contact area between forests and water is huge. And activities carried out on forest land may affect both water quality and quantity. So forestry and water go way long back. Drainage systems were dug to improve food and forest production, but also as a labor market measure. When people needed a job during the first half of the 1900s, many of them were put to work on draining peatlands without really considering the provisions or negative effects of it. A majority of streams and rivers all over Sweden were straightened and deepened, channelized to enhance timber floating from the inland to the coast, where most of the forest industries were, and still are, located. Leading water through drainage systems and straightened streams leads to several negative effects, for example, lower habitat variability, faster transport of water through the landscape, low retention of nutrients, detritus, and other particles. And these historical activities have an effect on the present state of ecosystem services delivered within the forest water context. On the slide you can see some examples. The assessed status for most of the ecosystem services is bad or moderate. And this assessment was carried out in 2017. The status of the provision in ecosystem service timber is good. A new assessment will be made in a year or two, as far as I know, and hopefully some of the restoration measures and other activities going on will lead to a better result next time. So we move on to add climate change challenges and some of the effects we have seen and experienced during the last few years. Sweden has traditionally been a country where all citizens take water availability for granted. However, drought, water shortage in southern Sweden 2018 and onwards, forest fires, etc., put focus on this question among not only professionals, but among citizens in general. Also, the opposite situation with heavy rainstorm incidents, with following severe flooding, erosion, and landslides in some areas, has caught many people's attention. The water shortage is not only an issue in southern Sweden now, it's becoming a reality further north also. And the main reason is said to be less precipitation, which also leads to less groundwater recharge. So drought and water shortage has led to streams drying with consequences for fish, mussels and other organisms. Climate adaptation in the forest sector has been on the agenda for some years, but there is a more intense focus now during the last 5-6 years. In a report from 2019, goals were set up for climate adaptation as well as suggested measures, and you see some of them in this slide. For example, management of forests is developed so that damage to the environment and other societal values do not increase over time. Use alternatives to clear-cut when harvesting trees in steep terrain where erosion and landslides can harm infrastructure and other important societal functions, or streams and rivers with high biological values. During the 2020s, decrease the proportion of clear-cut area compared to the situation during the last decade, with the purpose to mitigate risk for damages in downstream areas. During the 2020s, restore at least 20,000 hectares of drained forested peatlands to the former state wetlands. At the moment, the Forest Agency is conducting a review of all injunctions in the Forestry Act to see if they need to be revised to better meet the needs of forestry in a changed climate. And finally, we have strengthened the competence at the agency with a climate adaptation specialist. And to this can be added more detailed measures that are suggested. For example, adjust or change culverts that are obstacles for migrating fauna in streams within the forest road systems. The size of culverts should also be adapted to new levels of both high flows and low flows. Machine entrepreneurs need to have relevant education and competence for the type of management they are carrying out. I want to take the opportunity to mention the EU Water Framework Directive. However, there are also other directives which I do not mention particularly, but which are important to the forest and water context. Anyway, the implementation of the Water Framework Directive has led to improved cooperation between stakeholders, capacity building, development of the structure, working methods and models to the forest sector. The engagement among forest owners and managers is high, and together with other national and regional agencies, we have carried out a number of projects relating to water in the forest landscape. You see some of the EU LIFE projects mentioned on the slide. Most of them are national projects, but some have been international as well. All projects have contributed in several ways, mainly with physical restoration activities, but also capacity building, developing and implementing new methods and models, to mention some examples. And here you see wetland restoration in the smaller scale, the top pictures, and larger scale pictures on the bottom. These activities contribute to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions, improve biodiversity, improve groundwater recharge, and also keep the water in the landscape for a longer period of time. And besides getting the economic support from EU Life, the share of national funding for wetland restoration has increased quite a lot since 2019. And we hope that also the new government and parliament from this year will continue to support that work. And in this slide you see examples from stream restoration, large scale and smaller scale. These measures contribute to improve habitat variability and habitat quality. It slows down the transport of water through the landscape and increase retention of nutrients, detritus and other particles. And here are some examples of measures taken in the forests. For example, when cleaning and thinning forest stands, broadleaf trees are promoted in an otherwise very spruce and pine-dominated forest landscape. Another example is building passages over watercourses and strengthening the ground adjacent to the watercourse to prevent rutting, soil damage, when driving heavy machines during harvesting and transport of trees. And the picture to the right is meant to illustrate the importance of plant choice, the regeneration after harvesting, spruce, pine or alder, as is shown in the picture. The use of continuous cover forestry also is expected to increase, which we think may benefit water-related concerns. However, we need more research here on the effect of continuous cover forestry on water quality and quantity. Other results from projects are demonstration areas and showrooms where forest owners and managers, students and others can come and learn more about forest and water and their values. And here are some close-ups on students examining samples that they have collected at one of the demonstration sites, and also an example on layout of an information sign. For us at the agency, as well as for the forest owners and managers, best possible information is essential for planning and make good decisions concerning the forest management and how to carry out different measures. The development of wet area maps is one of the more important contributions here. On ordinary topographic maps, the smaller streams are not included. But with digital help, we now have access to more detailed wet area maps that are widely used within the forest sector. I have already mentioned cooperation and dialogue with other stakeholders, and these are important parts in the work we carry out at the agency, and it has increased the last few years. Governmental assignments to us usually contain ingredients that state some kind of broad cooperation or broad dialogue with other authorities, landowners and other stakeholders. Dialogue processes may be time-consuming, but results show that this way of working may lead to a better final product. And the product in this context could, for example, be guidelines for forest management close to streams and lakes. The research results also point out faster and broader implementation of product, better management of the product, and a sense of ownership, and also acceptance of the product. So as far as I know, this way of working seems to be here to stay for us. So, and that was my final slide. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Țara vecină România.
The neighboring country, Romania, over the years has assumed the role of representative of the Republic of Moldova in front of different Western partners in economy, political, and environmental topics. The experience of Romania and the good practices of Romania that are being shared by the professionals from over the broad are very valuable for the Republic of Moldova because they can help us to avoid the mistakes and also to have access to Western solutions. The experience of Romania is being shared with us today by the representative of the National Forest Management Agency, Rom Silva, the head of the service, Dragoș Mihai, and he is going to tell us about the role of biodiversity and the protected area system as a response to the challenges generated by climate changes. Good day, dear colleagues. I'll do my best so as to come up with an overview of the main topics, of the main problems that Romania, and not only Romania, but actually many other countries have to cope with. The natural protected areas and preservation of biodiversity. Well, first of all, we should ask ourselves why these areas, these natural protected areas, are necessary for, and why do we need to preserve biodiversity? Because these have been the topics that we have tackled so much over the last period of time. We have to understand that what has happened recently, and namely on the 15th of November 2022, which has been the date on when the population of the world has exceeded 8 billion of inhabitants. Because actually, at the very beginning of the 19th century, the population has been estimated just at 1 billion, and afterwards, this increase of the population has actually had a very high speed. This means that, on one hand, the development of infrastructure, the extension of agricultural fields, the development of the communication channels and ways is very important because actually it has led to reduce of the areas of natural ecosystems. But at the same time, let's not forget about the impact of the man-made activities, which actually have led to reducing the hydric regime for different rivers. As well, let's not forget about the pollution that has been generated by the industry and the plants that got developed over the last years. And all of this, of course, has led to altering the functions of the natural ecosystems. In this context, it should be mentioned and reminded, and actually I think that all those who are involved in managing the natural protected areas would have as a date of reference the 1st of March 1872, whenever we had the first national park that has been declared at the world level. And this actually coincides with the stage of accelerated development and industrialization of the countries, especially from the western part of Europe as well as from US. Subsequently, we have the first national parks in Europe. Sweden, for instance, is the country that has led the activity of preserving the ecosystems at the European level. And actually, I would like to underline that an year of reference for Romania would be 1954, whenever the Institute of Forest Management and Research has actually developed a system for functional zoning of forests. This is a system that has contributed to preserving the forestry biodiversity because different measures have been established based on the forest management plans. And I'm going to refer to this a little bit later. After 1970, at the level of the world, there have happened different conferences or different meetings, different agendas and roadmaps have been established in relation to different measures so as to preserve the natural area, different species, and the ecosystems at the world level. It should be noted the fact that in 1979, those 9 member states of the European Economic Community, as a response to the increasing concern in relation to the decline of the wild birds population in Europe as a consequence of the pollution, as well as due to the losses of the habitats of these species and due to the unsustainable management for the respective species, they have adapted the Directive 79/409 in relation to the conservation of the wild birds, or the so-called Birds Directive. Afterwards, we have had the adoption of the Habitat Directive, and afterwards, we have had the conference from Rio, wherever at the world level they have recognized the need to integrate economic development and environmental protection in the Sustainable Development Objectives. So nobody denies the fact that we have to develop ourselves economically, but we have to do it in a sustainable way, so as not to impact, so as not to influence the future through the development measures that might lead to the destruction of the basis for that would be the main element for the sustainability of humanity. What else I would like to mention? Actually, in 1992, there were 9 conventions at the global level, 32 regional conventions, 40 conventions dedicated to the protection measures for different species or categories of species, and so on and so forth. Meaning that the number of the documents and the number of concerns in the different regions of the entire world have actually increased. Why do we need protected natural areas? As it has been mentioned a little bit earlier, we need to take into account the conservation of different natural ecosystems, different samples of natural ecosystems. It's also very important to preserve natural ecological processes in different areas that have been less affected or not affected by the man-induced actions, so as to have a model of an eventual reconstruction, ecological reconstruction of similar areas. Afterwards, in situ preservation of genetic resources of wild species, and so on and so forth. I think that you know all of them because they have been actually mentioned and pointed out in all the presentations before. Now, at the world level, we would have over 10 categories, types of naturally protected areas. Each of them would have one or more priority objectives, as well as different mechanisms for preserving the respective sites. Now, let's talk a little bit about Romania. It is located in Central Europe in the low basin of the Danube, and it has the Carpathian Mountains in the center. While the surface of Romania is relatively uniformly distributed. It has about 30% on the mountain, 40% on the hills, as well as it has about 30% on the fields. Due to its position and the surface on the territory of Romania, they have been determined 5 biogeographical regions out of the 9 that have been identified at the level of the European Union. As flora species, we have over 3,795 species. It should be mentioned that we have over 50 local species of forestry trees that are being used in forestry, as well as over 60 species of shrubs of forestry interests. As fauna, we have over 33,000 species of animals, and actually the most representative animals at the European level would be the wolf, the lynx, and the bear. In relation to bears, and it's in correlation with the declaration and protection of some species, I would like to say that at the level of Romania, we have about 6,600 bears, but unofficially, the hunting association say that we have about 12,000 units of bears, while the specialists in the hunting management state that the ecosystems from Romania would actually support about 4,400 bears. What all this means? It means that we have 15 humans killed over the last 5 years and over 30 of them being wounded. It has to be mentioned that based on the ambition of protection, over 8 years ago, it has been established for the bear not to be shot in any way in Romania. Meaning that sometimes through an excessive protection, we can actually generate some problems which are higher and huger and wider than we imagine. So this would be the map of the biogeographical regions from Romania. In the center, you may see the mountain zone. Afterwards, we have the continental zone that is having the most of the part of Romania, and afterwards we have the steppe zone from Romania as well. Now, in relation to the national system of protected areas in Romania, we have 30 major protected natural areas. The first one would be the reservation of biosphere of Danube Delta, which is very important at the Romania level, but also at the European level as well. We have 13 national parks, we have 16 natural parks. As well, we have established 19 Ramsar sites, as well 965 protected areas from all other categories such as natural reserves, scientific reserves, monuments of nature. So for about 1/4 of these protected areas from other categories, we see that nobody knows what they've been appointed and declared for. We do have them, but we don't know what to protect through them. That is why it's rather difficult for us to implement as well a system of management that would actually be in line with the needs of protecting the respective areas. Together with the protected natural areas of community interest, and this would be about 606 of nature sites, the area of protected zone in Romania is actually having about 25% of the entire surface of the country. We have to mention over here as well that we have established a catalog, a national catalog of virgin and quasi-virgin forests, and we have included in this catalog an area over 71,000 hectares of forests, of which 8,000 would be virgin forests and about 62,000 hectares of quasi-virgin forests. For this respective area, the interventions are not allowed. And again, I would like to mention the fact that over half of the areas of forests have been identified outside the national parks. According to the LCM principle, over there we have to conserve and preserve on priority basis the natural processes. So why do I mention all of this? Because I would like to show to you, because we are so, we would like to appoint some areas to be protected, but without some specific analysis. And all of this is leading to some mistakes, and afterwards to deal with these mistakes is impossible. Now we have a map with the national and natural parks in Romania on the right side. You see the Danube Delta, and I would like to mention that out of the total number of national natural parks of Romania, 22 under the administration of the Forest Management Agency that has established different units that are dedicated for this purpose. All the other 7 national and natural parks are being managed by other entities. the role of protected natural areas in preserving biodiversity. Well, natural protected areas are contributing to preserving the biological diversity. Yes, indeed, we do need these natural protected areas in order to preserve, as I have mentioned already previously, the species, the vegetal associations, or different segments of ecosystems. But in order to appoint where a natural protected area, initially there should be undertaken an analysis. What would be the value that we would like to protect? Why do we consider that it represents a value? And where, on what area the respective value is being identified? At the same time, if we have some threats for the respective value, what would be these threats? And of course, to make a difference between the threats and the favoring opportunities. After establishing all of these, of course, we can establish the management objectives that have been legally documented as well as scientifically reasoned and applicable. Because we do have a number of measures that represent a fantasy, and I don't know who can actually enforce them. And the objectives have to be smart, meaning specific, measurable, realistic, and with a specific deadline for being carried out. The natural protected areas actually contribute to mitigating the impact of climate changes. In my opinion, to a rather low extent, because I would say that actually they are being affected by the climate changes and not really mitigating them, at least as they are right now. And I can't say the same things about the forests, because actually the forests indeed have a totally different role and impact. The role of forests in preserving biodiversity, I already have mentioned about them. The functions of the forests I have mentioned as well. Would be the same functions that have been already presented. And now I'd like to refer to the fact that besides the preserving of biodiversity, forests have a very important role in the regulation services, besides the function of supply and the social functions. What would be of interest? Actually, I would like to present to you some ideas from a study that has been finished recently, meaning last year, by the Institute of Forestry Research and Management, and namely Marin Drece from Romania and the Meteorology Institute from Romania, and namely the climate changes in the regional regions of Romania over the last 70 years. This project wanted to assess the climate changes that have occurred at the level of the regional regions of Romania over the last 70 years, to see what regions are going to be the most vulnerable to the climate changes, what types of forests are going to be the most vulnerable in a specific region, what are the changes in the geographical distribution of the climate optimum for the forestry species, and of course as a recommendation to reappoint the original regions depending on the climate criteria and genetic diversity, as well as geographical structure of the tree species. I would like to mention the fact that in Romania forestry is rather complex. We have defined about 15 types of 15 forestry ecological types for the shrubs that are vegetating in ordinary conditions, as well 10 types for the shrubs that is vegetating in some not so good conditions, such as dry zones. As well, we have delimited about 11 original regions and 24 subregions. Why do I mention this? Because in the next slide, I would like to present some of the results of the specific study, So in all these diagrams, you see the variation of temperature over the decades, the annual average temperature over the last years. Over the left corner, upper left corner, you see the map of Romania with the annual temperatures in between 1951-1960. Afterwards, we have 1960-1970, and afterwards on the left, the corner down left, we have the map for 2011-2017. And if we would compare the temperatures, the annual average temperatures registered in 1950-1960, namely the average for the decade and the average for 2011-2017, we may see that as compared to the average of 8.7 degrees registered in the decade 50-60, already in the decade 2011-2017, the temperature has been 9.86 degrees. So we have an increase of 1.16. But we are talking about the average. At the level of Romania, the differences are higher, especially in the eastern part of Romania, exactly at the border with the Republic of Moldova, wherever we have a difference of 1.65 degrees, while at the level of Dobruja, we have a difference of 1.24 degrees. If we refer to the variation of the mean temperature during the growing season, the vegetation season, which is so important for the physiology of forests, and here we understand actually the period between April and September, we will see that annual mean temperature in 1951-1960 has been 8.70 degrees, while in the period of 2011-2017 has been at the level of 9.86 degrees. As you may see, especially in the southern part and the eastern part of the country, these have been the most affected by the respective changes. And in a similar way, we can see the variation of precipitations by decades. Exactly the same conclusions, just like the conclusions of the colleagues from the Republic of Moldova. We have a slight increase of the volume of precipitation in the decade of 1951-1960. And as compared to the decade of 2011-2017. But it seems that this light increase of precipitation does not compensate for the increase in temperature. The same goes for the growing season, vegetation season. As you may see, this increase is not so uniform. There have been periods of time full of rains, as well as periods that have been rather dry. Just like the second map from the left, in the middle. In this diagram, that is representing the decade of 1991-2000. Wherever we have the quantity of precipitation that has been rather reduced. In the respective diagram, you may see the difference between the mean temperature during the growing season, on the left, the graphic A, and the mean of temperature during the vegetation season, the growing season, on the right, the diagram B. So over the last 30 years, if we compare them with the decade 1951-1960 for the main forestry types. So you may see that the most affected types, forestry types, would be mainly those of oak, on the figure 8, 9, 10, as well Another type that is rather affected by this increase is also the beech, because maybe you know that it has another plasticity because it's better adapted to changes, and it can be actually seen in different areas of vegetation. And it can resist. And now, just a very brief analysis for the climate envelope for the oak. On the left, we have this envelope, or this for the oak, where the big lines, we have the areas that have been identified in the 50s. And here we have the distribution areas for the oak. You see in green the optimal regime, as well in the light blue you have the suboptimal zone. So you may see that actually the entire area has switched to the Carpathian mountain, while in Transylvania this has gone to the northern part and eastern part of Transylvania. In the western area of Carpats. Whatever, having a look for the climate envelope for the Turkish oak and Hungarian oak, we may see that these are species that are more resistant to the dry conditions. So practically they have covered the area of the oak that existed 70 years ago. In green, that is rather intensive, it's the optimal zone, and in the blue we have the suboptimal zone. In relation to beech, again we may see a withdrawing of the optimal zone towards the mountains and towards the western zone of Romania. As for the other species, again, we have withdrawn to the mountain zone. As we see in the Republic of Moldova, we have a suboptimal conditions for home. And actually, in the previous presentations, it has been mentioned that in the Republic of Moldova, home represents one of the most valuable species. The results of the respect of this project have pointed out significant changes in the variation of the climate variables over the last decades, both at the original regions level as well at the level of the types of different forests. The value of the dryness indicator shows that 86% of the ecological sectors are fitting the dry and semi-dry categories, and this should make us think a lot actually in relation to the way in which we are going to ensure the regeneration of the forests, especially in the areas that are being affected by dryness. The climate envelopes of different species have been shifted to the climate of another ecosystem, and the risk of the climate changes are going to be rather high in forestry, and as a consequence it's going to be necessary to undertake some major changes in the management of the forests, such as replacing the species that are rather sensitive to other better adapted species, identifying adequate sources for forestry reproduction material, as well as improving the genetic diversity of the population of the respective trees, as well as improving the mixture of species, as well to use some reproduction forestry material that would have a high level of genetic diversity, such as that one from the seed orchards. The study is reasoning to review the regions of the origin depending on the climate envelope of the the species as well based on the climate forecasting for the future and the intraspecific genetic variation. As a conclusion, that can be drawn based on all these aspects, we can say that climate changes are obvious and they have been proved by scientific studies, because there are still voices saying that this is just fairy tale. Nevertheless, it's very important as well to apply innovating technologies that can decrease the quantities of polluting emissions, especially of CO2. This is absolutely necessary, and the efforts have to be continued in this respect. To increase the area of forests can contribute significantly to carbon sequestration. This, of course, is a matter that does not need any other reasons. It's also, we should understand the biosynosis that is representing the supra-individual level of organization of living material is in a dynamic balance, and in many situations it's necessary to have an active management for the preservation of natural values. At least at the level of Romania, it has been established that a number of persons considering that they wish for nature to be protected, they see the things in a static way. They have established a phenomenon just a specific moment, and they are dreaming actually to preserve it for eternity. It's like having a child of 10 years, and in 50 years you would like for your child still to be 10 years old. So the forest, just like many other ecosystems, they are dynamic. Yes, indeed, they are in a balance, but that balance is always modified because it's at the level of ecosystem and not at the level of a species. Forests have a multifunctional role, and using an adequate management can actually harmonize the three functions of forest: the ecological, economical, and social one. A big problem would be for the fact that many times it is wished for on the respective area to have two functions which would respond at the same time, but I would like to tell you from the forestry experience that this is not possible, because every forest, every area of forest should be attributed with a main function, and of course all the other functions may be secondary ones, to the extent if they do not contravene to the main function. Because if you want, according as it is said, whenever you want to have two in one, you will not succeed, or it's going to be a failure. In the activity of forest regeneration, we consider that we have to take into account climate changes and the species that are being used for reconstruction, ecological reconstruction, or for recovering some forests should be species that would be in line with the future climate envelope for the respective area. Otherwise, we would undergo the risk of losing the forests, just losing the forest at all. Also, it's very important to mention that forestry management implies some costs, even whenever you don't do anything, as some people think. Because it's also very important to ensure monitoring of the forestry fund. It's important to ensure the management of the forests as well. You have to ensure the monitoring of them damaging species as well, the basis against the fires, and so on and so forth. And if you don't do a good zoning of these areas for the obtained revenues to cover the costs, the forestry management would degrade, and as a consequence, the forest would be affected. And the redoing the recovery of the forestry ecosystem is a lasting process and costing process, expensive. Because many times I have heard different persons saying that species are being adaptable and there is no problem in this. Well, indeed, but the forestry ecosystems are developed very slowly, and adaptation also is carried out very slowly. So we can't think that already in 1-2 decades we would have a full adaptation of the forest to the changes. of temperature, or for instance regime or precipitation regime. And by the end, I would like to say that a fair payment for the services provided by the natural ecosystems should be ensured. We do have a lot of demands. We want for the forests to be used only for recreation purposes. We have had a specific example. For instance, a citizen has reacquired a forest that has been inherited from the grandparents, and whenever he has come with a forestry management plan, he understood that he can't actually use that forest. Why? Because that forest was nearby a resort, and in order to ensure a recreational adequate framework, that forest has had under restriction regime. And he was asking me as a forestry engineer, well, it's my forest, but I can't cut it because the hotels from over there are actually benefiting from these forests for them to have tourists coming to them for recreation and for them to spend time in their hotels. So why those hotels that are private, just like I am a private person as well, should have advantages while I would have to incur the costs for this? Thank you very much.
We thank you as well, and one of the goals of the conferences today is to analyze risks and vulnerabilities and opportunities to respond to climate change for the forestry sector, and also to launch discussions on preparing the interested parties to respond to risk reduction. So the second session in the conference today is dedicated to the opportunities and solutions to adapt ecosystems in forestry for Moldova. And we give the floor to the director of the Forest Management Institute from Moldova, Mr. Dumitru Galupa. Hello, everyone. I hope everything will work well. Okay, so after the presentations that we've already had and showed you how bad the condition of the ill person is, the question is, do we treat them or not? So considering the situation of Moldova, the situation is quite severe because on all aspects that we have the influence of all climatic changes. We have a very important moment here, a very important thing, that is the forestry heritage, the patrimony, which doesn't really leave us many chances to face the situation. Natural forests, basically, in Moldova are about 30%. These are the old-growth forests that have the capacity, the resilience, the stability to climate change. Why do we need to focus? What is our goal? We need to increase the capacity of the forestry sector to face and adapt to climate changes and maintain, improve the forest ecosystem in order to provide services and catch CO2. And all of this we need to do in a certain context related to the country we live in. We have certain objectives on removing poverty, increasing income, ensuring jobs for 60% of the population. We're talking about an annual economic growth of minimum 5%. The GDP by 2030 has to be 7%. So there are conditions that we have to achieve. And the forest sector has to align with that, but we have to add to that that everybody's constitutional right is to live in a healthy natural environment, eliminating pollution and having a comfortable environment to live in. So based on the policies that were approved. I would mention maybe two. All of them are important, but we're talking about the Silvic Code, the Forestry Code, and the strategy for development of the forestry sector, and also the law on improving degraded soil through forestation. So these documents are the first ones that were aligned to the international framework. So we're talking about the ministry conferences, the Strasbourg, Helsinki, and everything that followed, and were reflected in these documents. In the Sustainable Development Strategy, the fundamental development areas were established. So we're talking about biodiversity and conservation, extension of forest vegetation areas, and increasing protection activities. So all these documents are important, and I want to mention the government decision from 2007 that establishes the list of indicators for sustainable management. We have criteria for sustainable management, and we have a list of indicators. So this was a first response from Moldova to the approval of the criteria and indicators approved in Helsinki. So it's very important because each criteria is a development direction, and every indicator is a constituent part of that that shows a certain image at a certain point in time. So it's very important that the reports on these criteria and indicators should be regularly, which is about 10-15 years. We need to have them with this regularity to see the dynamic and where we're headed. The climate changes, as the previous speakers have mentioned, are a threat to biodiversity, and we now have species that have made it to Moldova. We're talking about the jackal, which is present in one of the first forests in Moldova. And we're also talking about the migratory moth and another one. So that means modifications. We have species that tend to be invasive. Stability and problems. As it was mentioned by my previous speakers, the condition of the forestry fund with this structure, etc., doesn't really give us a lot of arguments to show that we have stable forests. They have a series of issues, and if we didn't have the climate changes, those issues would still be difficult to solve. But besides that, we also have to deal with the climate changes, which worsen the situation even more. So we have two slides here that show us species areas, and we have the oak one, which is in our area, and we have oak 2, which means a different type of oak, what my previous colleagues mentioned in their speech. So we're talking about different species of oak trees. So we see oak 1 area is, we see the situation in the 2000 here, and the forecast is done for the following period, 2071 to 2100, shows us that Moldova will be entering the area of xerophyte oak trees. So this is a pessimistic forecast, but let's not forget that our forests are marginal forests, meaning we are at the edges of the temperate area. And while that delineation, that border moves, we have to take into account what measures we can use. And this slide shows us what will happen with different species. Beech tree will be, it's at the limit now, and it's gonna leave. The spruce is decreasing. We're talking about oak 1, which will increase until a certain point and will move forward to the north, occupying the spruce current area. The oak 2 and the certified oaks will increase, and they are very present for the forecast in 2071 and 2100. So the process of forest adaptation to climate change, all of my previous colleagues mentioned, one, we have to know what's happening in our forests. We have to have a monitoring system which would be very clear and integrated that gives us information for the moment and to show us where we're headed. What we have is only pieces of monitoring. We monitor pests, we monitor cross-border pollution. We also have data on issues that, like fires, that we monitor, but climate changes that affect the condition of the forest, we have that in other institutions. We do not have an integrated monitoring of these aspects to give us this kind of data. So, adaptation directions. Monitoring, the second thing would be research. As our colleagues mentioned, we have to know, to scientifically be able to argue what the species will be, how they will adapt, where should we go. Currently in forest management, we only work with statical situations. We only look at what we have. And we have to adjust the works in order to take into account the forecast and what we can do about that. So that's it for now. And adaptation of saplings and increasing that, my colleagues mentioned that. This is of utmost importance, first of all, because this gives us the chance to grow the forests we will have tomorrow, build them, regenerate them, extend them. This is based on the forest genetical resources, the seeds, and what Moldova sees is to finalize the researches in these sectors and to continue this work. Measures on preventing invasive species, we've already mentioned that. We have just to say that we have to harmonize and adapt and improve the monitoring of invasive species and pests. So with the actions initiated by UNDP, certain areas of actions were suggested for evaluation of volumes and costs. Here we mention planting resilient cultures on 30,000 hectares requiring 75 million euro. So river protection strips for 15,000 hectares on 37.5 million euros. Creating protection forest strips, this is only 2% of the territory, we need 4%. So we set out to create 12,000 hectares, which will require 21.6 million, then implementing activities to rehabilitate pastures. We talked about less about that, but they have 370,000 hectares, and it's an uncapitalized resources and carbon sequestration, improving the landscape and providing additional fodder sources for the zootechnical sector. So we set out to extend these areas in the urban areas with by 3,000 hectares. This is the green spaces in urban areas, 3,000 hectares. And there are a lot of other issues regarding forest management, increasing human capacity, etc. These are not everything that we should do. These are a certain share of everything that needs to be done and is required for the forestry fund. But as Mr. Mihai Dragos mentioned, we cannot change everything in 10 years, but we have to realize that the forest is a system with a delayed reaction, and this actually gives us the chance to manage to have interventions in time. This is the program that was mentioned. The same potential when we have near the national reforestation program. I just wanted to point out that we're talking about forestation and reforestation. 100,000 includes both empty land that wasn't forested before, but also degraded forests, either under the ownership of Moldova or local authorities. So this is the potential for reforestation. It was evaluated about 25,000 hectares, and it's necessary. We need to reforest that, and then we'll have other aspects regarding this. Viability should also include the grass coverage as well and actions on that. By accident, I also took, not by accident, but incidentally, I also took Israel as an example. And we have areas which are drying up, and we are still subjected to that. We have the certification, 270 millimeters of precipitation, and it doesn't rain every year in this area. So look at that. They're talking about anti-torrent plan, regardless of how much humidity or how little humidity is there. It's all captured. It does not drain into the sea. So look at how the forestation activities look like here on the area that was affected by the desert and what it looks like after forestation efforts. Another example, you see the terraces here. They have the purpose to capture humidity and contain it, and they don't allow the soil to degrade, to have ravines and surface runoff. So this is how things looked in 1945 and what they look like now. Everything was dry and now it's green. So why am I bringing these examples? To inspire trust that things can be done, that not everything is lost. And the first historical example is the forestation that we bring as an example with Stephen the Great, who planted an oak forest in 1940s, and after in the interbellic period a lot of areas were forested, and we had 60,000 hectares in total after that. And we implemented, in more recent time, and we implemented 2 projects on carbon sequestration, and they sequestered about 2.5 million for carbon sequestration. So we have the examples here about reforestation. We have success stories illustrated here as well. what the effects are on species, composition, etc. Again, by correcting and making an analysis and conclusion, we can implement this program. It's the same picture you've seen before. That's what I wanted to mention. Regardless of what we have, we still have to plant more forests. Thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists and the participants to the second session. We will have a Q&A session during which you can ask questions, but also you can make some comments. You can come with your own point of view and opinion on the situation of forests in Moldova. And this session will be moderated by my colleague Liam, UNDP Councillor for Climate Change.
Session. We now have about 20 minutes and we'd really like to hear your inputs, comments, questions for our panel. So I'd like to hear from you. Does anyone have a question that they would like to raise? Yes, sir. And if we can just ask you to please introduce yourself and tell us which organization or institution you represent.
Hello, my name is Ilya Trambitsky. I'm Executive Director of the International Association of River Keepers, Ekatiras, which unites 52 NGOs of the Dniester River Basin. And I'm very happy to hear from Mr. Galupa the figures which need for Moldovan afforestation and adaptation. It's from 300 million euro to 400 million euro, and it is similar with the figure which I thought. But my question is, if we need to change something in legislation, in national legislation, in favor of change of land use in Moldova, because in my view we have too much lands under agriculture and too small area under forests. It looks that we have to change this in favor of private forests created on private agricultural lands. And what actions need to be done by our government in this direction? This is a question to Mr. Dumitru Galupa, please.
Mulțumesc pentru întrebare. Deci,
thank you for the question. I can say that within the program that is currently under development, we are asking the landowners that the degraded lands under public property should be passed under highly degraded land. We have about 77,000 hectares medium degradation and 115,000 hectares for highly degraded soil, and these are under private property. And the current legislation does not foresee forestation on agricultural land. So we have to adjust the legislation in order to allow the transfer of agricultural land into use for forest plantation. And also the forestry code and the law on forestation of degraded land, there are thresholds that do not allow the land to be transferred if they're higher than 40 points. So these issues have to be amended. We also have to mention that it's necessary to clarify the issue on degraded soil forestation from the legal standpoint in order to allow the state, the government, to do that so that the society can keep benefiting from these growing forests on degraded land. So to modify the legislation that's in the works, and we hope we will remove the barriers that don't allow this extension.
I think we have another question here and then a gentleman here. Let me take the question from the lady first and then I will come to this gentleman after, please.
Thank you. Ala Druța, specialist in climate change adaptation. First of all, I want to congratulate the organizers of this event, which was very important and useful for us as specialists in this sector. And I want to thank our colleagues from the forestry sector who, as always, presented the situation really well with high professionalism. And I thank you also, I thank the panelists from abroad, and I want to talk about the climate changes. We know that they also show up as intensity and magnitude, but also through speed, so that also, what we heard today worried me a little bit because we will have a gradual approach. Of course, you can't really do these changes overnight, but I would like to ask my colleagues from the forestry sector if the forestation tempo that we have right now, or the pace, corresponds with the impact of climate changes, and if not, what is being currently done to improve that, because that's the main issue today. We are not up to speed with this climate changes impact. We are lagging behind.
Wants to take that one. It's a question about the speed with which we're acting. Perhaps, yes, you can attempt that question.
Mrs. Druța says she addressed the question to the forestry sector, so they can choose who will answer. Thank you for the question. Of course, the speed of climate changes is quite high. And as we've seen from the presentations, the measures regarding using different tree species in measures for climate adaptation are somewhat limited by biological particularities of these species, that meaning the effects that a forest can have naturally will manifest only after a longer time. And at the same time, we have to underline that most of the researchers agree that at the same time, with the increasing temperatures, the rainfall will also increase, even if at a slower rate. That means that these natural phenomena will look like torrential rainfall, like showers. And this is where we can clearly intervene to have measures that will speed up the adaptation by implementing hydrotechnical measures to ensure that this rainfall water is captured. Otherwise, these precipitations, if they will be at a higher level, they will be useless if we do not capture that water. That water will be lost. We will have torrents, surface runoff, floods. So overall, that water will be lost. From this perspective, I think the measures should be going in parallel. First of all, measures to ensure the maximum catchment of this rainfall and its distribution over the land, and at the same time forestry measures that will double the first ones, and it will make this effort much faster to adapt to the climate changes that we're talking about. Thank you.
I am the Vice President of the Academy on Forestry, Agriculture and Forestry Sciences in Romania, and I speak in English because I have two questions for the distinguished representative of the Swedish Forestry Academy, Ms. Anderson. And my two questions are, what's your opinion or the experts from the agency concerning the new forestry strategy of the European Union, and what can be the effects concerning countries like Sweden or like Romania or like Moldova? And the second question is, if in Sweden there are some compensation incentives for foresters due to the supplementary efforts which the forester might perform, like a consequence of the Water Framework Directive. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now I think it's on.
Yes, it's on, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the questions. Regarding your first question about the work with the forest strategy and so on, as the case in Sweden, the forest owners in general have been questioning this, and they are a bit worried. What are the consequences for the private landowners, for example? But as a strategy to be implemented, I think you need, even if you have a strong forest industry and a strong forest management with high knowledge and big capacity, you also need to kind of look at yourself from another perspective and make some adaptations. You might be very good at performing certain types of management, and the kind of forestry that is the contemporary way of managing the forests in Sweden at the moment, you need to think about it in a climate adaptation perspective as well. And for example, the way of managing the forest with non-clear cuts, some kind of continuous cover forestry, for example, I think that is necessary to apply in certain regions in Sweden. One concrete example that I can give is that we actually changed the regulations concerning what tree species you are allowed to regenerate with. If you remember Mr. Galupa's map with the distribution of different tree species and the scenario for 2021, maybe you saw that the distribution area for spruce is decreasing also up in Northern Europe. And one of the regulation revisions that we have made is that forest owners are not allowed to regenerate with spruce in southern parts of Sweden, where there is a shallow soil layer, more exposed to drought, for example, because the spruce trees don't survive there. So instead the forest owners replant with pine trees. Regarding the second question, sorry, can you repeat that? Just short. Remind me.
due to the framework directive implementation, the forester can have some supplementary work and even some losses saying from their revenues, and if there are some incentives or compensation in this respect from the...
Yes, in general, there are very few, the possibility to get subsidiaries, for example, for forest management. It's very, very little in Sweden. The forest owners have a responsibility to implement the regulations, environmental consideration activities, for example. They should do that anyway without subsidiaries. But the implementation of the Water Framework Directive has been a very important platform, which has led to a raise in knowledge and so on among the foresters. And the engagement is very high, I should say. No one wants to harm water. Everyone knows the importance of water, also in the forest landscape.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Just a brief intervention, please, Dr. Kaisin. Thank you.
In relation to your previous question, that has been actually addressed by Mr. Trombitsky, I would like to mention that we can ensure speed of afforestation much rapidly by actually implementing a local system of some local subsidies, fees, taxes, which would be able to support creating the forests versus a system of limiting the use of forestry resources, meaning that we can come up with subsidies, taxes, fees, modification of the legal framework, and thus forests would appear much more rapidly. And there is a comment over here. Stella Druchuk, the Minister of Environment. The Republic of Moldova is so nice based on its forests, and the forests are being developed due to the specialists. We would like to thank the speakers from the session that are representing the main specialists in the forestry area as well. We would like to thank the guests from Romania and Sweden. At the conference from Sharm el-Sheikh, the president of Romania, Klaus Iohannis, has mentioned in his declaration that forests represent the main environmental factor for combating the effects of the climate changes, and that Romania is helping further on the Republic of Moldova in developing forests. Thank you for this support. And the Ministry of Environment is going to undertake a big effort in order to develop the legal framework and policies in this area.
Questions. What I would like to do is take your questions together. So we'll take 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'm very sorry, I think we're out of time. If you could please keep your questions brief, and we'll also ask for brief answers, because everyone, I'm sure, is getting hungry as it's getting close to lunchtime. Yes, please, sir.
Mă numesc Lozan Aurel.
My name is Lozan Aurel. The background is biodiversity and forests. The question is rather brief. In relation to species, exotic species, invasive exotic species, the analysis over the last period of time have shown that invasive species bring benefits than the negative impact. How authorities are prepared so as to cope with these challenges, as well the perceptions existing in the society related to the invasive species. Good day. Once again, I would like to thank everybody for their presentations. Alexandros Sainsus, the Association Arboretum. I would have a comment, an opinion, and a question. Well, the situation that we are currently in relation to the forestry fund, and as well in relation to the need of extending aid urgently, all of this would represent as well consequences of the education system and of the fact that the need of forests is not so well presented in schools at the level of farmers, as well at all other levels. I think we should have a continuous and systemic communication in order to promote, in order to communicate to all the social groups the respective need. And I think that we have to think together about this and somehow over the time to implement this idea. Secondly, in relation to the energy crisis that we now are in, what would be your opinion? If in every mayoralty, because every mayoralty would have some unused pastures, some degraded lands, because there are not so much population in the villages, as well as not so much livestock in the villages. So why not to have in every mayoralty an energetic plantation that would actually feed the needs of energy and would actually ensure the firewood for the population just in such situations that we have during this winter time, and not to have the need to extract the timber from the forests.
And yes, sir, if I can please ask you to keep your question short. Thank you.
Voi traduce, vă rog.
Da, eu vă salut lubinos călduros dragă, onorata.
I would like to welcome you, honorable audience. I'm coming from Biotica. My first question is to Mr. Director. To what extent have you taken into consideration, were you going to take into consideration the left part of the river Dnistru, wherever the situation of the forestry fund is much worse? How we can support them? Secondly, what would be your vision in relation to collaboration with related areas so as not to have doubled activities, meaning in relation to the Seeds Bank, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Agriculture, also donors program, so as to have a synergy. And now, in relation to promoting further on this message related to mayoralities, for the colleagues from other NGOs, maybe for all of us to come up with this message that is going to be promoted today, so as all the levels would understand, to take over the message and to promote what we have discussed today. And Elizabeth, a question for you. To what extent do you take into consideration to help at different levels from Swedish part the forestry sector for the support to be actually felt by the local public authorities, by protected areas, but also related institutions that are working in the same direction as Moldova, such as Environmental Inspectorate that has a very nice results in this respect, Hydromedio, Apele Moldova Agency, Water of Moldova Agency. And also, I would like to thank the colleague from Romania, and I would like to ask him, how do you see, is it possible or not in the context of pre-accession for us to have a similar situation just like in local public administration, meaning that to have collaboration and partnership agreements based on which the institutions being in the protected areas to support the protected areas in the Republic of Moldova with some specific projects. Thank you very much for your attention. And of course, we have to pay attention to biodiversity. How do we perceive this connection of the forestry sector and development further on?
Propun democratic să votăm. Pentru prânz avem.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's vote because we have a number of questions, but we have lunch maybe to see if we can. Do you consider that we should have for lunch only 15 minutes? 10 minutes? So in this case, we take only one question. And actually, you can continue the discussions over the lunch. Less informal, so why not to discuss over the lunch further on? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Juliana Cantargiu, environmental expert. I have a comment. We're talking about the subject of speed of implementation. As well, we're talking about the condition of forests. As well, we're talking about what shall we do, for what kind of species we have to plant further on. And that's why the management of the forests at this stage is still at an archaic stage. We don't have the capacity so as to increase the seeding material. The nursery condition is rather low. We don't have sufficient equipment. We don't have also human capacities.
So we have to discuss about how we can strengthen the institutions or the institution that today is responsible for forestry management. And overall, we have to start investing in reforming this institution. So I'm talking about Moldova and the 24 forestry companies, so that they are viable and that they can take action or work according to the market demands today and the demands of the times we're living in. So they need to be modernized, digitalized. They need new software. And we don't have that today. All of the works we do on paper, manually. So if we want to implement the reforestation program, it's just absolutely fundamental to have that if we want to increase the implementation speed.
Let us go now to our panel, because there is a lot there to talk about. I hope you can remember all of the questions. I'm not sure that I can, so I hope that you can. I would ask you to try to be concise in your answers, even though these are very complex topics. Maybe we could start first with the question about invasive species from the first questioner. And I'll leave that open to whoever wishes to take it. Thank you.
Thank you. I will try to be concise, and if I miss something, please remind me. Regarding this invasive species, I want to start with the fact that there are many species that grow here, and their phylogenetic age is quite high. So after the glaciers receded, the climate in this area has changed. And this impact on species is stored in the genetical baggage of these species. So of course, some of them not being able to adapt have disappeared, and the ones who have adapted still remember those climate changes along their phylogenetic evolution. And in this sense, we have to be quite open to what it means on species that can be used for reforestation. And I want to mention only one aspect. Only one species is declared officially as invasive, and it's a plant species, a grass type, and the trees can be considered by some specialists as invasive, but others say they're not invasive, but using them, we have to examine that very well from this perspective. So regarding energy and education aspects that have to go hand in hand in order to ensure success for such a campaign at national level, this is very important. And the answer will be very short, yes. What I want to say and what we all should think about is that the difference between an energy plantation and a forest sustainably managed is the following. The energy plantation will cover functions of carbon sequestration, regulating air, catching rainfall, as long as it will exist. So it means it will do that for very short cycles of 2 years. It's much wiser to have forests that are sustainably managed, that can ensure clean air, clean water, wood supply, when it's created for long-term and sustainably used. This is the difference. But surely these energy plantations have to be created, and the experience of other countries shows success on doing that. Regarding question number 3, the impact that we on this side of the Dniester can help forestry people on the other side of the Dniester. Here we do have a lot more possibilities. I have personally participated to more conferences organized by both sides of the river, and I would like to mention that a quote from the politicians that were saying, when there is no understanding in other aspects of collaboration on political issues, there is no understanding on social aspects, etc. The environment agenda, the forestry agenda, is generally the one that covers that lack of communication, that gap. Yes, we have a lot to discuss on this subject.
Dr. Anderson, there was a question that was addressed to you there, which I very much hope you remember. Maybe I can turn to you to answer that question, and then I will open it up to the panel for any other responses that you wish to give. And Dr. Anderson, please, if you can be as concise as possible. Thank you.
First, I have to remember the question, but what's it about how we could assist the development of reforestation on different levels? Well, I was thinking about the discussion we had yesterday, traveling around, and we talked about the problems with a good quality regeneration, especially of oak forests. And there I think there could be quite a few things that we could elaborate on with the help of my colleagues, regeneration specialists, and also some researchers from the Swedish University for Agricultural Sciences. We have SLU in Alnarp in southern Sweden that could, I'm sure, could be of assistance, and I could help you with to get in contact with them.
Good. Thank you. Now let me open to the rest of the panel. Are there any other questions that any of you would like to respond to from the questions that we heard? There were questions. There was a question around communications here that I don't think we addressed. Do you have any response on that?
I could continue.
Please do.
We have a lot of focus on communication activities and capacity building, both among foresters, managers, forest owners. We have as you saw in my presentation, maybe we have many private individual forest owners, and they are the ones to implement the regulations, the strategies, the forest policy, and so on. So it's very, very important to communicate with them in a way that they understand, and to make them engaged and want to do the transition from one way of managing their forest to another, for example. Also, we have quite a few activities toward young children, middle-aged children, youngsters, students, both at the university and the colleges. because they are the next generation forest owners, they are the next generation forest managers, the next generation politicians, for example. So they are in focus for many of our activities, and well, we prefer to take them outside to our demonstration sites and showrooms, for example.
Thank you for that. And I'm now going to intervene. We're going to interrupt the live broadcast that we have on the camera, because we have overrun by about 20 minutes for this session. So I think it would be right to give our panel a round of applause for their excellent insights. So we will now break for a rather brief lunch. We will come back here at 1:30, and we'd like you to eat as quickly as possible and come back here on time at 1:30. Thank you very much, and thank you to the panel.
Doamnelor și domnilor, bine am revenit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the works of the conference related to climate change influence on agriculture sector in the Republic of Moldova. This event has been organized under the presidency of the Republic of Moldova with the support of UNDP, the Climate Green Fund and Swedish Embassy. The need of a complex debate has started with the fact that in order to cope with the droughts where the unforeseen extreme temperatures, the Republic of Moldova has to implement as soon as possible in complex environmental policies that need financial investments, knowledge and expertise. It's very important for all these policies to be preceded by a very wide discussions with all involved stakeholders. Thus, the third session of the conference of today is dedicated to the impact of climate changes on the agricultural sector, challenges and opportunities. But before opening this panel of discussion, we would like to invite you to watch a video on the screens where we have an overview of the consequences of the climate changes on agriculture in the Republic of Moldova.
Așadar, se
So, it is envisaged that climate changes are going to have devastating effects on agriculture. This is a very important sector for the inhabitants from villages, for whom agriculture represents a major source of food and income. The Republic of Moldova is very well known for the Chornozium soil, very qualitative. But without measures that would be very clearly targeted, we undergo the risk that we would have some impoverished soils that will not be able to feed the people. So what does it mean to have a sustainable management and smart management of the Chornozium soils in the Republic of Moldova? And we would like to invite Mr. Boris Boincian from the Field Crops Research Institute to tell us about this. Dear colleagues, I would like to thank the organizers for organizing this very important event, which is actually of paramount importance for the Republic of Moldova, because the pandemic already have passed, but we will not avoid global warming phenomenon. So I'm going to tell you about the sustainable and smart management of soils of Chornozium from the Republic of Moldova. And I hope that the projector is working. Come on. So, at the COP conference from 2022, the UN General Secretary Antonio Guterres declared that humanity is actually in front of a collective suicide. We would like to know that at all the previous meetings of COP, agriculture was not mentioned as a contributor of the to the green gas emission, and let's not forget that actually this percentage at the global level accounts for 33. So, due to the climate challenges that are being actually manifested directly and indirectly on the production and quality of the agriculture has also a negative impact on soil fertility. The intensification of the process of decomposition of organic matter in soil contributes to compacting soil, reducing the capacity of the soil to accumulate water and rainwater. As well as a result, we have as a result the development of soil erosion and droughts. Here, I think that so here I've taken with me 2 samples of soil. So you may see that this kind of samples have been taken over from 2 demonstration plots, and they are 2 meters away. And one of the sample is from natural ecosystem, and the other sample comes from a monoculture, and namely from a field that has been cropped with maize. So just imagine that we would have a torrential rain. What would happen in this case and what would happen in the second case? Unfortunately, the majority of our soils will be in this condition, compacted soil. So a torrential rain is going to wash away this soil and we would have erosion. While in this soil, the water is going to get accumulated. So as the water cannot get through this soil, what we would have due to this compacting of soil, we would have droughts. And we actually are fighting with the pests, we are fighting with the different diseases. But no, in nature we don't have actually pests, we don't have diseases, but let me not focus on this right now, meaning that whenever we say fight, it's not a real fight, but it's actually management. Why did I brought these samples of soils? Because I've placed them in these water cylinders, and I hope that you see what is happening to them. So this would be that soil from natural ecosystem, and that the other one is from a black soil field. So practically, depending on the quality of the soil, we would see that this is a healthy soil, because if we go back actually to the possibility of crop rotation, we would have a better management of the soil. Now alfalfa has actually disappeared from this crop rotation in different fields. That's why we have this kind of consequences. This healthy soil has possibility to provide to us different ecosystem services. For instance, this water even can be used as drinking water, while this water, I think that we would need about 72 hours more and you will not still be able to drink it. So unfortunately, the majority of fields in the Republic of Moldova would be with polluted water. I don't know about you, but for instance, I'm actually taking drinking water from shops, and I'm buying it, and I think that all of us do this because the majority of our wells are not ecologically pure. All of them are polluted with different substances and pesticides and residues, meaning that the soil is able to provide services for the entire society. Filtering of water, drinking water, as well different products of high quality that is influencing very nicely the health of the people. We would not go to doctors because in this case the quality of water, the quality of the foodstuff is also determining our health. Biodiversity is better protected here for this sample, because also it's good for pollination and many other activities and actions. So this was important for me to point out, and probably over my presentation I would refer more to all these aspects. So this soil in natural conditions has been created. So the black soil, the journalism, didn't appear under the maize, under the grain, but actually it has appeared under the steppen. What did we do? We have processed the steppe. Afterwards, we have replaced the perennial crops with annual crops, and they have a very low capacity to restore the level of organic matters in the soil. That's why different problems appeared. And the key problem for arable land in the Republic of Moldova, unlike the natural ecosystem, would be the insufficient quantity of organic matter introduced in the soil, and also domination of the decomposition processes over the processes of making organic matter in the soil. And that's why we have the oversaturation of the structure of the areas that are being planted with different crops, such as maize, such as corn, such as sunflower. But unfortunately, those crops that we had in the past a very big rotation with, we have reduced them. And now we are compensating actually the lack of crop rotation with excess of pesticides, with excess of fertilizers, as well as with irrigation that is also rather problematic. Because people say that we will solve the problem with irrigation. No, by irrigating this compacted soil, we are going to create much more problems, also taking into account the quality of water. As well, replacing the perennial crops with annual crops. Lack of organic fertilizers, using mineral fertilizers. This is a paradox, but nevertheless, the data from the entire world show that the mineral in fertilizers actually contribute to degradation of soil. We thought until now that the mineral fertilizers is a solution. No, it's not like this. Unfortunately, I don't have time now to deal with this, but actually using nitrogen, for instance, in the best case, we would have 25-30% of the cost of these fertilizers that is going to be lost. So, you know that from 1 ton of nitrogen, we actually use only the the 1/4, while the other 3/4 go to atmosphere. And this is rather toxic, and this is an aspect how agriculture is influencing the global warming. And there are also many other aspects that are being mentioned at all the levels. As well, the dominating concept in intensification of agriculture, known under the name of green revolution, has been focused mainly on maximizing the production and profit with the externalization or contracting out or neglecting the consequences of ecological and social nature. No, categorically, it's not like this. For instance, there has appeared recently a book that is called Full Planet, Empty Plates. And that book very clearly is showing the trends at the global level. The population is increasing, the production is decreasing, always. And this leads to global warming, but also to many other aspects that have been mentioned, and namely decreasing the fertility of the soil. Unfortunately, we actually are focusing on the long-run objectives, and we are not focusing on the consequences. Social consequences, ecological consequences are neglected. That is why this concept of a green revolution has been focused on maximizing the production and the profit and negligence of the ecological and social consequences. Well, in other words, the price for agricultural production determined by the market is not real because it doesn't take into account the necessary expenditures necessary for re-establishing or recovering from the negative consequences on the environment and people health. Nothing in this life is free of charge. You have to pay for everything. Okay, I will not deal with this, but everything is connected with everything. Nature knows better, and there is no free lunch. So we have to pay for everything, and unfortunately, we are paying right now. We actually didn't imagine about this in the past. We thought that we will have a paradise. The agricultural system and that of production of food products has to be rethought because it doesn't ensure sustainable development. The change should start with the soil that is the basis of the existence of life on the world, on the earth. So according to Albert Howard, he was considering the soil to be a component part of the chain for ensuring life in the world. So, meaning that there are producers, and afterwards there are consumers, and afterwards we have all of us get into the soil again whenever we die. So soil has been neglected. Now we also have private property, and we consider that soil is ours, but it's actually we that are of the soil. Accumulation of carbon in the soil is the first step in ensuring food security and reducing global warming. We have the concept that unfortunately, we consider the soil to be a sub-layer in which we have to add water and we would actually have harvest. Now, in 10 grams of soil, so we have 1.5 more microorganisms than population on the earth. If we would eat, for instance, in the morning salt and in the evening also salt, how would we feel actually? Salty. Well, it's the same with feeding the soil. We don't provide energy to the soil, but we provide salt to the soil, meaning that we have to give the soil back the energy. And we have also to feed the soil with energy, with carbon. So a healthy soil is going to ensure the drastic decrease of production expenditures, and this is very important because now whenever fertilizers are very high prices, so whenever everything has actually increased in prices, the only modality to survive for farmers is to reduce the production expenditures. There is no other way out. As well, to pay attention to soil, because a healthy soil, according to our experience since long ago, we can say that, and they have been generalized, and they have been actually have been published in this brochure and this book, and also Minister of Environment of Romania has participated at this conference, so we have published this. Whoever would like it, we can provide to you this literature. So the experience of long term show that if we have a crop rotation with perennial crops, I'm sorry, but I will be insisting only reintroducing alfalfa in our crop rotation. We have in the atmosphere the nitrogen, and instead of actually using this kind of nitrogen, we are actually using another kind of nitrogen that has so big impact on health and life of people. So if we get back alfalfa in the crop rotation for the soil, we would be able actually to deal with this problem. So if we would also use manure as fertilizers as well, let me mention another aspect that is important, namely on this kind of soil, the fertilizers would not work, and also we would not need to use pesticides. So why not to go to crop rotation back? I do understand what the problems are, but we will not survive economically, not even mentioning about the ecological and social consequences. So tackling this situation is possible by actually using rationally the fields based on an organization plan, a landscaping plan, regardless of the ownership type. And this kind of plan would actually include the planting of forest belts. And for instance, during the first part of this conference, you have talked a lot about the forest. Also, it's very important to set up a network of water reservoirs, as well as very important to observe the crop rotation with a bigger diversity of crops. I am repeating myself, I'm telling you this once and once again, because now we have unhealthy soil. I don't have time right now to deal with this, but nevertheless, indeed, people or the crops get unhealthy because due to the roots that are in the soil. And if we have these unhealthy roots, we are obliged to actually protect these roots against different diseases, different pests. But it's actually we have to go back to the natural cycle, because if we have a healthy soil, means that we'll have a healthy crop, healthy plant. If it's a healthy plant, we would have a healthy animal. Humans using animals and plants that are healthy, humans will be healthy as well. Humans are healthy, it means the planet is going to be healthy. So all of us are like a unit, and unfortunately we divided this unit, and that's why we are paying for this right now. Over here we have the agroecological principles of management, sustainable management of the soil. And over here you may see different elements that are very important so as to have the sustainable management of the soil. It's important all the time to have the permanent presence of the roots in the soil, because actually over there, in this way we are feeding the soil, so it influences the probiotic of the soil. Also, the permanent coverage of the soil with vegetable residuums, reducing, or better said, exclusion of mechanical disturbance and chemical disturbance of the soil. We have the best tractors. We also, and who would be this tractor? Would be those so those kind of, let's say, green cheeses. I mean, unfortunately, these earthworms are very important, but they're not highly appreciated. Also, we have to have a diversity in the crop rotation. We should integrate animals in agrosystems. This is also very important. And nature does it like this, meaning that we have to learn from nature. We considered that we have the right to dominate nature, but nobody has given us this right to dominate nature. I remember that Maltsov, a very well-known peasant, was telling us that if I don't know something, I'm going in the field and I'm asking nature how to do it, and then nature is providing me an answer. Do we ask nature? No, we consider that we know better. But nevertheless, ecosystem services are extremely important. That is why I consider that right now we are at the stage whenever already at the society level we have to acknowledge, to understand how important soil is for us, because we are the only country in the world. I'm not modest, and that's why I'm telling you that we are the only country in the world that has about 80% of the black soil, Chorny zone. But we unfortunately have lost the reserves of organic matter in the soil. So we are now in a situation whenever the situation can become irreversible. Respecting the agroecological principle is possible within the alternative agricultural system. So we're calling this organic agriculture, ecological agriculture, or biological agriculture. So actually there are different types of, but all of them are actually an alternative for the conventional agricultural system, with intensive chemistry, with irrigation, with processing. So, and all of this is opposed to what the nature does. So all of this should be used are based as a replacement for the conventional agriculture. Agriculture needs a new concept for intensifying, or it needs a new vision, a new paradigm. So probably you have read FAO concept or UN concept, and over there it's written "be as usual doesn't work," meaning that what we did until now, it's not working, meaning that we have to change this model, this pattern. Afterwards, modernization needs not only the agricultural system for production of food products, but also to modernize the entire system of supply of population with foodstuff of local origin according to the strategy of EU and namely that strategy that says that we should have these products from the farm to the fork. And he's asking how much time he has because he would like to use some more time. And one more important moment that I would like to mention is that agriculture should be not only a source of food product and not only to ensure food security, but agriculture also should become a branch modality that would ensure as well energy security of the country. And I'm referring to the fact that yes, indeed, we had what we had. Alfalfa is not used anymore in the crop rotation. I do try to convince people to take it back in the crop rotation, but they don't. So why not to use this alfalfa and also to fix the nitrogen from atmosphere and to become autonomous from the nitrogen supply, but also to use the biomass for producing of the biogas. Why not? So the needs of the Republic of Moldova for electricity is about 1.6 billion kilowatts annually, but an installation for production of the biogas generates about 500 kilowatts electricity. So the number of necessary installations would be about 3,200, and the cost of one unit is about 2 million. So for 3,200, we would need $6.4 billion. So again, he's coming back to the alfalfa that should be used in the crop rotation, and there are different patterns and models that have been provided by the Institute of Research for Field Crop Selection, but based on the role of agriculture of the soil, I think that we need a scientifically proved program, interdisciplinary one that would recognize soil a very important factor. So the role of the scientific institutions is very important. And as a conclusions, I will not read them, or shall I read them? Do you allow me to read them? Okay, thank you. So the farmers of the Republic of Moldova need a new concept of intensifying agriculture that would be able to cope with the challenges. We have hundreds of challenges that the agriculture is faced right now with. The first step in mitigating and adaptation to climate changes, as well as in ensuring food security of the country, would be the accumulation of carbon in the soil. Many countries are paying the farmers not to actually pay for a tractor, but actually they're paying for carbon and for sequestration of carbon in the soil. Subsidizing in agriculture should be allocated to the households and farms that are respecting the entire system of agriculture based on a sustainable management plan and resilient plan for the soil. And also agriculture may serve as a means for ensuring food security, but also energy security of the country. Thank you very much, and sorry for taking so much time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the practical applications as well in this conference. We can hardly imagine that all of these efforts that we're making will somehow have the positive result if we don't all get involved. If the researchers do their work, but their findings will not have any positive impact without the contribution of the farmers, etc., and all this. So I want to invite Mr. Ivanov from Vindex, an agricultural company, to talk about solutions on climate adaptation and mitigation. Hello, everyone. Dear representatives of the embassy and of the EU, dear farmers, I want to see how many farmers we have here so I'll know how to speak. So I will have to So there's another colleague, so I won't have to face Mr. Boyanchan alone to say that not always research is hand in hand with production. Yes, we do see the results from research after years, but production and farmers, they face these issues day by day. And every day to face the economy and maintain the food chain and the country. So I will talk about our company. We have two aspects. We have different technologies that we use for production. We have large crops and also we have orchards. For large crops, without using the chemical fertilizers, then the agriculture is even more compromised rather than when we don't use it. And if we talk about organic fertilizers, there's nowhere to find them now. All the production from the livestock has been compromised, and I do want to maintain the scientific part in our work every day to manage the 20 kilograms of natrium to maintain it and to nitrogen to maintain it in the soil, and we talk about the production. I want to touch upon the subject of fertilizers. No farmer affords to just throw fertilizers on the crops without measure. The use has basically doubled for mineral fertilizers, and a quality production outside the ecologic system without any kind of use of pesticides, it's impossible. Even if we talk about organic fertilizers, if we use them, we increase the level of infection with invasive plant species, and that causes expenses to be able to remove them in production. And any administration, any management or procedure has to be scientifically founded and economically feasible, and this is how we will achieve a high-quality production that will maintain the farmers afloat when the costs have basically tripled, both for energy, fuel, and equipment as well. In order to switch to conservative agriculture, you need highly performant equipment. You can't do that in a day or in one season. Certain processes for conservation, they weren't mentioned. The most important for culture is to preserve water in the soil. The equipment passing over when harvesting crops or for plowing. Even when I was in university, we were saying if you don't have one weed on your field, it means you're not a good farmer because you're not taking anything in the account. And if you don't have any pest in your orchard, then also you're a bad farmer. From the perspective of the ecosystem, it means you don't count how much fertilizer you throw there. So we have the first and second group of cereals. In the first group, there's obstacles regarding achieving the number of plants, which is optimal for post-sowing. So basically, we have a very short period to accumulate water in the soil with very little rainfall between the previous harvest and the sowing. So plowing, that should be minimal. But for the following period, regarding the first group, during the winter, the water is accumulated from precipitation, and based on the meteorological data from their company, we have the average on 490 millimeters, which ensures 7-8 tons production per hectare of wheat. So this is a constant result, and the issue is not with the humidity, but that the precipitation is not uniform during the vegetation period. So the role of the farmer is to conserve as much as possible the water and the soil. For the second group, it's a little bit easier to achieve an optimal number of plants per hectare because we have a longer period between the previous harvest until the next sowing. We have the winter period where the precipitation is accumulated, but the biggest issue is that the farmers in the spring, they try to dry the land until they have the surface dust, basically. So as a company and as a farmer, we try to have the lands prepared since the fall, but the problem is related to the snowfalls, because if the land is flat, then the snow is taken away by the wind. If we have slopes, we can compact the snow so that it melts slower, so that it's stored in the ground. And we also have an issue with the spring crops as well, because they start from the north and they're taken away by wind all the way to the Black Sea. So it would be possible to prevent that by planting for protective forest strips. And the forestry sector here, as producers, as farmers, we're ready to have partnerships to plant these strips to combat this phenomenon. In our company, we are planting mustard along the perimeter, and we're installing the wind stoppers along the perimeter as well to maintain the snow. Regarding the orchards, that's a very easy case to solve if we take into account only one thing. In designing and planting orchards, you have to design and install an irrigation system. The market does not allow anymore the low quality production. The farmers who have orchards, and they cannot face the market with only the local varieties, only with the previous quality level, and it's necessary to deliver a quality product that can be achieved and that can maintain the farmer afloat. So when we talk about multi-annual plantations, we should not design new ones without an irrigation system anymore. The source should be sustainable for water, that is, and the water should be lab tested. If the water is not according to the requirements, its use should be prohibited. If it is according to the standards, but there are some obstacles related to irrigation, that they should use the amendments in order to supplement the water or increase its quality. And in our company, we basically use 1 cubic meter of water. It costs us, after a UNDP project, after installing some solar panels to pump it, the water is about 1 leu per cubic meter, but its treatment costs us 3 lei. So for 4 leis in total, I think it's not that big of a cost, but we have to use it rationally and not at the expense of the soil. If you made a mistake in the field, you can correct it next year. But if you have a multi-annual plantation, you can return that investment in 10, 15 years. So that's about the lifespan of an intensive orchard, and the protections, anti-hail, nets and slopes, that was intended. That the number of these measures has increased, but also massive logging in the forest is a factor that has an impact, and that directly affects the rural economy. Thank you. I hope we will be able to do these things within a constructive face-off, and then the end citizen should be the one to gain. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ivanov. Over the past years, the crises have been affecting the area where we live. First, we had the pandemic, then the energy crisis. Now we have the war in Ukraine, the situation that determines the authorities to talk more and more about security, the need for security. And climate change has brought a new challenge: food security. We have Valeriu Tabore, president of the Academy of Agricultural and Forest Sciences from Romania. Will talk about the experience of his country in the context of food safety and climate change realities. Pornit microfonul lui. La noi nu se aude. El vorbe așa. I'm very happy to say I caught a big part of the president's discourse, and I want to say that it's like the drop of water. It is of great essence and importance, and I think we are here for a more special moment. And this is what Moldova is looking for since it became a country associated to the EU. I am one of those who were responsible, and I was a minister twice in Romania as an associate country, but also as a full member of the EU. And in '93, since then, I'm part of those who agreed to integrate Romania and the NATO structures as well. But I want to say a few words about the strategy. So I have been through all of these searches, and I know how it is to think not only for today, but for the future as well. A strategy isn't made for 2-3 days, not for 2-3 years, and not even for 5 years. It has to have midterm or long term. And I want to say something that I don't know if you noticed that, but the EU, until its current leadership of the European Commission, never had a long-term project. It had 7-year programs that coincided with the budget system of the EU and multi-annual financing for 7 years. And this new program that comes from 2007, it's split into two: the transition period and then the rest that we have to plan in order to finalize the strategy. It has to have a long term with clear objectives for mid and long term. And the second element is that the strategy has to be approved by someone that would provide the strength. And this is the parliament of a country. Because a strategy should not be confused with a program of a political party. I was part of politics for a year as well, I have about 50 years of research activity and higher education as well, but at the same time, the strategy should not be a governance program. It should correspond to the doctrine and have the objectives of the party, what the government should have these objectives for long term. This is how I think a viable strategy should be built, and I'm letting you know that Romania also did not have such a strategy. We had attempts from the 90s still in Romania as well. There was a dialogue consulting the entire Romanian society and structures, but it did not reach a final result. And I, as a minister, developed a strategy, and I don't know if a strategy developed by one person is something very good. The strategies are extremely important, and we have to be by the side of those who are specialists and those who can do a proper forecast. You can't do a strategy only with assistance from the World Bank or from the EU. You have to have forecasts, and I brought a book by Andrei Piloty, a great specialist in water management. He was assistant for the General Secretary of UN on large-scale projects for water management, and he led a large-scale project funded by the US government that he was saying a sensational thing that I support as well. As a witness to these large-scale things, a project as good as it is, if it's borrowed from somewhere, it may not always fit where I want to put it in. And it has to keep into account the current situation in the particular country, but also the traditions, etc. So knowing that is fundamental. And on another hand, I listened to my colleagues from the forestry, and we're talking about agriculture as well now, but the climate change are happening. They're not part of the forestry or agriculture. They just happen, and they affect all of us, even when we leave the house and go outside, or when we don't go outside. At a certain age, we don't even go out that much. Why? Because I want to tell you something that passed unnoticed for years. The climate change issue hasn't started since yesterday or the day before yesterday. Including in the international institutions, it's been risen as a priority only lately. And we pay attention to what's happening at European level now. So I'm not saying this for the first time. I said it in the Council of Ministers as well. And I'm talking about that when we mention research technologies as well for now and for the future. And I want to mention another thing on this issue. There are two types of agriculture. One type we mention and the other time we don't. The agriculture that is already part of the system to rationalize what the Green Revolution has done wrong, because I saw that in the professor's presentation, and it's not a reproach, but there was something that had to be corrected and solved. Because in the world, and I want to tell you another thing that I heard here as well, and I think it's very important to see how we say that in the world the biggest revolution was the agricultural revolution, and it happened in the Neolithic. It stabilized and directed the human society. I will not go into details about that. The plants are the one that created the society and civilization. The civilization did not appear on a blank spot. So the wheat civilization built the Egyptian society, and then the Central Europe, and then we had the potato. But that's not the issue. We had, and the world had and still has a choice. Do they want to live on this planet or not? And how they want to live this life? Because In the food, there are two elements, quantity and quality. So quantity gave life, it didn't let you die. And you can see that you can eat, but you can still suffer from malnutrition, and it's still present in the world, even though some people eat a lot. They're still malnourished. But the development of intelligence and life, that came from the quality of food. And the cooking techniques as well, those were fundamental. They were brought up until the 19th and 20th century, after the Industrial Revolution, and another element comes up here, something that has to be researched. The average temperature of the planet before the technical revolution, it was a degree less than what we had after, because now we have even more significant increases and they can get even higher. But I want you to think about another issue, about what the Green Revolution meant in the early 50s and 60s, based on the big findings on molecular genetics. It was necessary at that time because there was 1 billion people dying from starvation, and they would have never figured out to be exporters of wheat like today. So the Green Revolution created a very complex system, including with pollution of water down to 3,000 meters deep in Bengal, for example. And the elements that Mr. Professor was mentioning, and I'm not rationalizing that, consuming quantities of pesticides and fertilizer, because he was also saying that I'm going to the field and I'm asking nature, and yes, nature has an extraordinary offer that we never used. Sometimes we use artificial things. With the ecology and the ecologism, these are two different things. Ecological means the relationship of a live or dead being or organism with nature, and the ecologism means the environmental policies and politics. So how do I implement ecologism? There's a great European program now, and some people criticize it. And I also say that if we talk about the essence, the Green Deal will be a failure. And I've said that before, not saying this here in Chisinau for the first time. So there are 3 major institutes in the world that work with life sciences. They say we are not on the wrong path, and the program, the Green Deal, is exceptional, but we're not doing the right thing because we neglect a fundamental issue, and it's neglected in Romania and in Brussels, and it's neglected in Moldova as well. Research, the scientific fundamentation of a program, and if it's not used, I wonder, why do we invest in universities and why do we invest in research systems that after that we never use, and then we don't make the people accountable, because climate change doesn't come only from one person. That's the secondary side of it. The climate change are a cosmic cycle that does not even lead us too much to astronomy. We know the axis of the planet has tilted a few degrees more, or the speed is a little bit higher. And we looked at a very impeccable work done by a professor in the Stockholm University on resonating agricultural production in Sweden up until the polar circle. And why? Because the climate changes are not local, they are global. So check the running of the 4 seasons, or the equatorial, tropical, subtropical climate and their tendencies to advance towards temperate zones. What do we do about that? Because we will have to greatly change here, and it's not about current species and how we cultivate that. We have to make them respond to this new rearrangement in the agricultural and production systems. We cannot manage it otherwise. And you cannot do that without talking about the intimate systems of the plants. So because regardless of how we process the soil, and when I say that in 1913, the great agronomist that everybody probably knows, and not only in Romania, but in the EU as well, was saying that if we had tools, we wouldn't have to use the old type plow or plow the ditches. And I saw that as well when I went to the US and saw their system. In Baragan, in Romania, we have the large farmers, and our station from Teleorman, they are not plowing for 8 years now, and they are achieving the same production as before. So yes, you have to understand what the professor was saying, the crop rotation systems. But who changed that? Wasn't it chasing some type of profit that changed that? How did we change the rotation for sunflower from 4 years to 3 or even 2 years? Because you knew very well that no proper species won't evolve if we're talking about crop rotation. So everything involving living organisms has to suffer after these decisions, and we have Dr. Marushka, who said that, who talked about the thermal gradients of the Carpathian Mountains. We have the mountain area where we have trees that are specific to the area, and then any mountain in the world, even if you have Kilimanjaro at the top, will still have ice. And in the 50s in the US, there was the first correlation between temperature and increase in greenhouse gas emissions. And the average there was 0.4. We already had the degree. We already had 2 parts per million of greenhouse gas, and our activity in agriculture has to lead us to 8 parts per million when we will have a 3 degree raise in temperatures. So what will we do then? We have to think about that now. And on the second, I will not even mention the cosmic factors of evolution of these temperatures, the geological errors that we've gone through. We shouldn't have to look at that as something that's coming up as a surprise now, including if we talk about the cosmical elements and the moon, etc. These are known factors, but there's another problem that we emphasize, and that I think it is wrong here to say that the human beings are the main factor that produces climate changes. So it doesn't mean that the humanity doesn't participate in these things, but besides being the producer of greenhouse gases, how we have the carbohydrates, and how are they created based on the chlorophyll that we cannot reproduce in the lab, and it's reproduced only in nature. The chlorophyll is a product that cannot be produced in the lab, but is the main mechanism through which from carbon dioxide, from water, from nutritive elements, and from the life quant, we transform things. This is the essence where we have to work. So I'm talking about something in Moldova because you have exceptional results on wheat and sours. Who's stopping us to get same results in for corn as well? So we associate, because we're not really confusing, we're associating the pedological drought with the climate changes, but is anybody talking about that in Romania? What is atmospheric drought? That's what's drying Dobruja, Baragan, and the Moldovan plateau. And this is what impacts you as well. That's what we have to work on. How to make a plant resistant and to make it breathe when we have 38 degrees and the relative humidity is under 50%. So the dryness indicator that we haven't really talked about, we talked about temperature and water. Temperature is what raises in the oceans as well, and then influences the entire continental system. And the Pacific measurements tell us that every year, and we can see the changes in the ocean currents and in the temperatures. When we say I cannot even go outside because I can't even breathe, what about a plant there that sits outside in the sun every day? And the corn, if you've watched it carefully, you see that the drying starts top down with a green-blue color, and it's like you're strangling that plant. So I will have to act through my own mechanisms to create organisms that will be able to cross these very difficult periods. And it's not like the cows in the Old Testaments, like 7 thin cows and 7 fat cows would be 7 poor years and 7 wealthy years, maybe 100 years. We don't know that. And I want to specify something, knowing what's happening in the world. Well, you have the map of the corn genome and of the human, and you can reproduce that in a lab. Of course, hopefully we won't get to that, but there are scientific mechanisms where you can create living organisms, because those operations are already being done to exclude genetic diseases, and this is the path. But I haven't really heard anyone discussing about funding such programs to prepare the humanity and communities for these moments, regardless of how much we insisted. And in Romania, we don't talk about that as either, and neither in Brussels. But these discussions do happen some other places, because I will tell you about 2 countries, Brazil and Argentina, not even mentioning the US. How did they manage to become the #1 producers of protein globally, not only by sacrificing the equatorial forests, that's an issue as well, also through research and improvement, and through the genetic system. We will have to create the new architecture system for the plants and the assimilation index and the mechanisms about the water metabolism in the plant. What would happen if I reduce the consumption in corn from 560 to 450? Wouldn't that give it systemic qualities that would support the plant life and production along with that? Because another thing, the pandemics are stories. We have the arguments of the failure and what we should have done and we haven't done. We had then the pandemic, then we had other issues. And of course, we see that in our relationships. Romania and Moldova have to be ready for such moments. But this has to be done with vision and foreseen in time and with accountability, not one day to another. These things will not be solved like that, and the climate changes is not one plowing and one sowing and one season. That means long-term influences that can eliminate people's and lives or can give them life. And I will stop here because I talked too much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and I would like to invite here again with a presentation dedicated to the measures, international measures for adaptation of agriculture to climate changes. So I would like to invite the representative of the Regional Bureau for Support of Programs and Policies in the area of energy and agriculture, Mrs. Laura Altinger, because she is going to tell us about the solutions, the role of the natural solutions in the development of resilient agriculture.
Presentation. Oh, there it is. Great. Excellent. Thank you very much. So I'll talk to you today about some work that we're doing in our region, and we have a large portfolio of around $500–600 million US dollars covering 18 program countries in this region. And it covers nature issues and also climate and energy issues, but we're going to talk today or present to you today about some of these nature-based solutions for climate change adaptation. So what are nature-based solutions? And in a way, we've already had quite a lot of practical knowledge about some of these solutions. They've already been mentioned, but perhaps not in the terminology of nature-based solutions. But nature-based solutions are actions to protect, conserve, use and manage natural ecosystems, which simultaneously provide human well-being, ecosystem services, like we heard, resilience, and also biodiversity benefits. And this is an umbrella term for what's also known, or what's been known much longer as ecosystem-based adaptation, focusing specifically on adaptation and resilience. So these are two terms that are used in the international arena. But of course, in a way, we've already heard about them in practice. So let's go and look at what these measures are, these nature-based solutions. And here's some, on this slide, you can see some very practical examples of what this could mean and where it's actually used in. So it's used in the restoration and planting of forests. It's used for the restoration of wetlands. It's used also for greening urban areas, for climate-smart agriculture, for blue infrastructure, that's like on the oceans, and also for green infrastructure. So these can be measures like tree planting and this kind of thing that can complement the grey infrastructure. And then also it's used in the context of sustainable land management, even integrated water resource management, integrated coastal zone management, and the management of protected areas. So this is how we apply these different solutions. And now I'll give you here some examples of our work in the adoption of the ecosystem-based adaptation. So these are, for example, restoring the forests and wetlands, protecting source water, and reducing soil erosion to improve water resources and agricultural resilience under climate change. We've used it in the slope stabilization through agroforestry and forest regeneration. and also sustainable land and pasture management to reverse land degradation. So this is, again, you know, we've heard also from the professors before me about these issues on the erosion and so on. So these are ways to counter and mitigate those impacts. Then we have we promote and advise on the use of innovative policy instruments. So some of these instruments would be, for example, natural capital accounting, which is bringing the values of natural capital, so forests and ecosystem services and watershed management services that forests, for example, provide. And they're valued because at the moment they don't appear anywhere in our national accounts. And national accounts is the main instrument used by economic policymakers to make economic decisions. So if there's no value to these things, then the decisions will be made as if there are no values, so as if it's free. But these services that are being provided by nature actually do have a value. And so these natural capital accounts help to give a value to these kinds of things and then insert them into the national accounts frameworks so that the economic policymakers can actually see them and make decisions taking these into account. So this is a very practical tool that's been used. It's used in the EU a lot. And the statistics office prepares these accounts on a regular basis. They're not usually done annually, but maybe every few years. And then you can get a very good understanding of how the stock and the flows of your natural capital are evolving over time. And so you can really understand where the forests are being degraded and where the land is being degraded and these kinds of things. Or in the case of reforestation, you know, the opposite, like where there's more value being created. So, and then we have many other very interesting instruments that we've been working on across the globe, like debt for nature and debt for climate swaps. And these are really things where we can basically swap a debt for an investment into nature. So in countries where there are creditors who are willing to do these kinds of swaps, then we can actually come in. It generates additional investments for nature. Then we have the green bonds. We've also done a lot of these, and we're working on a very big one for the coral reefs. Now, green bonds, we've done them also in our region, in Uzbekistan and in other places, and it's basically, again, tapping investments from the capital markets, and it's often, it can either be a national green bond, which is listed on the national exchange, or it can be internationally listed in Luxembourg or in London or so on. And then you can tap into these institutional investors who want to make these long-term investments, like pension funds and so on. And then the green bonds, they're like the plain vanilla bonds, but they have certain conditions attached to them, and these conditions are that the proceeds are used for green things. So if it's a nature bond, then you know the investments that are made under this bond need to be used for restoration of forests and for restoration of land and all these kinds of things. So it can create very big sums of money. I mean, once you tap into capital markets, it's much bigger than green loans and bank loans. It can be in the hundreds of millions of dollars. That's usually what we're targeting, at least $100 million on the green bonds. And then, of course, you need to ensure that there's no greenwashing and that the actual impacts on the ground are measured so that they qualify under the green bond standards, the internationally sort of supervised green bond standards that exist now in the market. And so this needs to be done by independent verifiers, second opinion providers, and these kinds of players in the financial ecosystems of the green bonds. And this is all very much, these are all very much instruments that go very well in our region here and also in a country like Moldova. Of course, you're a small country, but Fiji has done such a green bond, and Fiji is much smaller than you. I think it's basically definitely doable for many countries. Of course, it requires also a certain anchor investor and so on. So I think, but these are very interesting instruments. And in our region, we have quite developed financial markets because we have plenty of middle and high income countries. And so this is really the place to do these kinds of instruments. And then, of course, the other type of instrument, which I think is very interesting, are the payments for ecosystem services. And again, this goes back to the valuations, because if you can sort of understand the valuations, then you can also ask the users of these services to pay a certain fee. And so these are the payments of the ecosystem services, and we see them. I used to work in Vietnam for the World Bank, and we had like payments for ecosystem services for the forests. And it's a very good, very developed system there, and they pay. For example, the water companies pay, and the tourism, eco-tourists pay a certain fee as well to use the forests and so on. So it's a very good developed system, and it's been working, I think, for even a decade now. In Vietnam, and in a very efficient way, and it's actually something that can be very much scaled up as well. So, okay. So these are all the instruments. Now let's move on to a few concrete examples. I don't want to go into too much detail, but I just want to give you a flavor of the kind of projects that we do with these nature-based solutions. And one of them is in Georgia, and it's basically developing the floodplain zoning policies for the Rioni Basin in Georgia. And you can see here on the picture that this country is very vulnerable to floods and flash floods, landslides, riverbed and bank erosion and mud flows. And this Rioni River plain is the most vulnerable, as you can see in the picture. Oops, oh sorry, got the wrong picture there. So there it is. And now let me show you exactly what was done. So here we have had these hazard maps, which looked at, where is the rainfall the strongest and so on. And this was then put into like a climate hazard map, and then it was put onto the land, the actual land. So which zones are then considered low risk. And we were able to split the zones into the high risk, and you can see them here in red, and then the low risk zones and the medium risk, and so on. And this can then help to inform which kind of interventions are needed for each of these different zones, ranging from structural protection measures to non-structural revegetation measures to protect the floodplains, for example, through agroforestry. So this is like one of the nature-based solutions that was used in this project. Then there's some other projects that we had, and this one is in which country? oh no, this one is still the same project, and it simply, this is still a slide which shows some of the co-benefits that came out. So the local workforce and the local communities were trained, and there was a certain employment guarantee scheme. So this is why these projects are so nice, because they're not just looking at nature-based solutions, but they're generating jobs, they're generating incomes and livelihoods, supporting livelihoods, they're providing training to the farmers and so on to sort of like raise the human capital as well. So these are very cross-cutting type of projects which have economic, social, and environmental benefits as well. So then there are two more projects here. I won't go into too much detail, but I can share the slides. But here we had one in Armenia on the restoration of degraded pasture land adjacent to forest ecosystems. And this basically helped improve improved the pasture conditions by improving soil air regime through raking, by cleaning invasive shrubs, sowing several grass species, and applying rotational grazing and monitoring of the livestock. Let's go to the final example. This one is in Azerbaijan. And here, again, like the climate change impacts, such as the increased droughts and erratic weather, have very much resulted in major agricultural losses to these communities. So this was an EU-funded project called Klima East, and it did a number of things, again, in a very integrated way. So it helped to decrease the carbon emissions by having more sustainable management of pastures. And then it also provided like permits and leased to individuals or companies these grazing permits that typically lasted 10 to 15 years. So that they could take care of these different pasture lands in a more sustainable way. Oh, sorry, I think that's the slide. And then also, finally, I did want to still mention that we also work a lot on the digitalization, and we bring in digitalization into our project, and here's some examples in Kyrgyzstan and in Turkey. In Turkey, we had an innovative open access online platform for the forest planners and decision makers. This was called the Forest and Ecosystem Management Systems. And this very much helps to monitor what's happening on the ground through like the mobile phone apps and so on. This can, for example, feed into a natural capital account as well, because the farmers on the ground will basically keep monitoring the quality and you know what's actually happening on the ground to the forests or the or different ecosystems, and then they send the pictures up, and it all comes into a national database, and then it can sort of update. This information can be used to update even the national level natural capital accounts. Even can be used. So these things, this kind of like ground level up data can very much be used to also inform the natural capital accounts that I spoke about before. So it's a very important tool. And then finally, I'd like to also mention, to end on some of the challenges and enablers of these nature-based solutions. So one of them is the policy coherence. Often we unfortunately find that, you know, the agriculture sector has a different policy. The agriculture ministry has a different policy from the environment ministry and so on. Of course, so there's been, of course, a lot of emphasis on productivity increases from the agriculture side, and from the environment, it's on the environmental degradation and the climate change mitigation aspect. So these need to be looked at the top level, and you know, the policies need to be made much more coherent and aligned with each other. Then there's the issue of the economic factors, because investments in nature are difficult for investors because they're very, very long-term investments, and usually the credit for these long-term investments simply isn't even there. So these could be like decades of investment needed. And so something needs to happen in order to bring those investors in, those private sector investors into the equation. And that can basically be public grants, which provide a sort of a de-risking and longer term capital, that can then be offered for these investments. So there's an issue of a mismatch between the timings of what the investors are willing to give for their capital and the returns that they need at the risk value proposition, as it's known, and the longer term investment needs for these nature investments. So again, that can be fixed. It's fixed with grant money, and that's the reason why we have the Green Climate Fund and the Global Environment Facility and these types of public sector international climate finance. They provide these kinds of grants to fix this market distortion, and then to allow a lot more money to be crowded in from the private sector or from the government, so that these can become multi-million dollar investments into nature, and also have the long-term perspective that is needed. And then there are social factors like the lack of awareness. Maybe some of you have heard these things for the first time today, some of these interesting tools. And I think there's a lot more awareness that needs to be built, even amongst the farmers, also in this room, and so on, about how to implement these solutions. Of course, these solutions, as I mentioned before, they provide these great opportunities to the local communities for employment. So there's no reason why people wouldn't want to implement these, but they need to know how to do it and what the benefits are, and so on. So it always requires a lot of capacity building as well with the communities and the farmers and so on, to really make these solutions work on the ground and ensure their long-term sustainability. So with that, I'll end here. Thank you very much, and I'll pass to Jan.
Mulțumim mult. Republica Moldova.
Thank you so much. The Republic of Moldova has undertaken efforts so as to get aligned to the international standards in relation to adaptation to climate changes, and carrying out different measures that would protect agriculture from the consequences of this phenomena. An example in this respect would be Armenia. We would like to offer the floor to the representative of the Ministry of Economy from Armenia, that is going to talk to us about the resilient agricultural practices to climate changes that are being applied in Armenia.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for your invitation. I want to say that climate change has big impact on agriculture, and agriculture is very vulnerable sector in economy. But we must understand it isn't working. Oh no. Okay. No, okay, but we must understand that climate change will bring great risks, but also opportunities. Both of them need to be assessed. I want to say that annual temperature is increased and annual percentage is decreased, and in Armenia, Armenian agriculture is very vulnerable, and for that, Armenian government elaborate agriculture strategy 2020 till 2030, and this strategy has 7 principles, and one of for that mentioned that climate change adaptation and mitigation measures, which is very important for our agriculture and to develop our agriculture. Depend on that, with support of UNDP, we are elaborate one concept and action plan about agriculture adaptation and mitigation, and we introduce the government because we understand that without this concept and action plan, we can't do such important programs in agriculture sector. But beside that, I want to mention that government now is doing about 14 support projects in this sector, and some of them I want to mention and introduce their results. For example, I want to introduce you agriculture insurance project, government support for that, and subsidized 50 till 60% of insurance premium. And now in this project include 4 risk and 13 crops. I want to say that we began this project with support of KfW, and now we have good results, and we begin this project 2 years ago with 2 risks and 2 crops, and now we insured 13 crops and 4 risks. I want to say that second project which Armenia now we doing is support drop irrigation and solar irrigation system. Government support with 2 tools, loan subsidized and give cashback for 50% of costs. And we have also another directions loan projects also. We are supporting intensive orchards, we are supporting greenhouses, we are supporting small farms. I want to say that I were in Moldova 3 or 4 times. I were your villages, and I can say that we are similar. Armenia also has small farmers, small lands, and Moldova also has such a structure. And when climate change, in this process is a vulnerable small farmer better than a big farmer. For that we we are doing projects, and small farmers become our beneficiaries. And I want to mention that we also cooperate with UNDP, do our action plans measures, and also do such programs depend on pasture development. We have 2 million hectare lands, and 1 million hectare is pastures, and for that, in that case, it's for us very important to develop pastures, and UNDP support us, and now we are discussing to do such interesting projects in this sector. When we speak climate change, we must understand that climate change, when we want to have good results, we must do we must introduce climate smart technologies, climate smart education, and climate smart management. For that, we prepare our concept, and our concept has 7 directions, which I want to mention to you. It's introduction of new insurance products, introduction of modern irrigation technologies and efficient agriculture, support to entities engaged in seed breeding and seed production in the face of climate change, support for the introduction of nursery certification system in the Republic of Armenia, development and promotion of resource-saving agriculture, implementation of measures aimed at the development of fodder production, capacity building of state bodies, farms, and relevant specialists involved in the field of agriculture. Now we are doing these measures, and we think that we will do these measures with support, not only budget support, also international organization support, because all international organizations are interested in this action plan, and we want to say thank you for UNDP to support us to elaborate this action plan. And we can say that Armenia is adapting to climate change, and maybe our next concept will be mitigating to climate change in Armenia, because we began to do projects with adaptation. And I want to say that as I mentioned, Moldova has similar agriculture. Moldovan agriculture is similar in Armenia, and you can use our projects to develop your agriculture sector. Thank you.
Mulțumim mult că ați împărtășit cu noi exemplul.
Thank you very much for sharing the Armenian example regarding adaptation to climate change. The droughts registered over the past years have caused major damage to agriculture. The experts are raising the alarm that in the following years we should expect even higher temperatures, including dry winters. So the only solution is to adapt to the new climate conditions. Can drought be managed? Surely. The engineer doctor says the professor, university engineer Vergenen from University of Wageningen, I hope I said it right, and he will tell us more about how that can be done in Moldova.
So nice. I got applause from my co-panel members. The next step is to get the first slide up. It's,
You should try to.
oh, it's... sorry? Point over there. Ah, that's me. Okay, thanks. I was just instructed how it works. Sorry for that, guys. The water towers have gone. I'm in between, yeah, the last session, I guess, and then your reception. I've got 13 slides, so that's your lucky number for today, actually. That's what I'm doing. We'll talk about the Netherlands' experience with adaptation to drought in agriculture. And I would like the organizers, the government of Moldavia, UNDP, and I think the Green Carbon Fund, oh no, the Green Climate Fund, it still exists, very good. Thanks for my presence here. I'm representing partly the Netherlands government, the Dutch government. I myself work at Wageningen University Research. I'm an agronomist by training, and I've been working on climate change since the mid-90s in various countries. Now I'll stick to the Netherlands and with droughts. And a short introduction about the Netherlands. The Netherlands is a low-lying delta, which 3 rivers come together, of which the Rhine is the most famous one. And yes, we do have drought, so leave it up to a Dutchman to make a story about drought in the delta. So that's what I'm going to talk about, mainly from the agronomic perspective, that is. On climate change, it's about two things. It's about manage the unavoidable and avoid the unmanageable. And manage the unavoidable is adaptation, so you have to adapt to what hits you. But you also want to avoid the unmanageable. That's the 1.5 to 2 degrees boundary we're not going to hit, by far not. I think we're going into the 3-4 degrees zone here, but these are the two things that are important. Agriculture is hit by climate change. It's a climate sensitive sector, but it's also feeding climate change, mainly through fertilizer. No matter it's organic or synthetic, the fertilizer, the NO2 is one of the main things, and in livestock it's the methane. Land use change is important, but not the important factor in your carbon emissions. The other thing we need to find here, that there has to be a mix of the two in agriculture. We had it with forestry, we have the same with agriculture. So you want to reduce your emissions, but you have to adapt. So how do you do that in the Netherlands? And it's not easy, so we have to go for the context. Climate is not the only thing that will change. We all know this. I mean, there are a lot of drivers of change, demographic things, socioeconomic factors, even conflict situations we have now, financial factors, everything will play a role. In agriculture, technology and markets are critically important. Markets, because it is, I mean, some people don't like it, but it's still an economic activity for a lot of people. And you need to make money out of it. And that is something that you have to fix on markets. It might give perverse incentives, but then we have to change the markets, I think, and the whole market mechanisms. I think UNDP is also trying to do that with even payment for environmental services. The other one is technology. We did studies in Europe on the drivers of yield increase, and technology in combination with skills of farmers, because they go hand in hand, are critically important to get the gains in yield you can achieve on the field. It is important that you have, farming is a profession, and in a lot of countries not seen as a profession, it's seen as something that people will do if they have nothing else to do. If you get rid of that mindset, it's fine, then you go into agriculture. I mean, we did that in the Netherlands years ago, but it's not a very nice process per se. It's also because there is a relation between the society and the farmers, obviously. You have a sort of contract. So, that brings me to the second one, is focus on the objectives and needs of the various actors and stakeholders. Farmers not per se have the same objectives as the government. I've never seen a country where that aligned 100%. Forget about it. But if you want to do something and have an impact on the environment and on the planet, you'll have to go to the practitioners, to the farmers. If they don't do what you want, you're lost in your whole game. Forget about it. So take these people serious. That's a very important thing. It's not always done. It means dialogue. It's a lot of painstaking work. I mean, I'm a scientist, more technical scientist. But the importance of this cannot be understated. So we have to take that into account. And then we mainstream climate change, meaning that you already have plans. You're not starting from zero. You had an idea what you want to do with agriculture, and then you try to reach it. It could be, I want to have smallholders here, I want to have diverse agriculture there, I want to have high production agriculture there, and then you try to create that with the people that you agreed upon with to do this. That's again but mainstream climate change. Don't make climate change the most important thing. It's often done also to speed up processes, because climate change is going faster than anything else. And every year I hear we're now in the most exciting time of the history of mankind. I'm sure my grandfathers in the 20s thought the same, actually. I mean, it was a very exciting time. It's always exciting when you're alive, when you're in the middle of it. So try to realize that a bit. Be realistic also about trade-offs and synergies. Just do the numbers. I mean, there was no free lunch, that's clear. I mean, we don't have that, so don't sell that. I mean, that's something we have to be very clear on. There are, even in people, everybody will be hit differently from climate change, so it's very difficult, but make that clear from the beginning. That's an important one. I mean, in the Netherlands we have a lot of issues now with agriculture and the nitrate policies. and farmers are hit, and they make it very vocal that they don't like the policies. That's the sort of dialogue we normally don't have in the Netherlands, but it's still happening. So be realistic about that. It will be hurtful also to some people, but that you want to manage that. That's for the governments, I say. And also, I mean, some people mentioned it, go beyond the short-term options, not the quick wins. It's about medium and long-term possibilities as well. Look at the opportunities. We had a soccer player in the Netherlands in the 70s, Johan Cruyff. He was quite famous. He had every disadvantage has an advantage. That's what he said. So if you lose the ball, you have another opportunity. So go for these opportunities as well. It's not only doom and gloom. So be a bit more optimistic. I'm not so old as I look. I travel a lot, but we have to be careful. Our younger generation needs to keep continuing it. We have to give them also sort of perspective to move ahead, to be enthusiastic about things, and be enthusiastic about agriculture as a profession as well. That's not easy in a lot of countries. I think this was my most important slide, by the way. So that's you're already at slide, what is it, 3 or 4? But now we're going more into the content of climate change. In the Netherlands, drought and salinity, they go sort of hand in hand. As I said, the Netherlands is a low-lying delta. 20% is actually below sea level. Oh, sorry, I'm putting the wrong buttons here. Sorry. Low-lying delta. 20% below sea level, meaning that if we didn't have the dikes, it would be flooded. It's where our most economic activity is, so it's a density. Also with flowers, for instance, it's a very high tech and high level, high investment sort of agriculture. That's very much why we're second in exports of agricultural goods in terms of dollars or euros, if you like. We're number 2 on the globe there. That's a lot to do with flowers. They bring in a lot of money, so I mean, agriculture is an incentive also to make money for a lot of people. So these two come together, drought, salinization. We also want to combine it with heat, because they go together, drought and heat, they go very well together. And I just flag here new pests and diseases, because that's one of the scariest, sort of the known unknown. We don't know what's going to happen, but we know it's going to happen. We have no clue what sort of speed it's going to happen with, and we know it's going to happen. We also know that in the Green Deal, we're going to move away from agrochemicals. We have to find different solutions to these problems, and we don't have them yet. So that is scaring farmers also in a way. So what is coming at us? How to fight it? We have the sort of also the nature-based solution. We've been working on this functional biodiversity, we used to call it in the Netherlands, but it's very difficult. The risk profiles are very much different from a lot of agrochemicals we use now. Anyway, so that's a very important one in agriculture. It's not part of today, but it is critically important. Yeah. Water, reducing losses is the main thing, obviously. Huh? So, oh, yeah, sorry, I keep doing that. Yeah, good. Keep me on track here, Lauren. Otherwise I go wrong. I always need an assistant, actually. Sorry, thanks. We have a lot of information about existing crops. We know a lot about crops. We have varieties out there which we can tap from. We have a lot of libraries actually with all the genetic diversity that is available. Or we can also make new varieties based upon these sort of common traits that we have. So that's what we're doing. We're testing what we already have. What should new varieties be able to do? Understanding the impacts of drought, which mechanism it will attack, can we do something about it, smart regulate evaporation, and better water uptake, rooting systems. Rooting systems are also looked at in carbon sequestration studies actually, so you can have a look at these things as well. You can make crops in a way, it's breeding it's called. You can also do it with CRISPR-Cas or GMO, it depends a bit on the regulations that you have. So that's a whole new world that's going to open up here. That is very important, because breeding is an important thing in ag. That's one of the technologies that has moved through the Green Revolution in a big part. And it was in a way successful. And not successful in the way we got dependent on agrochemicals and fertilizers and pesticides, and not in the way how we use them. That is, I think, the main So the next one, and when there is water shortages, because I now have the drought, the salinization and the heat, sometimes they come all together, sometimes they come in a row, sometimes you have a flood in between. I mean, it can happen all in 1 year, we all know this. I mean, this is something we need to, so how that compact together, it's always difficult, and different crops respond differently. So you really have to understand the crop. If it's during emergence, they might be able to recover after a flooding or after a small drought, or not at all. So, but then you still have the option to re-sow. Huh? You can actually save your year in that sense. If it's during seed formation or even during flowering, heat, if you're growing rice, for instance, if you go above 40 or I think it's even 35 degrees during flowering, you lose the crop. It doesn't set grain, so you lost it. So that's why temperature is a big thing in the tropics. And there are different crops that respond bad to heat waves during a flowering period, or during seed formation or budding if you have trees. And at the final stage, it's normally okay, but some of the crops then, if then there's heavy rain, then you also lose a lot of things. So that's, I think we've all been there in that sense. If you have something to do with agriculture, it hits you every time. But the frequency is important, and they will change with climate change. And it's also that your response mechanism has to be able to be flexible. It's not one thing you go for. You have to have a mix. So know the crop. So know when the water is really important, and how can you manage and measure that. So that is something we're also working on. Also at the level of the farm, obviously, because the farm, that's where the farmer interacts. Precision technology then kicks in. That's for the Netherlands a quite sort of common thing now. It's monitoring and sensor technology, and it's still developing. Trying to understand the soil and the crop. That's also where the soil for water is obviously very important. I think the point was made in the beginning. But you need to know what you can do. Because if you know that it's a bad thing and you can't do anything about it, you're already too late. If the farmer sees it, he's already too late. That's with a lot of things. So these sensors are a bit more predictable. We also work with models. Oh, sorry. Now I'm doing too many models, sorry. So farmers, they know how to work on it, but if they see things, they're already late. If you see your crop is damaged, you're late. So you have to be in forehand. So we use models as well. We use actually digital twins. We want trying to model fields and how crops behave, giving a certain soil. So we use also that to steer irrigation, drip irrigation. But we also do very simple things like mulching with straw, just to reduce your evapotranspiration from the soil. So. The other thing I kept in was the fresh water thing, salinization. That's also important because we see more and more projects also using wastewater for agriculture, which is not a bad idea because a lot of crops can handle some salt, but you have to be very careful with wastewater, with food safety obviously, so they're a thing. But a lot of projects going that using urban waste in agriculture. And because it doesn't have to be the drinking water quality that you would normally give perhaps. So, and that's the same databases we have now. This is just the salinity trials with different crops and different responses. So some crops are better off than others. So the same with heat. It's the cooling that's important for the crop because it gets too hot. It's the same as you do sports. I'm not sure everybody does sports here, but you've done sports before, I hope. So you sweat, you transpire, you reduce your temperature. If you can't do it, you have a problem. The same with the crop. It needs to transpire. So give it irrigation during that period. It cools down. Do that very precise. So you also save water. So these sort of things, that's what we're looking at, doing that more precise. The next sort of thing is growing the other crops. I mean, we're also trying to look at growing different crops than we have now. I mean, we have a lot of potato in the Netherlands. That's the sort of the cork that the whole economy floats on in a lot of arable farming. That's very important. Replacing that crop is very important also in economic terms. Putting in another crop that makes a lot of money is very important. We have the rotation in there for diseases and soil quality, But it's also a loss in yields for a lot of farmers, and loss in income, in revenue. And if you do other crops, then you have to look at the markets. Is there a market for it? If there's no market, there's no farmer that will take the risk. If there's no value chain, no logistics system around it, forget about it. So it has to be a pull from the market before you start doing these sort of things at higher scale. What we do have is a region-specific approach, because the coastal area is obviously the one that is with salt, a lot of salt problems there. We have high, we call it high sandy, it's about 10-15 meters higher than the rest, so it's not really that high actually, but the Netherlands is a flat country. It's a drought-tolerant sort of thing that's happening there. It's also because the Netherlands is very focused on getting rid of water from the field. We sort of hate water, we want to get it out to the ocean. We're now changing our mindset, we want to keep the water, because especially fresh water is a commodity, it's very important. So that's why we want to manage that water. And we do have the technologies and instruments and the infrastructure to do it. So it's also for storage and availability, so that's that sort of thing. Bottom line is that we get more people. Somebody mentioned it already in the beginning of today. We have less land we can use. It's also because we don't need to take additional agricultural land into use for agriculture to feed people. We can do it with the land we have. The question is only, do you want a high producing land or low producing land? That's also a bit in the Green Deal. If you're not allowed to use fertilizer or synthetic fertilizers anymore, predictions are that yields will go down in Europe about 20–25%. That means that Europe will have to buy food on the world market. So it will become a competitor on the world market. So that is, I mean, we can pay it from Europe, but a lot of other countries have difficulties with that. So there is an issue there we need to sort out. We need to do better, and with better I mean about the nutritionist value of the crop. It's not about calories anymore, it's also about nutritional value. That's a very important one. So that's why we also look at fruit and vegetables. And we all know that we need capacity and skills. For farmers, we need the money. There's lots of money. I mean, UNDP just mentioned, I don't know how many, we've got a lot of money there. That's good. Information and knowledge, that's an important one, because that sort of drives also the technology change. That is important in agriculture. And at the end of the day, it's either doing things differently or doing different things. Because in the Netherlands we're now building floating greenhouses, we're going into aquatic agriculture, we're going into macroalgae in the sea. So we go and do different things that you would not have done if you would continue what you've been doing. So you have to be a bit more, looking a bit more further in that sense. So, and how do we do it? That's actually how we always work in the Netherlands. It's about cooperation. You need to get everybody on board, and you need a long-term commitment. It's not just 3 or 4 years or 10 years, no, it's a generational thing. You have to be really committed, and that's always a tricky thing in agriculture, especially in EU agriculture and policies, because agriculture has a longer time frame of thinking, and policies have a 4-year cycle, and that's just one rotation, so that's not doing it. So anyway, this was my presentation. I thank you for your attention. I think that was my last. Oops, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mulțumim mult.
Thank you so much, dear panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Now we have the session of question and answers. We already have our lesson learned from the previous session, so we have a little bit more time for questions and answers, respectively, from behalf of the panelists of this panel. And now I'd like to offer the floor to my colleague Liam Fee, who is going to moderate the respective session of questions and answers.
Very much, Diana, and thank you for all of the presentations. A fascinating tour of many different aspects of adaptation in agriculture. So we now open the floor for questions. May I see hands? Okay, I see 1, 2. So maybe we take the first question. Yes, the lady here. I think we do have time for question answer. Exactly, yeah, we'll do it that way.
În primul rând vreau să
First of all, I would like to thank to all the panelists for their presentations, which are full of energy, that are so interesting. I would like to thank the local representatives, Mr. Bunchan, thank you a lot, but also I would like to thank all the foreign experts as well.
Miss Laura, is this okay? Because I forgot the last name. So your examples with the different sites from different countries sounds perfect, sounds very attractive to replicate. At the same time, I want to mention that within the NAP project implemented by UNDP in Moldova, we do technology need assessment in order to come up with the, and in agriculture sector as well with FAO. And we do it with the purpose to come up with the sectoral technological portfolio responsive to the impact of climate change. So at the technology level. So within this activity, we try to promote nature-based solution. But we have to take into account our reality in terms of the deployment of these technologies and the upfront capital and the IRR and all these sorts of things that will make implementation of technology feasible. From this point of view, nature-based solution proved to be not very profitable because in terms of most of them, they're publicly owned technologies. And in order to get profit from nature-based solution, at least in our case, we could not identify projects or interventions with high IRR in order to promote it. Yes, we did mainstream it in forestry sector, in water sector, but the problem is, in order to get to the point you have to mention, we have to have bankable projects, bankable ideas, which in Moldova is difficult to have from many points of view. So I want to ask you, for the country which is small like Moldova, how would be the most efficient way to implement nature-based solutions? Considering that IRR, which means the return, and the upfront capitals are quite significant and IRR quite low. Thank you.
Okay, Laura, a nice easy question to kick us off. So perhaps you can come in and maybe I'll augment a little bit as well.
Well, in fact, Liam is actually our expert on this, so maybe you should take it on. I just want to say, maybe before we do pass to Liam, because he's managing that project that you mentioned, but the thing is that it's not going to work in each context, so we need to look very much at each context, and that's in a way why I said these things need to be supplemented by public grants as well. And there's, for example, a very nice program that we have with the Japanese. It's called the Japanese Supplementary Budget, and they're basically, giving money to implement some climate technologies to our region, and we have now a portfolio of like 12.9 million with them, and it's definitely potentially growing as well. And the Japanese themselves, they have this thing called the JCM as well. So if there's a way, for example, to save carbon and these technologies under the JCM, they're all climate technologies and they can be, say, subsidized by this program, the JCM program, by 50%. So the Japanese actually subsidize these technologies, and then, if, for example, carbon-saving technologies in particular under the JCM. But in the JSB program, it can be any kind of technologies, and it's just about, piloting these technologies and seeing these kinds of things. So these are the kinds of programs that you can rely on to, say, subsidize these, the implementation of those technologies, and that way, the IRR, you basically have to, it will be there if you blend the finance, and that's the key thing. We need to do much more blending, because otherwise the solutions simply don't come to market. As you say, if the IRR isn't high enough, then they don't come to market, and the market fails. As economists, we have to see it just like that. So there are ways to mitigate the market failures, and one of them is the grants. But there are many other things that can be done, like guarantees and so on. But I think, let me pass to Liam maybe for some more insight onto this question.
Well, I agree with everything you said, and of course, in answer to your question, it very much depends what technologies you're talking about and how you structure that cost-benefit analysis, and you calculate your IRR. I would say that when I've worked on this for ecosystem-based adaptation, we've made an assumption of public finance. That is true. We've not been looking at these approaches for private investment. I've been involved in cost-benefit analysis exercises for ecosystem-based adaptation that shows a much, much better rate of return compared to sort of hard infrastructure, grey infrastructure. If you're looking at an adaptation solution around water retention or flood prevention or something like that, ecosystem-based adaptation can give you a much better rate of return on your investment. Now, that might not make sense for a private investor, depending on the land that is that you're looking at, the area that you want to protect. Maybe that is something for public investment, but of course the finance ministry is usually very interested in these calculations for public investment. So yes, there are the innovative sort of financial mechanisms that Laura mentions, but I would say that when I've looked at these studies in the past, they tend to show a better rate of return for ecosystem-based adaptation. Now, the devil is in the detail, that is true, and it depends what is being studied, what adaptation approaches are being proposed, and we'd have to talk offline about that. But I'm a little surprised to hear that said, but I would say that if you're looking at something for public investment, I've seen many examples where there is a better rate of return. And there was another, yes, maybe we give the floor.
Just to mention that here is our Minister of Environment, Mrs. Iuliana Cantaragiu, and she has signed the joint crediting mechanism with Japan, and this is very similar with CDM mechanism. And we really hope this is a bilateral approach, and we hope that 50% of technology will be based on emission reductions, and in this way we need that our national determined contributions to be very measurable in order to share in a very transparent way these our commitments. But what I would like to mention is that really we are at this moment we are in the process to update our national adaptation plan and the national low emission development program. And we really need scientific research and scientific base in order to choose and to select those measures who really are very efficient and will with low cost, will low money to generate huge emission reductions and to have a very big efficiency. So this will have lack of research, and our policy needs really to be based on research studies. And secondly, we really need your support of development partners for institutional and individual capacity development. But together we hope to solve and to develop this, all of this. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Maybe before we go to the next question, I just see if there's anyone would like to respond to that from the panel. Is there? Well, that's taken and accepted. Yes, please.
Nu vreau să spun mai mult.
I don't want to say more than the fact that you are really indeed correct. And based on my experience of long years, I would say that indeed we need a scientific basis for the projects, because otherwise the projects are not going to be finished so as to bring results and benefits. Indeed, you sometimes can have some projects so as to transform them in just, papers that are going to be put on the shelves. But we need projects with benefits. We need projects with final results. That is why we need solid research programs, wherever we are going to base on natural resources, exactly as you have mentioned. And the same happens in health. Well, in health, we have medical engineering that is providing to us health remedies based on natural surgeries. So we're talking about the transfer of elements of resistance. We're talking about, for instance, harnessing the atmosphere nitrogen. And this is a problem, and we're discussing about this years and years in a row. And actually, I would like to mention once again, it's not possible that in the research area to have restrictions for thinking. And for instance, now I'm thinking about that decision provided by the European Court of Justice from 2017, whenever they have stopped some specific research methods. You can't stop them, because the problem with the climate changes, the problem of adaptation, the problem of quality, all of them are linked to research of this type. Whatever you have to follow, or to have the aim to have qualitative and quantitative results. As well, I would like to mention another problem, which is not new. Hippocrates was saying that health is in your dish. How do we fulfill this idea? Because again, we have here a problem related to the healthy food products. Because indeed, we are talking about healthy body, but also we are talking about healthy products. So the healthy products depend on the content of the active substances that a healthy body needs, but also depends on their quality. So all of these are some problems that cannot be tackled in future through technologies, but actually can be tackled based on the genetic basis of these bodies and species. I would like to confirm all of this, and also I would like to come up with some comments. And indeed, I work under the Selection Institute from Belts. Financing now is based on projects for 4 years. In order to create a species, or in order to create a hybrid, we need minimum 14, 17 years. So is it actually meaningful for you to start something if you don't know if you're going to have continuity for your project or not? The same goes for what we do, for instance, in long-term tests. And from these kind of experiences of long-term tests, we can see not only the impact of the climate changes on the level of production, but also how this influences the properties of the soil, which is very important because we have overappreciated the importance of productivity. We have underestimated the importance of properties of soils. And that is why we also need to change the way of financing. If we have a problem at the national level, or if we have a problem at the global level, we actually have focused them in different, task forces. For instance, the task forces are based on different problems. And over there in those task forces, we have specialists of different profiles, physicians, mathematicians, agronomists, and so on and so forth. And sometimes you are thinking how they're going to find a common language. But actually, it's easier to find a common language whenever you have specialists from different areas. Whenever you have just, we're 3 specialists, but you have 5 opinions from these 3 specialists. So that is why we suggest to have at the national level programs that are going to be interdisciplinary, that are going to be of state interest, that would be of long term, not of short term, just of 4 years, because I don't know what we can actually achieve in 4 years. whenever we're talking about different strategic aspects for development of the country. Thus, in this way, we will be able to somehow change the situation. But we have as well another problem over here, and namely the following. What does it mean to have a green system? Well, this is a problem that we are discussing at the world level. In 2019, the Congress of World Science from Budapest, with the participation of the World Academies, have raised this concept. But probably this concept have been tackled as well at the meeting in Cape Town in next month, wherever they are going to discuss on this further on. It's about that system of balances. Well, let's not forget that the color that is yellowish of a plant means that a plant is unhealthy, meaning that something is missing. So, just like for the bread, you will not obtain a good bread if you don't have a balance so as to feed the plant that provides us the bread. And even in Romania, we have switched to providing, for instance, zinc nutrients so as to fill in the gap of this deficiency for the bodies. And I think that we will have to work in such a way so as for the food product to be a medicine. And also, let's not forget that at world level, they already are giving up some synthesis formula that actually influence the feeding process, and all of this should be tackled for the immunity not to suffer.
A brief feedback.
Thank you for that question. I agree with these comments about the science, and it's in a way echoes what Jan said, that you need much more than 4 years of cycle for the research. But of course, in terms of the actual costs of technologies, there are things like this marginal abatement cost curve, and that calculates your cost of a technology for each ton of carbon saved, and it calculates the potential for these technologies, and then it ranks them. And these are actually tools that are used in countries. So in Vietnam, we did a MAC curve in agriculture. In fact, it was even with his colleagues from his university, because they were researching there as well and contributing with data and so on. And I think it's a very good system. Now, of course, a lot of countries have exactly the same problem. It's, people don't want the expensive technologies because they can't afford them. And so there are a lot of countries like, India and Bangladesh and places like that. They're very, very cost conscious, and they don't include, those high sophisticated technologies in the equation. They simply look at viable technologies that the MAC curve, you can put in whichever technologies you want, but ultimately you have to put in ones that it's also viable to implement within a few years. So, whether it's politically viable or technically viable, or whatever. So you need to be very practical with these things, and the MAC curve can allow you to be actually very practical, and it's not rocket science in a way, because a lot of the countries have already been looking at these technologies. So you could probably find inspiration from India and Bangladesh and a lot of these other countries that are already looking at these kind of ag technologies, and they're actually looking for the cheap ones as well that are workable on the ground. So, something to maybe think about.
Good, thank you. So we have several more questions, so I'm going to turn it back to our audience, and I have one here, and please introduce yourself.
Alexandros Sainsus at the Public Association Arboretum. I would have two brief questions and specific questions for Mr. Boyanchan. First of all, I would like to thank him for his impressive presentation. In relation to the fact that you have mentioned that in 100 years we have lost over 70% of organic matters in the soil, Have you had any estimations in this respect? Because I've seen that you have estimates for different aspects. So what would be the estimation in USD or in euro for the annual loss of the fertile soil that the Republic of Moldova has? Let's say, how do you value this in money? Because we do have different types of erosions. We have as well different kinds of impurifications, different types of losses. Do you have any kind of these estimates in money? As well, organic agriculture or the conservative agriculture that you have mentioned as compared to the conventional agriculture. Are there any figures, are there any estimates in relation to carbon absorption as a comparative, some comparative data? Because now everybody is focused on carbon, everyone is thinking on carbon. But let's think together if the active introduction of this type of agriculture would actually be able to influence this aspect as well. Thank you. Now, in relation to your first question, what would be the cost of the organic matter in the soil? Well, there are some evaluations in this respect. They have been undertaken by the Demo Institute of Pedology from Chisinau. But the problem is not so simple, because actually soil, or better said, the organic matter in the soil is very important. Let's not forget the soil is providing different services, even if we're talking about the pollinizers who are in the soil. Okay, we don't pay every bee for the fact that it's pollinizing a flower. Indeed, it's difficult to somehow evaluate this kind of cost of the organic matter in the soil. I think that it's priceless. Maybe it doesn't have a price, but it has a huge value, and it has a wide value in the aspect of providing ecosystemic and social services. And I think that for us, for the society as a whole, this is very important. For instance, the chemistry companies that are selling chemistry and agricultural technologies, they are actually providing some profits to the farmers. Over here, if we're talking about these ecosystem services, the entire society is having a profit. So we as consumers, we have to ask ourselves, that product that we have on our table, how was it grown? How many times it has been washed? How many times it has been, for instance, treated with some pesticide? And afterwards, we'll have to go to the doctor if it's not grown well. So the price for the agricultural products is not real. The market economy is not allowing us to determine the real price of the product. Because how do we do it? We know the expenses, we know how we sell, and the difference is the profit. But who is actually paying for the fact that water is polluted? How much do we have to pay so as to treat that water? Who is paying for our health? Who is paying for that soil that is on the slope, and we are just growing over there some crops? For instance, I'm asking the producer, what is the cost of 1 ton of soil? But it has a value. And now, in relation to ecological agriculture. Well, the question, as far as I understood, how does it influence the sequestration of carbon? Well, indeed, carbon is a very important moment. Well, here again, it's a very contradictory thing in literature. We can talk about the conservative system of agriculture that actually should be a principle. This principle should be also respected in the ecological system, not only in the agricultural sector, but in the world of science. What does it happen? So, for instance, if we exclude the processing of land, if we, for instance, don't process the soil at all, we would have a differentiation of the fertility of the soil by layers. We'd have the layers that are richer, layers that are not so rich. But in the ecological agriculture, if we are processing, for instance, the land, it means that again we are going to influence the fertility of the layers. So we are determining the reserves of materials, organic materials in the different layers of the soil. And we have to understand if we have the sequestration of carbon or not, only based on some real analysis. So you see, in the Republic of Moldova, we are in a rather paradoxical situation. We have 95% of private property. But we don't have a master. The master should be the state. The state should monitor the change of the fertility of the soil. For instance, from what country have you taken the soil? Whenever I'm asking the farmers, they can't actually tell me who is responding for this, who is accountable for this. Nobody. And this is not good, because at the state level, the state institutions are obliged to be responsible. We should have a mechanism that would allow us to develop a system of knowledge. Not all farmers have knowledge. Because now we have as farmers people with different background. But actually farming is a real science. And in order to do farming, you should have some knowledge. And I would say that sometimes in order to do farming, it's even more complicated than, for instance, driving some more different transportation means. What do I want to say, actually? That we need a state system. We need a system for developing the system of agriculture for every community, for every owner as well. We need a monitoring over the time. Now we do have the possibility, because we have the satellite-based systems, meaning that we can establish what is happening to the soil. But this is not done. And I would like to take the advantage of the fact that we have here Mrs. Cantaragiu, because I'm firmly convinced that she is favoring the fact that we should have a monitoring system for the soil condition in the Republic of Moldova, because we can't leave this chaotic approach for future. I would like to add, at the Romanian level, the loss of soil due to erosion is about 170 million tons. So between 70 and 170 million tons. And the loss of humus is assessed of about 0.1% every year. So now in relation to valuing the soil, in Romania for 1 year we already have succeeded to promote the soil law. I would like to say that at the level of the European Union it is surprising, but soil, which is is not only a production source but also it's a patrimony, it's a value that any country has. So the soil directive has appeared only half a year ago, and it's not yet well crystallized. Sometimes we're asking ourselves why, because we have a water directive, which is rather good, and sometimes it's actually covering some of the sectors are not real sectors. For instance, the problem of pollution or the problem of pollution sources. But in case of the soil, it's very important, for instance, to correct the acidity of the soil. Acidity is an essential element that is weakening the body of the soil in front of the factors that are eroding the soil. Wow, I'm so glad.
Please, of course, please, go ahead.
I know that the intention of the colleagues from UNDP has been the one to tackle, like the colleague from Nevertheless has mentioned, for the society to acknowledge. So it's important to raise the awareness of the society, for the society to understand what we have, what kind of richness we have, and what would be the possibilities of the respective richness.
No, I'll also be brief. So I will. The question about valuing it, I mean, that's always difficult, but you just have to start doing it. Economic environmental accounting is a tool which is not easy, but you have to start doing it. Even when the carbon data started after Kyoto in '97, countries started to measure their forests, and they would go to the trees and measure the density of the trees, and even they had a discrepancy between Switzerland and Austria, which we could not explain, only for one sample, because they had a higher density in the trees, so they could claim more carbon at that point. As time progresses, you learn how to do it. So that is something, and there is even soil degradation has been monitored globally in the mid-90s. And that was also because it was called soil degradation. And then after Kyoto came into place and also carbon in the soil was measured, people started correcting their data. They gave lower numbers for the soil carbon in the soil, because that would mean that they could increase it more, because everybody knows there's a saturation point there. So it's also political, all this data, but you just have to start. The problem with the sea absorption is obviously there is a plateau. It doesn't go on unless you start growing your soil. I think in the last meeting in Egypt, in the COP27, I think they agreed they would monitor it with satellites, and that's a very difficult thing to do with soil carbon, if not impossible. It also means that countries, they do their own reporting now, will be verified, because that's basically what always was in the papers, verified independently. And that's going to be tricky with soil carbon. It's actually going to be a very major issue. And there's now an EU soil, it is the app name obviously, is looking at these issues, including the measurements and what are the uncertainties and how you can manage it, because it's easier to monitor a forest as a whole than to monitor a small plot of a smallholder farmer and see what happens there. It's not going, what is the sea content of the capital city here? I mean, we don't know. So that is very difficult. It's going, but the people are working on it, and it all boils down to measurements and sensing. And even industry is looking into it because they see opportunities there, but still far away. But just start. I mean, that's basically what you have to do.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to send it back to the audience. There is a man here who's been extremely patient, waiting to ask a question.
Hello, my name is Pavel Prusacaro. I'm president of the Federation Growing Sheep and Goats. I have a lot to say, but I will try to keep it brief. If we go back to the 90s, at the end of the 90s in Moldova, there was a very nice climate. We had a winter, we had summer, all 4 seasons, but still in Moldova, that long ago, we had over 1 million cattle, we had 800,000 sheep, and for that we have millions of tons of organic fodder. And I remember very well, we had about 5 good years and a year that was a little bit drier, but it was not like today. So today, unfortunately, we have about 70,000 cattle, 200,000 sheep and goats. And unfortunately, millions of tons of nitrogen, we bring that from abroad and we put it in the soil. And we have a very good collaboration with Professor Bovichan. We're ruining our own health because we breathe in that nitrogen. So I think this inclination to reforestation, so forests and pastures, but the sheep and goat sector in Moldova was destroyed a lot because a lot of pastures were forested and a lot of pastures were plowed and given into agricultural use for cultivation. And when they see that you're dealing with sheep and goat, then you have no value to anyone. But I think that after the meeting today, it's a very welcome event. I think we should sit down with forest, zootechny, agriculture at the round table and decide where do we invest in planting forests and remaining without pastures, or do we invest in the zootechnical sector and have milk, fresh air, meat, jobs, because all the villages in Moldova were run down because the zootechnical sector decayed. Thank you very much and stay in good health. Just a minute, if I may. But speaking of what was just mentioned, we have to see problems differently. Either we cover something or not, other people do. When we make a strategy, and when I started the discussion first, I meant the concept of a strategy that is not developed only by one category of agricultural producers. So you touched on one thing, and you're right. If you don't have a technical sector, the country risk is major in what food security means. Because first of all, this is the first area where value added happens, and second of all, we have the structure of alimentation, vegetable, animal food. There's a balance between essential amino acids and protein, without which life would not be possible. And I'm very sorry that my colleagues from Romania, from the forestry sector, did not mention that this problem can be solved between proper ownership and reforestation and forest protection strips, because we're not talking about changing ownership or land use. We're talking about a partnership to extend the forest on private property in collaboration. And the second big issue that we're discussing with the Academy now, beyond forestry, the type of protection strips. We will make these strips out of other species that are common for such protection strips. And we want to use these environment measures not in black. And what do you mean not by black as a species? We'll use different plants, so not the sour cherry, for example, the wild one, which is very often used for these kinds of strips, but we want to use the wild linden tree as well. It's not the one that only produces pollen, it also produces wood. So speaking of invasive plants like the acacia, what's happening in Dobroja and Romania now, it's a little bit forest. But I don't mean a protection strip when I speak of acacia, because during the winter it doesn't protect anything because of the way the tree is or the bush is. So we still have to have this double system that we can try. So we have the Traian's land dam in the center. We're going to try and do that. And then on ownership, we have the French system. We don't have to change the ownership or change land use destination. We can do that with specific trees. I don't need to change the land use. And I don't think we can even ask about property now. We have to enter into a direct relationship with the landowner if they want to be part of these things, because there are EU programs who finance the implementation of protection strips and their maintenance. And we have to see the Belgian or German system on culture and energy plants that are mentioned as well.
Two more questions, so I'd like to get these two more questions in, but you're okay. A quick one, please.
Because the cattle issue is, or even livestock, if you like, is important because it adds up to the circularity paradigm that the EU is also advocating. Because that is something, if you have a circular system in agriculture, livestock can eat things that people can't eat, and they actually have added value. So if there's a market for that, I think that is something the EU would also look at. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please, sir.
Thank you. We will. I'm from the Farmers Association, and I was very happy to see the invitation to participate to this event, even as organizer. So I have 20 years of activity in the federation, half of it as a president and half of it as a CEO. And I had the occasion to participate in many regional and international national forums on different subjects. And what I noticed was that we have a perfect and professional human potential in all areas, and it is not in demand. Mr. Taber and Mr. Boyan-Chan, these people are treasures in our area. And in the first panel and the second, look at how many useful things that are priceless we learned, how many conclusions and recommendations were named. But I'm not confident that they will be implemented in our daily life, in our activity, even if we talk just about agriculture. So I wonder why. We have to find the answer to this why. I apologize. I would maybe say something that people won't like, but I don't mean specific people. I mean us as human beings in general. We are lazy. What stops us from putting in practice what Mr. Boyan-Chan said about alfalfa? So we had that. We had the possibility to have seeds from some businessmen and friends, and so that here, and everybody seems to be listening, everybody seems to be in agreement to get involved, and the result is still in the air. And that's why I wanted to just put that label as lazy. And second thing of all, as a species, human beings are coward, consumerist. We consume without being reasonable, even starting with food. And you can see that every day. And I'm not talking about each person individually, but us in general. And what we use in agriculture as well, how do we consume all of our production means? With what turnover? With what productivity percentage? And I want to draw a parallel with the consumption that we have today with what the researchers propose. And I really want, I hope our presidency, as organizer of this event or patron, maybe they would take under monitoring the most important things. And as participants to this event, maybe we would have a recommendation to get involved in these things that were discussed today. So being invited to this conference, I suggested to my colleagues in the Federation to really get involved. We have 5 regional organizations where all over Moldova we can contact local authorities, mayors, we can contact Moldsilva, identify land, and maybe 2 or 3 mayors at regional level to get involved in some projects to plant trees. The nature is sad today. It's looking at us very sadly, and we don't see that, and because we're indifferent and cowardly, and we answer it back with very little for what it gives us. As agriculturists and farmers, and of course it depends on the state policy as well and the authorities' intervention, in time, and not necessarily in such a long time, but we should develop projects to manage our farms as well, because I'm a small farmer and I know how my land looks like. I have one small plot at the end of a swamp, and 2 or 3 trees there would be very welcomed. And why I'm not doing that, I said that earlier. And I'm very sure that if we will have visionaries with a long-term vision in the context of this conference as well, we will be able to improve the situation on climate change, but also on the ecological systems in general. Thank you.
Visionaries on our panel, Professor Boyanchin, but also Mr. Ivanov, do you want to also speak to that after?
I want to thank Mr. Zenko for the problem that he raised. We have several, but indeed we do need to change conceptually what kind of agriculture we're practicing, how we do it, how we move forward. And as was mentioned before, our colleague said how he learned to ride a bike. He got up, he fell, tried to go up again, fell. Then the neighbor said, "Don't look under your wheels, look forward." And then he actually started riding the bike. So we were pampered or spoiled, I don't know what word I should use, by the period when everything was cheap. We lived in a world where we thought the resources, natural resources are unlimited, but we live in a world where natural resources are limited and they're expensive and will get even more expensive. And the situation has changed radically. We haven't changed. The situation has radically changed. And if we do not adapt, we have no perspective to do agriculture. And the mentality as well, it's very simplistic for us now. We want to get everything fast and easy. We have a pest, okay, let's spray it, let's kill it. We have a weed, okay, let's spray and kill it. Absolutely not. We should not do that. We should find the answer to the question, why did we get the pest or the weed? And another aspect that I want to mention is, okay, we all are philosophers, if you want. And like in medicine, and I apologize for that, we have doctors for the left eye, for the right eye, for the nose, for the finger, and I don't want to insult any doctors, and no, absolutely not. But in agriculture, we divide it in different sciences. And the specialists in agrochemistry and fertilizers and irrigation, everybody will say that use this and you will increase your production. But when you use all of these methods together, then you have a production that is twofold in the basic production. So that's a problem with the education, because we don't have systemic thinking in agriculture. Thank you. I would like to make a forecast, because I've been watching things for 20 years. And if you can see, you can find me online saying these things as well. Accrediting new methodologies will open new perspectives regarding the production of food in the world, and it will solve many issues and for Green as well, and it cannot be accomplished if we don't do that. Neither on reducing pesticides, and it's not the first time I'm saying that. And I'm not afraid that somebody will say it. And one more thing, without this element of research that are fundamental and engineering, genetical engineering, the world cannot move forward. And I want to say another thing, the solution for food and food security globally is not in insects or insect protein powder. We did not start from the classical potential of the research, not even 10–12%. So what we produce through the natural potential, what we could produce, and what it means to use the methods that we have available, the world would be able to produce food for 20 billion people, not for 7. And it would also create a lot of other possibilities to obtain this food. That's why we're made to think, and humanity has to find solutions to the big problems. And food security is a problem for human intelligence. This intelligence has to develop with freedom, and researchers have to be free. If I stop them, they will not be able to provide good, stable, well-founded solutions. So only the Inquisition stopped thinking. And when you stop the thinking, you stop progress on any aspect. You have to give freedom. Maybe you wake up at night finding a problem to a huge problem you're thinking about for years. This is the key, not to do politics and not to subject science to politics, but the other way around. This is a fundamental decision problem.
I ask you for a 1-minute reflection on the gentleman's question. Thank you.
Starea deplorabilă,
The situation in agriculture, this current deplorable state, was only due to this parallel way of science and practice. They didn't go together, but parallel to each other. And just like the colleague from the sheep and goat industry, I think he's meeting people from the forestry for the first time to discuss these issues together, to discuss the pasture problem, and we have the same issues related to production and science. Yes, we have some publications. If you're literate and well-educated, you read that, but otherwise most of them are just there by the side of the road compared to what's doing. And we meet here only once a year. We should meet at least once a month, and any production doesn't happen just once a year. In the field, if you're not there for a week, you can just leave for the entire year because everything is lost. Thank you.
So we have one more question. I would please ask if you can make your question as brief as possible. Thank you.
În mod repetat vă salut călduros, Mărgineanu.
Hello again, Marginal Gabriel Biotica. I will try to be brief, but I don't make any promises. I want to ask my question. I was talking to Mr. Galupa, and I wanted to say that I got 20 sectors with my sister and niece, and when initially we had hundreds of thousands of sectors and they were processed by a big company, we didn't find even any little alive worm on that land. We left it for 3 years, and now anywhere you dig, you find little worms. So I pulled a weed. How many worms you think I had? I had 7 earthworms in there. So that means the soil is restoring itself. It's regenerating. So when we're talking about permaculture in the beginning, this is what it means. But because the discussion went to according to the different visions, I would say maybe it's time to talk about, and I'm talking to myself about that and some colleagues, but we should talk about the energy subject. And I don't mean the energy consumption, but if I produce my own tomato in my own greenhouse through permaculture according to the proper procedure, and I have something like I saw in the best greenhouse in South Korea, the same type of crop, if you told me, Professor, you can get that at home, I would not have believed it. And this passion, this energy that you invest for yourself and you want to give it to someone else, that fruits, that vegetables you want to share, are good, they are aromatic, and we're talking about households here, not about business. But business is what my colleague said. That's a different approach. There's a different land, and that's a very different effort. So my question is, how do you see and how do you consider that is good for the state, for the government to start thinking about what the role of the human energy is, what is transmitted through these cultures?
30-second answer from one or maximum 2 of our panelists. Otherwise, I will be held responsible for delaying, Excellency Minister, and I don't want to do that. So let me turn it over to you, please, for a very brief reflection on that question.
Totul este energie.
Everything is energy in nature. There is nothing else. We will live to see the moment where the helix of the DNA will be used in informatics as well, because a live cell is carrying energy, and it's an alive organism, and our ground, our soil, is an alive organism, and for those cultivating it, I will tell you how you test it without going to the lab. What I was telling my students. If you want to see if your ground, if your land is alive, if you smell the freshly turned earth, the soil, it smells of fresh bread, so that's how you test it. If after plowing no bird is sitting there, you have to seriously think about that land. There's no life in it. These are the biggest tests you can have. You don't have to go to a lab. On bad land, no bird will sit after you plow it, and it doesn't smell of ascomyceti. That's what's the smell I was mentioning. That smells a little bit like freshly baked bread.
I would recommend you perhaps to read the latest book, which was written by Montgomery, Professor Montgomery, from Seattle, from Washington State University, The Hidden Half of the Nature, adică cartea lui domnul Montgomery, deci jumătate.
So the neglected half of nature, that's the book. He got cancer. Doctors suggested chemotherapy. And they just took a garden at the end of Seattle and they grow ecologic production, and within 5 years his cancer is gone. The doctors don't believe it. But if we keep moving forward with chemistry, we kill everything. And pesticide, fungicide, everything is killing stuff. And basically we kill ourselves. So there's another book I will remember in a bit, The Silent Spring.
Of ecological movement in the world,
where the lady, her name is Carson, in 72, she was saying, 62, back then, she was saying that the chemicals were only started to be used now, and she was saying we are at the crossroads, and the chemical path is leading us into a dead end, or the ecological path without the chemicals, using nature as a model to develop cultures. There are a lot of experiences. I want to add as well, everything starts with education, and the state has to invest in education, because only an educated person can manage to do something beautiful.
O chestiune tehnică în care un medic
The technical issue, a great doctor in Romania was asking in the Academy of Science Romania, he was asking for the profession of engineer in medicine, so not medical doctor, but engineer in medicine, those people who work on the cell, on the nucleus, who can exclude diseases from the embryo that is created. Is it possible? So what Mr. Boyanchan was saying, yes, there's a place where nature should go back to nature, but where we are now, 100 years ago we had one thing, and today knowledge is different.
Because we have now overrun, I have to stop the debate there. Once again, I have failed to keep to time, and we must stop now. I think everyone, we should give a round of applause to our very distinguished panel. Thank you very much, and I hand back to Diana to introduce the next session.
Mulțumim mult, doamnelor, domnilor.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please get your seats in the hall, because we have the session of conclusions and the next steps. So we are very glad the discussions are continuing, but please get your seats in the hall. Thank you so much.
Vă mulțumim și
Thank you so much, dear participants, for the interest and for the questions that have been formulated during the respective session. So we are on the very last 100 meters of the conference of today. A conference within which we have looking for solutions. We have come up with questions as well in relation to adaptation to climate changes. And now it's the high time for us to find out what would be the priorities of the authorities in relation to the plan for adaptation to climate changes for those two sectors that we have analyzed today, the forestry and agriculture. These conclusions are going to be formulated by Mrs. Iordanca Rodică-Iordan of the Ministry of Environment and Mr. Sergiu Gherciu, State Secretary under the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industry.
Bună ziua și bună.
So actually, good evening. And this is the session in which your excellencies are going to announce us what would be the plans for future in relation to climate changes in agriculture and forestry. Mrs. Minister, would you like to be the first one to start this panel, please? In reality, today we have had very productive discussions, very interesting discussions. I would like to thank all the colleagues from Mold Silva Agency and from IGAS Institute for the fact that they have had successful interventions, as well for the fact that they have debated a number of questions. As well, I would like to thank the colleagues from Romania, from the academia as well, for the fact that they have provided to us different data, different proposals, different options in relation to the modality, how we have to mitigate the risks of climate changes, how we have to protect, how we have to develop the forestry fund of the Republic of Moldova, and most importantly, how to extend the forestry fields and for the afforested areas to be also sustainable. Based on what has been discussed today, we can conclude that based on the main objective of the Paris Agreement, based on which the governments have committed themselves to reduce the impact of climate changes under 2 Celsius degree, and moreover, let's not forget that now at COP27 meeting they have been committed and declared the fact that the states are going to undertake maximum efforts in order to reduce this limit down to 1.5 degrees Celsius. This means that this is an ambition, very huge ambition of the states. And I would like to underline here that the Republic of Moldova also has committed itself to this objective. What should we do in this case? We have to find the most sustainable solutions, and we have to involve as much as possible the academia, the practical experience from the forestry area, and also to involve those who are active in the process of reestablishing, maintaining, and regenerating the forestry fund. As well, as it has been mentioned in the very morning, the Republic of Moldova has been among the first states that has changed the ambition and that has raised the level of adjustments for the greenhouse gas emissions within the national determined contribution, the first one that has been in 2016 and the second one from 2020. So based on the national determined contribution from 2020, the Republic of Moldova has changed this percentage from 64 to actually from 67% up to 70% unconditionally with its relevant financial resources, while the conditional one with foreign and technical support and financial support. And we have again raised it up to 48%. And in the second national determined contribution, we actually have raised it up to 80%. So here the ambitions, the willingness, the needs that we have are very high. And we have to undertake considerable efforts in order to mitigate the risks of climate changes. As well, I would like to tell you as a conclusion the fact that the Republic of Moldova, as mentioned, is rather vulnerable to all the effects of climate changes, especially to the ones leading to disasters, natural hazards. We are very actually affected over the years by the extreme climate phenomena, weather phenomena such as droughts, floods, hail, frost, that are affecting not only the agriculture, not only the life and health of humans, but also the forestry fund. And over the last 20 years, these changes are very visible, especially with huge consequences for, or in the background of the costs that we have as a result of such an impact. As well, I would like to mention that in the meeting on climate changes that has been organized in Egypt under COP27, the question on damages and losses has been widely discussed and debated by the government so as to identify the best solution, the most optimal solution, how to stop these losses, for these losses to be established based on a unique formula that would be acceptable for all the states, so as to have the possibility as well to compare these kind of costs. Over the day, it has been recognized the fact that the forests have an essential role in maintaining the ecological balance. For the Republic of Moldova, the ambition that we have envisaged, and namely for reforestation, for extending the area of the Republic of Moldova under the forests up to 15%, is a real one. So, as it has been mentioned by the colleagues, it's absolutely necessary for all of us to work together with local public authorities, as well with central public authorities, and with the private sector, in order to have the areas, extended areas under forests. Moreover, these areas should be extended with local plants that would be resilient to climate changes. As well, today it has been mentioned about the fact that the forests are being associated with a lot of ecosystem risks. And that is why it's absolutely necessary to identify the formula and the methods that will be most relevant in order to change the composition of the shrubs for them to be resistant to climate changes. And in this context, we have to improve the processes of developing the normative framework as well as the policies framework, so as to be efficient in the actions that we undertake. The Republic of Moldova is rather fragmented in relation to forests. We have areas that are dispersed as of today, according to the data that we have and that have been presented today. We have 3,600,000 forest bodies, and they have an area from 5 hectares up to 550 hectares. And indeed, Many of them are being fragmented in this network. Moreover, these forest bodies are being managed or are being on the territory of over 900 localities. As well, it has been mentioned today that the location of the forest on the territory of the Republic of Moldova is not uniform. We have over 26, or better said, we have over 57% of forested lands in the center of the Republic of Moldova and only 26% in the northern part and over 15% in the southern part of Moldova. These aspects should be rethought. We have to find the formula, the mechanisms that would be most appropriate so as to have the well-developed forests that are going to be integrated forests as well, in order to diminish, and I'm repeating myself, the effects of the climate changes, but at the same time, in order to ensure on one side the quality of biodiversity, on the other hand the quality of water, the quality of air, because otherwise it's not possible. In order not to take too much of your time in relation to what has been found out today, if you allow me, I would like now to focus on the steps to be undertaken. And I would like to thank you for all the discussions, for all the proposals that you have come up with, because they are going to be used in policy documents and normative acts that we are working on. Many ideas have been taken over so as to be included in the policy documents. And I think that there is going to be a very constructive dialogue together with you in the further on stages whenever we will focus on the process of consultation of the respective documents. What has been concluded and what we would like to continue on is to adjust the normative framework of the Republic of Moldova in the area of forestry and the policy framework as well. Here I would like to tell you that we work a lot on the adjusted version of the forestry code, and at the same time we are working on a number of other policy documents. This means that we are updating the program of development based on the low emissions in the Republic of Moldova by 2030 and the action plan for implementing it. As well, in order to achieve the specific objective of this sector in relation to land use, and we have to carry out a number of actions that would lead to an unconditional increase by 2030 of the capacity of carbon sequestration within the forestry sector, up to 10%, and also sequestration of greenhouse gas emissions. This means that we have to identify the land plots, we have to identify the respective fields, the pastures, the croplands, the forests that are to be used in establishing the conditions for carbon sequestration and greenhouse gas. As well, I would like to mention that the next step that we are working on and for which we have to undertake a bigger effort would be in relation to updating the national program of adaptation to climate changes. Over here we also have a component on forestry as well as a component related to agriculture. As of today, we are working on the national plan for afforestation and reforestation. For instance, even today we have had a meeting in this respect, and we have already a confirmation from behalf of the experts that next week we are going to have another round of consultations internally, and we really hope that as of December this program is going to be promoted in order to be subject to a wide consultation for all those who are interested, so as to be promoted by the government of the Republic of Moldova. As well, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that in December we will have as well the meeting of the parties of the Convention on Biodiversity, and under the respective meeting They will approve the global strategy in the area of biodiversity, and those objectives are going to be taken over by the Republic of Moldova. And in 2023, we are going to develop the program for sustainable development in the area of biodiversity. That, of course, is going to be focused on the aspects of climate changes. As well, we have collected, based on everything that has been discussed today, a set of recommendations that have to be taken into consideration in the forestry area. And I would like to mention that and over here we have to recognize that without research, we will have no progress, and we have to understand that we should promote research in the forestry area. As well, it's very important for us to focus namely on those local plants, native plants, that on one hand would enrich the quality of forests, and for us to be very proud of these forests. On the other hand, these plants have to be resistant to climate changes. As well, we have to rebuild the good practices, and we have to accumulate the good practices in the area of managing forestry fund. We also should come up with a number of activities in order to integrate in these good practices of forestry fund management the local public authorities, but also to engage the private sector. And let me open the brackets here, because of the fact that in the reforestation program, but also in the policy documents, as well in the legislation that we are drafting right now, we are focusing on collaboration with the local public authorities. They are our partners, without whom we will not succeed to achieve those objectives that we have. At the same time, we envisage to attract the private sector in developing the forestry fund. We have to develop the forestry management. And here it's very important for us to develop the institutional capacities. It's also very important to have well-trained employees. We have to work with the academia so as to have good future specialists in forestry, especially taking into account the fact that the specialists should perceive forestry through the lens of the usage, but also through the lens of protection of environment and ensuring sustainable management of forests. We have to focus here on the aspects of reproduction, performing ecological reconstruction works, and afforestation, reforestation, preserving of forests, as well everything related to development of the forestry genetic resources. We should identify the interactions between the climate changes and the forestry peculiarities, as well the alternative aspects. We have to develop strategies for managing the diseases and the pests. Especially here we need a big support from the academia. Another measure that I would like to draw your attention to would be to maintain and to develop the ecosystem services, forestry ecosystem services, for increasing the efficiency of the national economy sector. The ecosystem services are much discussed now. Over the last years, we also have the very first results in this aspect, and all of this has to be maintained, all of this has to be developed further on, and all of this should become an activity form for the local public authorities, for the business who are nearby the respective forests that can provide ecosystem services. And as well, we should perceive the forests as a forum for overcoming the crisis that we are faced with. We have to take into account the modalities and directions of development for the forestry fund. We have to work in order to have correct behavior towards the products provided by the forests, and at the same time, we have to understand that the forests don't represent only wood and timber. Actually, forest represents a lot of other products, a lot of services that have to be developed. And all these services as well have to be developed in such a way so as to induce benefits for the beneficiaries, for the citizens, for those who are living nearby the forests, for them to have more possibilities and opportunities for developing their localities. And I think that the very last that I would like to mention is related to the afforestation measures and reforestation measures in the Republic of Moldova. I think that a lot has been said in this respect. Actually, this is an ambition that we have envisaged, and it is well reasoned. First of all, it is well reasoned based on the declaration that the current territory of the Republic of Moldova has always enjoyed big areas of forests, but because of the economic trends, we have lost these forests. As well, we have to take into account that the effects of the climate changes can actually contribute additionally to the losses of these forest lands. So we have to work on the reforestation of the Republic of Moldova. Initially, we have established only an afforestation for 100,000 of hectares, meaning that we will have an area in the Republic of Moldova over 15% under the forests. But this is just the first step. Indeed, in the process of carrying out the program of reforestation, whenever we will have the inventory of the forests, we will come back to the respective figure, because we already would have some accurate data, new data, about the realities on the areas that we have in the Republic of Moldova. And of course, we are going to come up with new figures. But we all have to understand that our objective, our target, of afforestation would be 25% of the territory of the Republic of Moldova. So this would be what I wanted to mention. If there are any other questions, if there is anything to add, please come up. Thank you very much, Mrs. Minister, for sharing the vision of the institution that you are representing. Mr. State Secretary, please, you have the floor. Would you please provide to us as well the vision of the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industry? Good evening. Thank you for inviting me. First of all, I'm so glad to see that this problem is being raised at this level, at the level of the presidency. And I'm so glad to see here farmers, forestry people, science people, all of them together united for a common course to be as resilient as possible to the climate changes. Agriculture actually is the most affected sector of the economy of the Republic of Moldova by the climate changes. And we do see the effects of the climate changes more frequently. I remember 7 years ago, whenever I joined the Ministry of Agriculture, not so many of the farmers were talking about the climate changes, while today we have more and more farmers involved in these processes, as well as the state as a whole, in order to find joint solutions and to be as resilient as possible to the climate changes. That's why I'm so glad to see so many people involved, engaged, interested in this respective problem. I would like to remark the fact that afforestation is a very important aspect for the health of the population, for the health of the country, and for the health of the agriculture of the Republic of Moldova. We do acknowledge, we the farmers do acknowledge, if the country is going to be under forests, wide forests fields, the effects of the climate changes are going to be less than they are right now. That is why we fully support the initiative of the Ministry of Environment, of those who are involved in the process of afforestation of the country. And the Ministry of Agriculture is joining your efforts. And I think that we didn't have such a good cooperation whenever our ministry was a common ministry as we have it right now. and this is very nice. Indeed, the Ministry of Agriculture has as well some other tools so as to help the farmers to be resilient and to cope with the climate changes. First of all, starting with the policies that are being promoted, and here I'm referring to a number of normative acts. Conservation of soil, practicing good practices of conservation of soil. And I think that Mr. Boichano has told you a lot about this. We always try to involve the people of science, the academia environment in the process of communication between the state and the farmers. Because whenever the farmers acknowledge the risks, they try to undertake measures in order to mitigate the impact of the climate changes. That is why the academic environment is a strategic partner that is very important in this process. Another measure that the ministry tries to promote would be the subsidies that somehow try to foster the farmers to use the good practice in agriculture. We have a number of measures, such as subsidies for renewables. We have it for a number of years, but over the last year it has been used massively as farmers try their best to be as independent as possible from the fossil fuels and to use clean energy, pure energy, and this is a very important element in order to mitigate climate changes. Another measure would be the subsidies for their techniques for conservation of soils and of good practices for agriculture. And here again, we are coming up with increased subsidies for farmers, and many are benefiting from the respective subsidies. At the same time, we'd like to restore the protection belts for the agricultural fields. We know that in the 90s, during those very difficult times, a lot of protection belts have been actually cut. And now, based on the EFAD program, we are restoring them. For instance, recently we have restored 80 hectares of this kind of protection belts. And we really hope that together with the Ministry of Environment, we'd be able to rehabilitate, to create new forestry protection belts and agricultural fields protection belts, because this is very important for a resilient agriculture. All of these measures, all of them together, would have an impact, but it's not enough for the agricultural community. And we have an example. In 2020, whenever we had a very tough drought in the Republic of Moldova that has affected the entire agri-food chain. At that time, we have seen how vulnerable the Republic of Moldova is to climate changes. And if before, if we would have like a cycle of severe drought once per 7 years, now it happens more frequently. For instance, this year, this summer, we have had a drought that has affected the agri-food sector. Anyway, we remain to be trustful partners for farmers, and we try, all of us together, to find those solutions, together with academia, in order to get adapted the agriculture to a model that is resilient to climate changes. And I'm telling this loudly because indeed we have this objective in the National Strategy for Agriculture Development for 2023-2030 that is now being approved under the government. And over there are going to be different programs, different measures for mitigating climate changes. Well, generally speaking, this would be the measures that the Ministry of Agriculture is undertaking. And further on, we remain to be open, we remain to be trustful partners for the farmers, and we wish to have as good as possible communication with the farmers, so as to understand, first of all, and so as to act together jointly in order to be as resilient as possible to climate changes. Thank you very much. Mrs. Iordanov, Mr. Gerchus, thank you so much for these conclusions formulated by the end of this productive conference. We sincerely think that we have succeeded to achieve the objective that we had, and namely to create a platform of farmers, donors, researchers, specialists, and for all of us to see how we can contribute so as to overcome the negative effects of the climate changes and to get adapted to them. Well, I suggest now to close this conference, telling you that see you later, see you next year. So thank you very much. We are now closing the broadcasting of this event, and now I'd like to invite you to the informal part of our conference.